Chapter 88. Rex, my dear brother, I'm so happy to be able to see you. Inside a luxurious palace, after Rains saw young Feng, he looked as if he had seen feces but had no choice but to swallow it. His face twisted and he welcomed young Feng with a strange forthright laugh. After young Feng released Rains didn't know how many ways to get rid of the liquid metal nanorobots within his body, but without exception, all of them failed, instead torturing Rains to the point where he almost collapsed. Rains had no choice but to obey young Feng's orders, but he still wasn't willing to see young Feng. Young Feng said with a slight smile, "Rains, I'm also very happy to be able to see you. I'll be staying here for a long time, so it seems like I'll have to trouble you for a long time." Rains' complexion darkened at once. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Rains turned around with a gloomy expression towards the surrounding servants and shouted loudly, "All of you listen to me, Rex is my good brother, my best brother. His words are my words, his orders are my orders. Do you understand? If I find out that you're paying lip service but secretly disobeying his orders, then I'll feed you to my beloved Locke." "Yes, master." Rains' Manor's servants didn't know why their always ungrateful and selfish master would issue such an order, but they all respectfully complied and didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Locke was a venomous wyvern, a flying extraordinary life form with the battle prowess of a level 1 warlock. Those servants didn't want to be eaten alive by such a terrifying extraordinary life form. "I wanted you to help me find Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix. Did you find it?" After dismissing all the servants, young Feng held Eunice and Judy in his arms, sat on a white fox sofa and said, Shi Shue's talent was extraordinary. She had already cultivated to the pinnacle level 1 warlock realm. But without the following secret method, she was unable to break through and promote to a level 2 warlock. Of course, young Feng could also let Shi Shue specialize in other secret methods to break through the barrier of a level 2 warlock. But Shi Shue still liked Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix. She hoped to use this secret method as a foundation to promote to a level 2 warlock. Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix. This secret method belongs to a high-grade secret method. I've seen the level 1 warlock part. But the level 2 and above secret method, as far as I know, is in the hands of the level 3 warlock Ice Blue Young Maiden and Snow Pagoda's great warlock Snow White Madam. This is the Snow White Pagoda's strongest secret technique. Its status is equivalent to our Black Dragon Pagoda's Black Dragon transformation. The level 1 warlock part is fine, but once someone uses the Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix method to cultivate to the level 2 warlock rank, then they will be chased by Snow White Pagoda. The Ice Blue Maiden was also chased by the Snow White Tower's warlocks. She had no choice but to seek shelter from Savage Claw to survive. "Why don't you change to another secret technique?" Rains glanced at Judy in young Feng's embrace and the flirtatious Eunice. His eyes flashed with a whiff of jealousy and envy as he cautiously said, "Snow White Pagoda?" Young Feng tapped lightly with his index finger, pondering whether or not to mobilize the Mechanical Legion to directly raise Snow White Pagoda. After weighing it again and again, young Feng still gave up on this tempting idea. Although the Mechanical Black Dragon possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to that of a great warlock rank powerhouse, but warlocks could basically display terrifying battle prowess of a level higher than their own. Unless Snow White Madam could be lured out and killed, then with young Feng's Mechanical Legion attacking Snow White Pagoda, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Once other forces seized the opportunity to attack Steel City, then young Feng might not even have the time to digest the fruits of his victory before he would be forced to flee to Rindot subcontinent. Young Feng said, "I want the Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix method secret method. Do you have the means?" Rains said, 3 days later, there will be a large-scale auction in Black Dragon City. There will be many treasures for sale. There's also the high-grade Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix method. The secret method in the auction can be practiced all the way until the Great Warlock rank. There will definitely be many people competing for it. The magic stones in my hands won't be able to compete with them. The secret method that could be practiced until the Great Warlock rank was incomparably precious. Even if only a certain group of people could successfully practice it, it would still cause countless big shots to compete over it. Although Rains was doted on by Black Dragon Pagoda's Master Anthony, but the wealth in his hands couldn't compare with those old freaks that had lived for hundreds of years. Will these elixirs be enough? Yang Feng waved his hand. Chests of elixirs flew out from the dimensional crest. Blue Mirage elixir. So many. Rains picked up a vial of elixir, opened it and sniffed it. His complexion immediately changed greatly. He looked at the chests of Blue Mirage elixir. He simply didn't dare to believe his eyes. His voice trembled somewhat. There were 100 vials of Blue Mirage elixir in that chest. Each Blue Mirage elixir was worth at least 5,000 magic stones. A chest of Blue Mirage elixir was worth at least 500,000 magic stones. But here, there were 100 chests of Blue Mirage elixir that were worth at least 50 million magic stones. Rain's entire assets might not be sold for 50 million magic stones. Yang Feng said faintly, "There's also Dragon Blood elixir and Mermaid Tears elixir, 100 chests of each. Dragon Blood elixir and Mermaid Tears elixir, 100 chests of each." Rains inhaled a mouthful of cold air when he heard that, his eyes brimming with incredulity as he looked at Yang Feng. Dragon Blood elixir and Mermaid Tears elixir, such elixirs were also very precious in Black Dragon Pagoda. With Rain's status, he could only get one Dragon Blood elixir every month. Mermaid Tears elixir was even more priceless. He could only buy them from Black Dragon Pagoda's warlock pharmacists. Moreover, there was a limit. He couldn't buy more than 3 a year. Such precious elixirs were generally calculated by vials. Each Dragon Blood elixir and Mermaid Tears elixir could become the finale treasures of some small-scale auctions. Now, Yang Feng actually took out 100 chests at once, making the experienced and knowledgeable Rains endlessly shocked. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he said with a light smile, "After selling these elixirs, I can give you 10% of the selling price. Use these magic stones to arm yourself, then seize the throne of Black Dragon Empire." Rains was not only Antony's most beloved son, but also the 9th successor of Black Dragon Empire. In theory, he had the opportunity to inherit Black Dragon Empire. The highest authority in Black Dragon Empire was in the hands of Black Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Master. However, Black Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Masters were basically great warlock rank experts. They were immersed in the pursuit of power and knowledge. They had very little interest in secular power. If Black Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Master didn't come out, then the highest authority in Black Dragon Empire would be in the hands of Black Dragon Empire's Emperor. Once Rains became Black Dragon Empire's Emperor, then Yang Feng would be like a fish in water in Black Dragon Empire, obtaining endless benefits. Chapter 89. Flames of ambition flashed in Rain's eyes, and he said excitedly, "Good. Originally, I didn't have any hope of inheriting the throne of the Black Dragon Empire. However, since Master supports me, I will fight it out with them." Rains asked, "By the way, Master, how much of these 3 potions can you give me every month?" "Every month I could give as much as I do now." Rain's eyes lit up at first, then he smiled bitterly and said, "If so many drugs are released at once, it will directly crash the entire market. If I want to maintain the current price and obtain the highest profit, with the channels in my hands, I can only process this amount twice a year." Dragon Blood elixir was extremely precious, but it was only effective for level 1 and level 2 warlocks. Level 1 and level 2 warlocks would at most buy 1 or 2 bottles to use when breaking through a bottleneck. Blue Mirage and Mermaid Tears, these elixirs capable of improving a person's soul aptitude, only some second-generation warlocks or warlock geniuses could afford to use them. Yang Feng said with a smile, "The means of payment can be more flexible. Mines, gold, grain, land, scrap iron, scrap steel, all kinds of ores are fine." The transactions between warlocks were mainly in the form of magic stones. Ordinary warlocks didn't care much for things like mines, gold, foodstuffs, and territories. Rains revealed a trace of a smile and said, "If that's the case, I can digest this amount 4 times a year." Eunice's eyes reddened as she hugged Yang Feng's arm. She exhaled a fragrant breath and said coquettishly, "I also have some channels in the Southern States Alliance. Can you give me a share?" Eunice was a very smart woman. She also had connections in the Southern States Alliance. He knew many big potion merchants who sold potions. The Blue Mirage potion, Mermaid Tears potion, and Dragon Blood potion were all highly marketable potions. As long as one could get their hands on them, they could be sold very quickly. Yang Feng somewhat dotingly patted Eunice's butt and said, "All right. How about once a year?" Just like Rain's, I'll give you 10% of the selling price as profit. Eunice kissed young Feng's cheek and said sweetly, "Thank you." Judy also hesitantly tugged at young Feng's clothes and raised her head to look at him pitifully. Judy had already been properly educated by Shui to the point that her mind had already turned into a pet. Although she had already promoted to a level 1 warlock, but she didn't dare to compete with Eunice and Shui for favor. However, she also wanted to sell some potions and save up some money. Young Feng pinched Judy's elastic flesh and said with a light smile, "Rest assured, you'll also get a share. Master is the best, I like you the most, woof." Judy threw herself into young Feng's embrace, kissed him enthusiastically and barked like a puppy. Shui was like an aloof succubus queen looking at this scene with a smile. This was the result of her good education. Rains glanced at him enviously. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Master, do you have the bloodline of the Black Dragon? I can vaguely sense a bloodline resonance from your body." "That's right, I do have the bloodline of the Black Dragon." Rains said, "Then how about you join our Black Dragon Tower? Our Black Dragon Pagoda is a warlock group with Black Dragon's blood meridians as its core. Black Dragon Pagoda's upper echelon are all Blood Meridian warlocks with Black Dragon's blood meridians. You have the Black Dragon's blood meridians and you're also an official level 1 warlock. As long as you join our Black Dragon Pagoda, then you can become a Viscount and have a Viscountcy as your territory. Join Black Dragon Pagoda?" Young Feng was slightly distracted. He pondered for a moment, then the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he said, "All right. I'll join Black Dragon Pagoda." A Viscountcy had a radius of approximately 500 li. At present, Steel City's sphere of influence was merely a little more than 5,000 square kilometers. A Viscountcy was equivalent to expanding Young Feng's sphere of influence by more than 10%. Regarding this, Young Feng was naturally very happy. Although Young Feng joined Warlock College Antalya to study, but he didn't have any sense of identity with Warlock College Antalya. Joining Black Dragon Pagoda also didn't have any psychological barriers. Moreover, if he was chased by Starlight Aldrich to the point that he couldn't survive, then with a Viscountcy in Black Dragon Empire, Young Feng could quickly stage a comeback. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, this was the principle. Rains smiled as he clapped his hands. 2 very beautiful and sexy maids came in. "Then tomorrow I'll take you to undergo a blood meridian test. Today, you can have a good rest." Young Feng gave a slight smile, then got up and followed behind the 2 maids. The next morning, after eating a sumptuous breakfast, Rains took Young Feng to a luxurious palace next to Black Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace. A handsome young man came up to greet them. He first greeted Rains, then curiously looked at Young Feng and said, "Your Highness Rains, good morning. Who's this?" Rains said, "This is Rex, a good friend I met during my travels, a possessor of Black Dragon's blood meridians. Under my persuasion, he agreed to join our Black Dragon Empire and become a part of our Black Dragon Empire. Deichman, come and examine his blood meridians." "Yes, Your Highness." Deichman took out a special syringe, at once pricked Young Feng's right hand, extracted approximately 10 milliliters of blood, then dripped it on a crystal plate engraved with mysterious runes. A drop of Young Feng's blood fell on the crystal plate, and a lifelike black dragon phantom rose from the crystal plate. A frightening dragon might diffused, and the black dragon faced upwards and issued a tremendous dragon roar. What a strong dragon might! This is a high-level concentration of Black Dragon's blood meridians. No, it's a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's blood meridians. It's actually a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's blood meridians. This is the first person after Pagoda Master to possess a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's blood meridians. In the end, who is it to actually possess a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's blood meridians? Inside the hall, everyone was alarmed. Powerful mental energy swept over in this direction. A top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's blood meridians. Rex, you possess a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's blood meridians. Deichman's eyes were brimming with shock, then brimming with enthusiasm. He said in an extremely explicit manner, "Rex, my 2 little granddaughters are 17 and 15 years old respectively, they're very beautiful. Tomorrow evening, you can come to our house as a guest. I think that you'll definitely have a wonderful night." Apart from secret methods, the most important thing for Blood Meridian Warlocks was the concentration of Blood Meridians. Yang Feng, a Blood Meridian Warlock with a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's Blood Meridians, was definitely the stud horse that the entire Black Dragon Blood Meridian Warlock clan yearned for even in their dreams. Chapter 90. Rains took a step forward and said somewhat discontentedly, "All right. Deachman, quickly go handle the formalities." "Right, help Rex choose a good fief," Deachman said with a slight smile. "Yes, Your Highness. After 3 days, wait for His Majesty's confirmation, then all the formalities can be handled. As for the fief, I'll do my best to choose a good one for Rex. Hey, handsome, my name is Lisa, can you invite me for a drink? I know a bar, the alcohol inside is pretty good." Yang Feng and Rains had just finished handling the formalities, when a great beauty with long blue hair, a sexy and well-developed figure, a height of 1.78 meters, and a mature style from head to toe, immediately walked towards Yang Feng with a touch of a fragrant wind and a smile. "Lisa, get out of my way. This handsome guy is a man that I fancy. If you don't want to be beaten up by me, then get lost." A beautiful woman with short blue hair and wearing tight black clothes walked over and gave off a domineering aura. She had a tall and sexy figure, and she had regular facial features. When Lisa saw that gorgeous woman dressed in black tights, the radiance in her eyes changed several times. She finally clenched her teeth and retreated to one side, while casting pitiful glances at Yang Feng. Once that sexy and gorgeous woman appeared domineeringly, the few level 1 warlock beauties could only stop and cast flirtatious glances at Yang Feng. Lisa is a level 1 warlock from Black Dragon Lizard Blood Meridian family. Black dragon lizards are only a subspecies born from the mating of black dragons and black dragon lizards. Adult black dragon lizards are only level 3 warlocks. Black Dragon Lizard clanspeople will never be able to promote to Great Warlocks, nor will they ever be able to surpass the experts of our Black Dragon's Blood Meridians, therefore they're vassals of our Black Dragon's Blood Meridian Warlocks. That's Randall, she's also a level 1 warlock with Black Dragon's Blood Meridians, one of the strongest women of the younger generation. When Rains spoke of Lisa, he was somewhat unconcerned, but when he spoke of Randall, there was a trace of graveness. Randall arrived before Yang Feng, carefully sizing him up, just like a pervert carefully observing whether a woman was a beauty or not. Before Yang Feng transmigrated, he was just an ordinary earthling waste. But after being implanted with the ancient Black Dragon Vedania's Blood Meridians and promoted to a level 1 warlock, his temperament and appearance underwent earth-shaking changes. Even before his transformation, he was already a rather handsome man. After he used the nano-transformation robot to transform into Lake, he was also a handsome Western man with an extraordinary temperament. After Randall carefully sized up Yang Feng, the corners of her mouth rose slightly and she invited enthusiastically, "Hey, handsome, I'm called Randall, I've taken a fancy to you. Come on, let's go for a drink, my treat." Warlocks with Black Dragon's Blood Meridians were basically all handsome men and beautiful women. If a beauty like Randall was placed on Earth, she would definitely be a campus belle. Such a sexy beauty taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yang Feng gave birth to a very novel feeling in his heart. He readily agreed to her request. "All right. My name is Drake." Rains coughed lightly and said, "Sigh, Randall, tonight there will be a celebration party to celebrate the addition of our Black Dragon Blood Meridian Warlock. We still have to make some preparations, so you can chat again tonight." Randall cursed in a low voice, then said with a charming smile towards Yang Feng, "Such a hateful convention. Handsome, see you tonight." Rains pulled Yang Feng and quickly left the palace. After leaving the palace, Rains said, "Randall, that woman is pretty good looking, but her private life is somewhat rotten, she keeps more than 20 noodles. If you don't mind, she's actually a pretty good playmate." Yang Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Listening to you, I basically have no interest in her." With Yang Feng's current status, what woman couldn't he get? Solely in terms of temperament and beauty, Eunice and Shashwe flung Randall by God knows how many streets. Even Judy only slightly lacked the charm of a mature woman compared to Randall. Rains said with a lascivious smile, "However, you don't have to be disappointed. With the density of your blood meridians, tonight there will be countless beauties courting you, desiring to obtain your life seeds. Yang Feng looked somewhat oddly at Rains and said, "Haven't you experienced such a thing?" Rains said extremely proudly, "Of course, although the density of my blood meridians isn't as good as yours, but it's still an intermediate-grade blood meridians. Those black dragon lizards, black dragon serpents and wyvern falcons, those women from vassal families, which one of them doesn't desire to obtain my life seeds? Once we have children, even if they don't have the noble black dragon's blood meridians, they can still increase the density of those inferior blood meridian families' blood meridians." With Rain's narration, only then did Yang Feng begin to understand the importance of the density of blood meridians for those blood meridian warlock families. 4 blood meridian warlocks with an intermediate grade concentration of black dragon's blood meridians like Rain's, promoting to a level 2 warlock was a matter of course. Only when promoting to a level 3 warlock would they encounter a bit of difficulty. If it was a blood meridian warlock with a superior concentration of black dragon's blood meridians, then promoting to a level 3 warlock would only be a matter of time. Only when promoting to a great warlock would they encounter a huge difficulty. Blood meridian warlocks with a concentration of top-notch black dragon's blood meridians wouldn't have any difficulty promoting to a level 3 warlock. Moreover, great warlocks would have more than a 30% chance. If it was a blood meridian warlock with a low concentration of black dragon's blood meridians, then they could only be guaranteed to promote to a level 1 warlock, then they would encounter an advancement bottleneck when attacking a level 2 warlock. As for blood meridian warlocks with a concentration of low-grade black dragon blood meridians and below, it would be very difficult for them to promote to an official warlock. Their success rate was only about 30% higher than that of an ordinary warlock. The higher the concentration of the blood meridians of the blood meridian warlocks, the higher the concentration of the blood meridians of their children. A blood meridian warlock with a first-rate concentration of black dragon's blood meridians would at least give birth to a blood meridian warlock with an intermediate concentration of black dragon's blood meridians, and it was even possible to give birth to a blood meridian warlock with a superior concentration of black dragon's blood meridians. The offspring of a warlock with black dragon's blood meridian and a black dragon lizard or a black dragon snake, which were inextricably linked to black dragons, might give birth to a noble black dragon blood meridian warlock. Even if it wasn't a black dragon blood meridian warlock, but the offspring would definitely be a blood meridian warlock with a relatively high concentration of blood meridians. The power of blood meridians was the origin power of a blood meridian warlock, as well as the foundation of a blood meridian warlock's inheritance. In order to maintain the power of blood meridians, many blood meridian warlock families intermarried very frequently. Even so, the blood meridians of those blood meridian warlocks still continued to become thinner with each passing generation. In order to obtain a formidable blood meridians, those blood meridian warlock families would spare no expense. One of the very important reasons why blood meridian warlock families such as black dragon lizard, black dragon snake and wyvern harpy would attach themselves to the black dragon empire was to obtain the life seeds of black dragon blood meridian warlocks, so as to ensure that those blood meridian warlock families wouldn't be eliminated from the world of warlocks due to the thinning of their blood meridians. Chapter 91. Nighttime, inside a luxurious palace. Yang Feng, dressed in formal attire, stepped into the palace and saw countless handsome men and beautiful women standing inside the palace. Practically all of those handsome men and beautiful women were shrouded in formidable life force. Most of them were formidable level 1 warlocks. Even the slightly weaker ones were level 3 apprentice warlocks or level 2 apprentice warlocks. Once Yang Feng entered the palace, the eyes of many beautiful women lit up and they walked towards him one after another. "Hello, Rex. My name is Aisha. Can I have a dance with you?" A beautiful girl of about 18 or 19 years of age, with long brown hair, a sexy figure, dressed in a black evening dress, exuding a seductive charm, walked up to Yang Feng, smiled sweetly, and extended her lily-white hand, a fragrance wafting from her. "Hello, Rex. My name is Anna. Please have a dance with me, okay?" A blonde beauty with a head full of long blonde hair, a sexy figure, dressed in a silver evening dress, a child's complexion and big breasts, arrived before Yang Feng with a sweet and pure smile on her face and extended her lily-white hand. "Hello, Rex." Inside the palace, the beautiful women practically scrambled to be the first to crowd around Yang Feng, competing with each other's attractiveness. Undercurrents surged as they fought over the right to invite Yang Feng for a dance. Yang Feng looked at the scene before him with a smile, his heart brimming with excitement, feelings of novelty. The beautiful women surrounding Yang Feng were basically from black dragon lizards, black dragon serpents and other Blood Meridian warlock families affiliated with black dragon Blood Meridian families. Each of them had a gorgeous appearance and incomparably powerful strength. If it was on Earth, then they would be elites among elites. They absolutely wouldn't give an ordinary person like Yang Feng a glance. But now, they were scrambling to curry favor with him, thirsting to obtain his favor. This kind of feeling greatly satisfied the vanity of an ordinary person like Yang Feng. A great beauty with a head full of long scarlet hair, a height of 1.9 meters, a tall figure, curvaceous chest and butt, skin as white as jade, exuding a terrifying life force, a proud expression on her face, as if an aloof queen, directly stepped into the palace. As soon as the great beauty stepped into the palace, her terrifying life force attracted countless gazes. After seeing her true appearance, those gazes were filled with fear, and lust. The beautiful woman with long scarlet hair swept the beautiful women around Yang Feng with a glance, creased her eyebrows, and barked full of dignity, "You little fellows, get lost." When the beautiful women surrounding Yang Feng turned around and saw the great beauty with long scarlet hair, they bowed towards her as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, before unwillingly retreating to the side. The beautiful woman with long scarlet hair walked up to Yang Feng with a touch of fragrance, carefully sized him up for a moment, then revealed a trace of a satisfied and aloof smile. She frivolously extended her hand and hooked Yang Feng's chin. "Not bad, it's indeed a top-notch concentration of Black Dragon's blood meridians. Rex, from today onwards, you are my, Anusha's man." Yang Feng suddenly had a feeling of reversing the roles of man and woman. He instinctively extended his hand and directly hit away Anusha's lily-white hand. Although he liked beautiful women, but deep in his bones was a strong male chauvinism, he wasn't willing to become a woman's plaything, no matter how beautiful she was. "Interesting little fellow. You actually dare to resist me, so interesting." Anusha gave a sweet smile, her body at once released an extremely terrifying life force. That terrifying pressure comparable to that of a pinnacle level 3 warlock instantly erupted and enveloped Yang Feng's body. Under that terrifying pressure of a pinnacle level 3 warlock, Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. He frantically operated the secret method recorded within Black Dragon Morph, withstanding Anusha's terrifying pressure with extreme difficulty. He clenched his teeth and tenaciously stood. "Enough, stop, Anusha, he's still not yours." At this moment, an ice-cold voice came from the side, a peerless beauty with a head full of long blue hair, eyes as clear as sapphires, a fiery and sensual figure, yet her entire body was shrouded in the temperament of an iceberg beauty. She walked over with large strides. An extremely formidable life force emitted from the peerless beauty's body, counteracting Anusha's terrifying pressure, giving Yang Feng a chance to catch his breath. Anusha turned around and said with a sneer, "Carol, do you want to snatch this man from me? You've always been blunt towards men, yet you've also started to have your heart stirred. Or perhaps, for the sake of Bonia family, you need a handsome and strong stallion with a high concentration of blood meridians." Carol's beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of anger. She said coldly, "Shut up. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind inviting you to the deathmatch arena to have a life and death duel." The deathmatch arena was a place specially prepared by Black Dragon Empire for the warlocks within the empire to have a life and death duel. Once irreconcilable enmity was sown between Black Dragon Empire's warlocks, then they would choose to have a duel in the deathmatch arena. If a duel was discovered in other places, then they would be strongly hunted down by Black Dragon Pagoda. That was because the destructive power of a duel between formidable warlocks was too terrifying. If those warlocks were allowed to duel carelessly, then no matter how many mortals there were, it wouldn't be enough for them to kill. Anusha said with a merry smile, "I hit the nail on the head. Carol, you're living too tirelessly. Live more for yourself. I'm very fond of this handsome little stallion, but I'm not willing to have a life and death duel with you. As long as you're willing to pay a sufficient price, then I'll let you have him. This world is so big, there's no lack of handsome men, I'm not short of one. However, at the very least, you have to let him help me conceive a few children. This is my bottom line. Are you going to divide this handsome little stallion just like that? How about giving me a share? I'm not asking for much, As long as he lets me conceive 8 to 10 children, that's enough. A beautiful woman dressed in a purple evening dress, with a tall figure, short golden hair, a gorgeous appearance, and exuding a heroic temperament all over, also walked over with a merry smile, exuding a terrifying life force comparable to that of a Pinnacle Level 3 Warlock. The terrifying life force released by the 3 Pinnacle Level 3 Warlock women surged in the venue. Everyone's complexion changed slightly and they quickly left the 3 women's sides. At the center of the terrifying life force, a wine cup suddenly came alive. It twisted and grew countless teeth, before strangely shattering. A tablecloth also suddenly twisted and grew 2 arms, before being crushed by the formidable force field. All kinds of strange phenomena continuously emerged, before being crushed by the terrifying life force of the 3 Level 3 Warlocks. Chapter 92. Anusha suddenly gave a slight smile and instigated, "Angelica, Carol wants to monopolize this handsome little stallion. It would be better for us to join hands to defeat her and teach her a lesson. Then, how about equally dividing the usage rights of this little stallion? Let me use him first, then when you want to have children, I'll lend him to you. In any case, you don't want to have children right now." The corners of Angelica's mouth rose slightly and she said with a smile, "Good idea. Carol, what do you think? If you want to monopolize this little stallion, then I can only join hands with Anusha. After all, a little stallion with such a high concentration of blood meridians is rarely seen in 100 years. My requirements aren't high. When I want to have children, then let me use him." Yang Feng quietly listened from the side. He was somewhat speechless. Carol, Anusha, and Angelica, the 3 women, each of them were very outstanding and had a strong aura. Even in Turandot subcontinent where experts were as common as clouds, they were still second only to great warlocks. Their statuses were incomparably noble. Yang Feng would have been very happy with the 3 outstanding women fighting over him, but if he was only treated as a stallion, then even if they were beautiful women, he still wouldn't want to serve them. Yang Feng coughed lightly and said faintly, "Cough, you're discussing my usage rights in private. Could it be that you don't want to ask the master's wishes?" Anusha swept Yang Feng with a glance. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule. "Your wishes? Little stallion, only after you promote to a level 3 warlock, then you'll have the qualifications to talk with us on equal footing. Of course, if you can promote to a great warlock, then having me be your slave isn't a problem. Even with top-notch Black Dragon's blood meridians, promoting to a great warlock still wasn't that simple. Promoting from a level 3 warlock to a great warlock, that was an enormous transformation and evolution of a life form. The disparity between a level 3 warlock and a great warlock was as huge as the disparity between a level 3 apprentice warlock and a level 2 warlock. In the entire Black Dragon Pagoda, there were merely 7 great warlocks. The 7 great warlocks were the foundation that Black Dragon Pagoda had accumulated over thousands of years. In that long period of time, Black Dragon Pagoda had produced more than 100 geniuses with top-notch Black Dragon's blood meridians. Of the 100 geniuses with top-notch Black Dragon's blood meridians, 8 died before maturing, 90 promoted to level 3 warlocks, and only 2 promoted to great warlocks. The difficulty of promoting to a great warlock could be imagined. Anusha and the other 2 women obviously only fancied the blood meridians within Yang Feng's body. They didn't have the slightest feelings towards Yang Feng, let alone love at first sight, only thinking about benefits. "I think I still have the right to speak with you on equal terms." Yang Feng smiled faintly. With a thought, a black ray flew out of the dimensional crest he wore and landed on the ground. A 1.7 tall mechanical dragon-scaled warrior, covered in a layer of ancient dragon scales, with sharp blades growing at all the major joints, appearing like a humanoid dragon, appeared beside Yang Feng. The mechanical dragon-scaled warrior's miniature super high-energy crystal propulsion furnace was fully launched, a very strange yet terrifying life force comparable to that of a Pinnacle Level 3 warlock diffused from its body, contending against Anusha and the other 2 women, not falling into a disadvantageous position, firmly guarding Yang Feng. Anusha and the other 2 women looked at the mechanical dragon-scaled warrior. Their beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. They could all sense the terrifying fluctuations of power emitted by the mechanical dragon-scaled warrior. It could completely contend against them. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, I found some small toys inside the relic where I obtained dragon blood essence. These small toys should be enough to make me qualified to speak with you on equal terms, right? So amazing, I really admire you. Rex, look, am I beautiful? Anusha gave a flirtatious smile, her whole body at once emitted traces of magic fluctuations. So beautiful. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly went blank, he only felt that the Anusha before him was extremely beautiful, her whole body was perfect, she was 100 times more beautiful than the lover of his dreams. The person he loved the most in his life was the goddess before him, he was willing to dedicate everything to her, even if he had to die for her, he also wouldn't hesitate. Seeing Yang Feng's infatuated appearance, the corners of Anusha's mouth rose slightly, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of contempt. The host is being eroded by magic power. Immediately attack and eliminate the source of the magic power. The mechanical dragon-scaled warrior's eyes flashed with a red light, the miniature super high-energy crystal propulsion furnace frantically operated, it suddenly shot up, its claw was like a thunderbolt as it grabbed at Anusha's heart. Anusha's complexion changed greatly, her body's life force surged, her whole body was instantly covered with a layer of black dragon scales, simultaneously formidable life force surged in front of her, condensing into an incomparably formidable protective cover capable of withstanding level 3 spells. The mechanical dragon-scaled warrior's claw stabbed at the protective cover, the claw that inherited part of the ancient black dragon Vedanias might instantly tore the protective cover apart, easily piercing through, fiercely stabbing at the location of Anusha's heart. It was blocked for a split second by the astonishing defensive strength of the black dragon scales. In that split second, Anusha's body instantly disintegrated into more than a dozen lumps of black mist, disappearing from where she stood. Those more than a dozen lumps of black mist quickly condensed at another location, forming Anusha's body. At the location of her heart, there was already a huge bloody wound, almost exposing her heart. After Anusha was repelled, traces of a cool stream of air were transmitted from the green bead on Yang Feng's neck, nourishing his soul and freeing him from Anusha's charm spell. After Yang Feng was freed from Anusha's charm spell, his eyes flashed with a whiff of fierceness, he flicked his fingers, a dragon-scaled warrior quickly flew out from his dimensional crest, extremely ferociously pouncing at Anusha. Simultaneously, a level 8 shield troop appeared in front of Yang Feng, raised its shield high and opened a level 3 protective cover, directly protecting Yang Feng. Under the protection of the level 3 protective cover, even a level 3 spell wouldn't so easily affect Yang Feng. It would also be very difficult for curses and charm-type spells to pass through the level 3 protective cover and affect Yang Feng. Stop, Rex. Anusha's pretty complexion changed, she issued a shriek, pointed with her finger and in a flash cast the level 3 spell Dragon Flame Fireball. A wash-basin-sized Dragon Flame Fireball compressed with high-energy fire elemental particles immediately whistled towards a dragon-scaled warrior, directly bombarding it. Dragon Flame Fireball, this level 3 spell, was one of the few spells with the strongest destructive power among level 3 spells. Even if a level 3 warlock was hit by it, they would also suffer heavy injuries. Such a level 3 spell could destroy a huge building. That dragon-scaled warrior extended its claw, its right hand erupted with a formidable life force, directly crushing the level 3 Dragon Flame Fireball. The terrifying explosion merely jolted it back by 3 or 4 steps. Carol and Angelica, the two women, stood on one side, casting spells and directly blocking the aftermath of the level 3 Dragon Flame Fireball's explosion. They saw the dragon-scaled warrior crush the Dragon Flame Fireball with its claw, their beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of graveness. Level 3 Dragon Flame Fireball, even if they were strong, they still wouldn't dare to use their bodies to resist, they could only use level 3 spells to offset or defend. Chapter 93. Another dragon-scaled mechanical warrior directly flew over to Anusha's back, ferociously pierced through Anusha's protective force field, kicked her body, and directly blasted her to the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Fuck, you golems, you've angered me. Anusha's figure shook and she at once flew up, her eyes surged with a terrifying fury and an incomparably formidable life force was released from her body. Once the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock was fully released, apart from official warlocks, everyone in the reception hall felt a burst of pressure and even a feeling of suffocation. Carol creased her eyebrows and said coldly, "Enough. Anusha, If you continue to be so impudent, I'll make my move. Angelica gave a slight smile and also walked over. Anusha, don't make a fuss. Otherwise, I can only make my move against you. Yang Feng waved his hand and the two dragon-scaled mechanical warriors also swept over and returned in front of him, coldly staring at Anusha. Streams of powerful level 3 warlock rank spirit force swept over and locked onto Anusha. The advancement of Blood Meridian warlocks was by far much easier than that of orthodox warlocks. The number of level 3 warlocks in Black Dragon Empire could be said to be the highest among the 6 great forces. Anusha's complexion changed several times. She finally restrained her aura and casually flicked her hand. A radiance shrouded her body. After the radiance disappeared, she changed into an evening dress and said with a merry smile, "Rex, little brother, all right, I admit that you have the qualifications to speak with us as equals." Anusha's eyes turned and locked onto that dragon-scaled mechanical warrior. Her eyes flashed with a scorching glint. "That's right, I really like that alchemical golem of yours. How about selling one to your elder sister?" Anusha had personally experienced the might of that dragon-scaled mechanical warrior. If it was a one-on-one, she had the confidence to tear that dragon-scaled mechanical warrior to shreds, but if it was a one-on-two, then the outcome would be hard to predict. Such a formidable mechanical golem made her salivate. Carol, Angelica, as well as all the members in the reception hall, their gazes fell on that dragon-scaled mechanical warrior, their eyes brimming with envy and greed. Such a dragon-scaled mechanical warrior could serve as the foundation of a warlock family. It could be passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even a level 3 warlock with such a dragon-scaled mechanical warrior could greatly enhance their battle prowess and survivability. "I'm not selling this alchemical golem." Yang Feng shook his head slightly. The dragon-scaled mech warrior was a special biomechanical combat unit created from the scales of the ancient black dragon Vedania. After manufacturing the mechanical black dragon, Yang Feng only had 5 of them. Naturally, he would not easily attack such a powerful combat unit. The radiance in Anusha's eyes dimmed slightly, then she stared at Yang Feng. A touch of a dangerous radiance flashed past the abyss of her eyes. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a smile, "However, I can bet on it. Doesn't our Black Dragon Empire have a followers' gambling arena? If you, Anusha, can take out an item of equal value, we can carry out a gambling fight between 20 followers. This alchemy puppet was worth 50 million magic stones. You can use gold, ores, second and third tier spell matrices, scrolls, puppets, and other items of equal value to bet with me. If you win, this puppet will be yours." "All right." Anusha pondered for a moment, then gave a sweet smile. She flipped her lily-white hand and a delicate crystal box appeared in her lily-white hand. The crystal box automatically opened, revealing a magic core engraved with mysterious magic patterns, approximately the size of an egg. Anusha said with a sweet smile, "A magic core comparable to a great warlock rank extraordinary life-form Sphinx direwolf with battle prowess, plus 15 iron ore veins with reserves of at least 30,000 tons, a barondom, this should be enough, right?" The magic cores of great warlock rank extraordinary lifeforms were extremely valuable, but their value couldn't compare to that of a level 3 battle golem. After all, in Turandot subcontinent, there were still a lot of great warlock rank extraordinary lifeforms. Moreover, every year, there would be some magic cores of extraordinary life forms flowing over from the main continent. But that level 3 warlock rank battle golem was different. It had formidable battle prowess. It could become the heritage of a warlock family. It could also become the trump card of a level 3 warlock. Apart from some formidable warlock alchemists, there was basically no one capable of refining level 3 warlock rank battle golems. In Turandot subcontinent, Grandmaster alchemists with the highest level of alchemy could only refine level 2 warlock rank battle golems. Great warlocks could actually refine level 3 warlock rank avatars, but to refine those level 3 warlock rank battle golems, they would need to spend at least 70 million magic stones, or even more. Yang Feng said with a smile, "It's enough." Although the value of the items offered by Anusha couldn't compare to Yang Feng's dragon-scaled mechanical warrior, but Yang Feng was very interested in that Sphinx direwolf's magic core. Only then did he not haggle over the price difference. A handsome young man with a head full of short golden hair, a tall and sturdy figure, an elegant bearing, and an overbearing aura exuding from between his eyebrows smiled as he walked up to Yang Feng's side. Rex, I'm also very interested in your other alchemical golem, let me join this wager. Rains cast a secret method and directly transmitted his voice. This is my second brother Johann, he has the cultivation base of a pinnacle level 2 warlock, he's also one of my greatest opponents in becoming the Emperor of Black Dragon Empire. You have to be careful. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, as long as you can come up with enough magic stones, then there won't be any problems. Johann said with a slight smile, I think that a marquisdom passed down from generation to generation with a population of 5 million people should be worth no less than 50 million magic stone. A marquisdom's territory was basically the size of 3 earldoms, it covered an area of approximately 1,500 square kilometers. It was equivalent to 3/10 of Steel City's area. Moreover, a marquisdom had a population of 5 million people, it was definitely an extremely wealthy marquisdom. If one was good at management, then every year the lord would be able to obtain more than 10,000 magic stones in various supplies from the territory. The reason why Steel City could only obtain 3,000 magic stones per year was because all of the ore veins in its territory had been completely digested by Steel City. Moreover, Yang Feng didn't carry out any operations within his sphere of influence, the 3,000 magic stones were merely the taxes obtained from taxes. Of course, the reason why the income was so low was also because the population within Steel City's sphere of influence had fled in large numbers, and the surrounding forces had imposed an economic blockade on it. Within their fiefs, aristocrats were equivalent to local tyrants, dictating the fates of 5 million people within their fiefs. Moreover, all of the ore veins within the fiefs belonged to the lord. Therefore, the value of the marquisdom that Johann took out for the wager was definitely not less than 50 million magic stones. Chapter 94. Yang Feng said with a smile, indeed, a marquisdom that can be passed down from generation to generation is worth no less than 50 million magic stones. Johann said towards Rains with a smile, Rains, my dear younger brother. How about we also take this opportunity to make a bet? Rains' eyebrows creased slightly, revealing a trace of awkwardness. Anusha's family, the Benivia family, was a warlock noble family of Black Dragon Empire, with a heritage of more than 2,000 years. Although Anusha looked like a 25 or 26-year-old beautiful woman, but in fact, her age was already more than 500 years old. Although she was unable to break through and promote to a great warlock, but her strength was very few among level 3 warlocks. Her family's influence was even more formidable. The number of followers was in the thousands, there were even level 3 warlocks who were her subjects. Anusha, Carol and Angelica, these 3 women were the most outstanding geniuses of Black Dragon Empire's younger generation. If it wasn't for Black Dragon Empire's imperial throne being controlled by Antony, then they would definitely be the most powerful contenders for the imperial throne. In the battle between Anusha and Yang Feng's followers, no matter how one looked at it, Yang Feng had no chance of winning. Yang Feng transmitted his voice, agree, use the elixirs I'll give you to make a bet. Win or lose, it's all on me. If you lose, then I'll give you another batch of the same elixirs. Rains gave a slight smile, provoking Johann. Johann, I'll make a bet with you. I'll use 10,000 blue mirage, 10,000 mermaid tears and 10,000 dragon blood to make a bet with you. My dear elder brother, can you come up with that much money? Of course, as your younger brother, I can make some small concessions. You can use magic stones, gold coins, iron ore veins, food, rare magic metals and warlock knowledge as payment. Johann's pupils constricted slightly, the smile on his face also faded slightly, his eyebrows creased, he pondered for a moment and then said with a light smile, My dear younger brother, it seems like you've cultivated a group of pharmacists with good abilities. All right, I'll make a bet with you. If the payment isn't limited to magic stones, then I can still come up with that bit of money. Johann, as one of the successors to the Black Dragon Empire's imperial throne, not only did he possess great wealth, his mother's clan also possessed great influence. Furthermore, there was also a large group of warlock clans within Black Dragon Empire that attached themselves to him. That huge sum, if the means of payment weren't limited, then he could still come up with it. Angelica smiled flirtatiously and said, Interesting, let me join too. Rake, I bet on Anusha. If she wins, you will help me give birth to 10 children. Until I give birth to 10 children, you are my property. If you win, I'll help you give birth to 10 children. How about that? Yang Feng shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Sorry, this bet is too insincere. I can't accept it." Carol said coldly, "Angelica, I'll bet with you. I'm betting on Rex. If I lose, I'll give you my level 1 to level 3 spell models. If I win, you'll have to give me all the spell models you've mastered." Spell models were very valuable. Currently, Warlock College Antalia's highest-ranked spell model was also a level 1 spell model. Even a level 1 spell model would cost 8,000 magic stones. There wasn't even a single tier 2 spell model. Eunice had more than 10 level 2 spell models in her hands, and not a single level 3 spell model. That was because she still hadn't practiced cultivation until the realm of a level 2 warlock. Her clan naturally wouldn't provide her with level 3 spell models. Rains also only had level 2 spell models in his hands, and not a single level 3 spell model. A complete level 3 spell model in a warlock's large-scale auction could definitely be auctioned for more than 1 million magic stones. As a Blood Meridian warlock, Yang Feng would obtain an innate spell every time he promoted to a warlock's rank. For example, Black Dragon Scales was an innate spell that he automatically obtained. After he promoted to a level 3 warlock, he would also automatically obtain a level 3 innate spell. But if he relied solely on an innate spell, then his means of dealing with the enemy would be too weak, and he basically wouldn't be able to become the strongest expert of the same rank. The reason why warlocks could become the strongest experts of the same rank was because they had a lot of spells and a lot of means of dealing with the enemy. To deal with different enemies, one would have different trump cards. Carol and Angelica's bet on the level 1 to level 3 spell models that they had grasped was also a huge gamble. Angelica's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar murderous aura. She said with a sweet smile, "Carol, since you're so confident in Rex, then I'll bet with you." The 5 people stood in the center of the banquet. A strange atmosphere pervaded the air. The surrounding people basically didn't dare to approach them. "His Majesty Solomon has arrived." Along with a resonant voice, a tall and sturdy, handsome young man dressed in a complicated and gorgeous imperial gown, with a formidable aura, under the protection of 4 young guards, directly stepped into the main hall. The young man, who appeared to be only 23 or 24 years old, was extraordinarily handsome and brimming with dignity, was Black Dragon Empire's Emperor Solomon. The lifespan of Blood Meridian warlocks by far exceeded that of Orthodox warlocks. Moreover, Blood Meridian warlocks generally looked relatively young. Black Dragon's Blood Meridians were top-notch Blood Meridians, therefore, even though Solomon was several hundred years old, he still looked to be only 23 or 24 years old. "We've seen your Majesty." Everyone slightly bowed towards Solomon in salute. In Turandot subcontinent, the status of warlocks was extremely high. Even when facing the emperor, they only needed to slightly bow in salute. Only those who believed in gods or powerful beings from other planes would kneel in salute, grovel in salute and such other manners to express their humbleness. Solomon came over, his eyes as sharp as a blade, sized up Yang Feng and said in a deep voice, "Your Rex." Yang Feng slightly bowed in salute. "We've seen your Majesty." Solomon suddenly said with a smile, "I've just arrived and heard about your wager. Very interesting. Let me be the witness of your wager. 5 days later, I'll open the royal gambling arena for you to wager. You should properly prepare for it. The wager will be a death match between 20 followers below level 3 warlock. How about it?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "No problem." Anusha also said with a sweet smile, "No problem." Level 3 warlocks were extremely important battle prowess and wealth for every force. Therefore, only level 2 warlock rank experts would be allowed to fight in a follower's wager. If it was a small principality like Fernandro Principality, if a level 2 warlock died, then the entire warlock clan's sky would practically collapse. Black Dragon Empire was the stronghold of Blood Meridian warlocks. The number of level 2 warlocks far exceeded that of the other 6 great forces. Even if 40 level 2 warlocks died, it still wouldn't affect Black Dragon Empire's vitality. This was the foundation of Turandot subcontinent's number 1 empire. Chapter 95. After the banquet was over, a pretty young lady arrived before Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Rex Daran, my master Carol Daran invites you to come over." "All right." Yang Feng pondered for a moment, then followed behind the young lady. In a luxurious and exquisite room, ambergris incense, a precious incense capable of promoting a warlock's spirit force, was lit. Carol was neatly sitting on a sofa, her pretty face was ice-cold, her whole body exuding the aura of an ice queen. Carol said coldly, "Anusha and Johan have a lot of followers, they're very strong. I can lend you 20 level 2 warlock rank followers." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Can you lend each other followers in such a gamble?" Carol said coldly, "As long as we win, any means can be used." The three of them will definitely join hands and pick the 20 strongest level 2 warlocks. With 20 first-rate level 2 warlocks joining hands, they can even contend against level 3 warlocks and even kill them. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm very grateful for your good intentions. However, I have the confidence to defeat them." Carol stared at Yang Feng for a moment, then clapped her hands. 10 beautiful maids exuding the formidable fluctuations of power of level 1 warlocks immediately walked in. Each maid was holding a thick stack of books in their hands. Carol said coldly, "These are the experience notes for promoting level 1 warlocks to level 2 warlocks, I'll give them to you. What materials do you need for cultivation? Make a list and give it to me." The experience notes for promoting level 1 warlocks to level 2 warlocks, each one was incomparably precious. Black Cottage also had the experience notes for promoting level 1 warlocks to level 2 warlocks. That note was Black Cottage's Master Borny's most precious treasure. Apart from him, none of his students were qualified to read it. Yang Feng felt somewhat odd. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Carol, could it be that you've fallen in love with me at first sight?" Although Carol's temperament was ice-cold, but she was indeed a rare iceberg beauty. Even among the beauties of Black Dragon Blood Meridian warlocks, she was still among the top. In tonight's banquet, there wasn't a single beauty that could compare to her in terms of appearance and temperament. Anusha and Angelica were also somewhat inferior to her. If such an iceberg beauty fell in love with Yang Feng at first sight, then it would greatly satisfy his little vanity. Carol thought for a moment, then seriously attacked Yang Feng. "I just don't hate him." Carol said seriously, "As the head of the Grimt clan, I enjoy the support of the clan's resources. At the same time, I also have to fulfill the duty given to me by my family and give birth to a pure-blooded descendant. This was a duty that every member of a Blood Meridian warlock family had to fulfill. You have a top-grade Black Dragon bloodline, and I don't find you annoying, so you have the right to be my man. You can marry into the Grimt family and become the father of my child. I'm still a virgin, so if you have misophobia, there's no problem at all." Yang Feng shook his head slightly and said solemnly, "I don't want to marry into the Grimt family. I want you to marry me and become my woman." Carol's eyebrows creased slightly as she said, "Unless you're able to promote to a great warlock, otherwise, there's absolutely no possibility." Yang Feng said firmly, "Then I'll promote to a great warlock." It's not that easy to promote to a great warlock. If promoting from an apprentice warlock to a warlock is to surpass the limits of humans, then it's to take a step in the direction of extraordinary life forms. To promote from a level 3 warlock to a great warlock is to take a step in the direction of gods, ancient fiends, formidable ancient beings and other mighty beings. Great warlock rank experts are known as legend rank experts in many other planes. They're known as legends in many other planes. They're peerless experts who left their names in history. Our Black Dragon Pagoda has several thousand years of inheritance, but as far as I know, there are only 7 great warlock rank experts. I, Anusha and Angelica have already been stuck in the realm of pinnacle level 3 warlocks for 200 years. As far as I know, there are already more than 400 level 3 warlocks in Black Dragon Pagoda that have been stuck in this realm. Carol analyzed calmly. The warlock's path was getting more and more difficult. Promoting from an apprentice warlock to a warlock was a huge hurdle. And promoting from a level 3 warlock to a great warlock was even more incomparably difficult. It was like a natural moat. Even though Blood Meridian warlocks had greater advantages than orthodox warlocks, but to promote to a great warlock rank expert was still extremely difficult. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Even if it's more difficult, I'll also become a great warlock. After all, my goal is to obtain eternal life." Carol sighed faintly, "Eternal life. This is the ultimate goal that all of us warlocks pursue. Unfortunately, even if it was the 8 great warlock emperors, such astonishing and unparalleled figures, they still fell in the long river of time. The path to eternal life might not even exist. In the world of warlocks, each and every one of the 8 great warlock emperors were astonishing and unparalleled, formidable existences that suppressed countless planes. But the 8 great warlock emperors also fell in the long river of time. The warlock dynasties that they founded also collapsed one by one. The 8 great warlock emperors were publicly recognized as the most formidable existences in the world of warlocks. They were also the existences that walked the furthest on the warlock path. With their terrifying strength and endless knowledge, they still couldn't resist the erosion of time, and fell in the long river of time. Now that the 8th warlock dynasty had collapsed, the glory of warlocks was no more. Wanting to obtain eternal life was nothing more than a pipe dream. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and didn't refute. Eternal life was only his ultimate goal. He also knew that this path wasn't that easy to tread. Yang Feng said, "These experience notes are very important to me. I hope that I can pay magic stones or equivalent elixirs in exchange for them. At the same time, I also hope that I can use magic stones and equivalent elixirs in exchange for some level 2 spell models and level 3 spell models, as well as all kinds of knowledge that warlocks need to practice cultivation." Carol said, "I can give them to you." Yang Feng said earnestly, "I hope to carry out the transaction through equivalent exchange. Because I don't want to take advantage of my good friend." Carol gave Yang Feng a somewhat strange look and said, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Carol snapped her fingers. "Mana, yes." A sexy beauty dressed in maid attire, with long brown hair and the cultivation base of a level 1 warlock, stepped forward and said with a smile, "These are experience notes for level 1 warlocks promoting to level 2 warlocks. The auction price is 200,000 magic stones per copy. There are 100 copies here. The price is 20 million magic stones. A level 2 spell model, 800,000 magic stones. A level 3 spell model, 4 million magic stones." Yang Feng coughed lightly and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Cough, can I buy on credit? I'll pay after the wager. I really don't have that many magic stones now." The corners of Carol's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a charming smile. Chapter 96. Black Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace, within a study. Solomon was sitting upright on a golden chair, holding a book in his hand, casually flipping through it. Suddenly, Solomon said lightly, "Jim, have you investigated Rex's identity?" In a corner, the space slightly distorted, a middle-aged man dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, with a somewhat ugly appearance and a gloomy temperament, exuding the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock rank, appeared unhurriedly, before saying respectfully towards Solomon, "Your Majesty, the investigation has been carried out. Rex is a freedman of Black Dragon Empire's Moke City. After obtaining the inheritance of a rogue warlock by a fluke, he settled down in the obscure mountain range. After coming out of the obscure mountain range, he promoted to a level 1 warlock, possessing the Black Dragon's blood meridians." Solomon said indifferently, "Is the information reliable?" Jim said, "Reliable. You may withdraw." "Yes, Your Majesty." Jim's body immediately disintegrated into countless black mists, before disappearing from within the study. Time elapsed, 5 days passed in a blink. Black Dragon Empire's Royal Grand Arena was a huge arena that could accommodate 100,000 people. The huge Royal Grand Arena was usually used to carry out real-life and death betting matches. Ferocious beasts captured from all over, as well as some extraordinary life forms comparable to official warlocks, would be thrown into the Royal Grand Arena to fight with humans. The aristocrats of Black Dragon Empire would watch the bloody fights, while carrying out the betting matches. Every year, the huge Royal Colosseum brought the Black Dragon Empire a huge income. This is Black Dragon Empire's Royal Grand Arena, so imposing. As soon as Yang Feng entered Black Dragon Empire's Royal Grand Arena, he was fiercely shocked by the majestic arena. At this moment, the incomparably majestic arena was already filled with aristocrats belonging to Black Dragon Empire from all over the world. Black Dragon Empire's geographical area was 3 times that of Earth's China. It had gone through several millennia of inheritance. The number of aristocrats in Black Dragon Empire was astonishingly huge. The streets of the imperial capital were filled with aristocrats. A brick could be thrown and one could hit several aristocrats. At one end of the incomparably majestic Black Dragon Empire's Royal Grand Arena, there was a suspended dais built. On the suspended dais sat the ministers of Black Dragon Empire's major departments as well as aristocrats with Black Dragon's blood meridians. As an aristocratic warlock with Black Dragon blood meridian, Yang Feng followed the aristocratic warlocks with Black Dragon blood meridian to sit on the most distinguished dais, overlooking the many aristocrats below. Below Yang Feng and the other aristocratic warlocks with Black Dragon's blood meridians, there were aristocratic warlocks with Black Dragon Serpent's blood meridians, Black Dragon Lizard's blood meridians, and other affiliated Black Dragon's blood meridians. Led by a maid, Yang Feng arrived at the suspended dais. At a glance, he saw Carol, Anusha, and Angelica sitting among the 36 seats, second only to the Emperor. In the Black Dragon Empire, apart from the Black Dragon Tower's Tower Master Antony's bloodline, there were also 36 powerful Black Dragon bloodline clans. Among the 36 Black Dragon blood meridian families, experts were as common as clouds and experts were as common as rain. Among them, level 3 warlocks weren't a small number, and there were even 3 Black Dragon blood meridian families that had once given birth to great warlock rank experts. They were the pillars of the Black Dragon Empire. Below the 36 seats were the seats belonging to the Black Dragon Empire's Grand Princes, Ministers, and Princes. Black Dragon Empire and Warlock College Antalya were different. The ministers of Black Dragon Empire's various departments were all official warlocks. Warlocks firmly controlled everything in the secular world. The entire Black Dragon Empire was under the control of warlocks. Warlock College Antalya's secular world was mostly managed by mortals. Warlocks were aloof, they carried out all kinds of research, sought the truth, and pursued the warlock path. Yang Feng's seat was a notch lower, it belonged to the bottommost part of the suspended dais. After Rains saw Yang Feng, he promptly greeted, "Rex, come sit next to me." An imperial princess originally sitting next to Rains immediately got up, threw Yang Feng a coquettish glance, then went down and sat in Yang Feng's seat. Yang Feng also calmly sat next to Rains. As soon as Yang Feng sat down, he felt a malicious gaze. He turned around and saw that Johann was looking in his direction. On the suspended dais filled with dignitaries and ministers, Johann didn't do anything unwise, he only slightly revealed a gentlemanly smile towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng also responded with a hypocritical smile. His Majesty Solomon has arrived. Under the protection of 6 experts emitting fluctuations of level 3 warlock rank life force, Solomon slowly stepped onto the suspended dais. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone in the Royal Grand Arena stood up and slightly bowed towards Solomon in salute. Solomon gave a slight smile, then went to the golden throne at the top of the suspended dais and sat down, saying lightly, "Sit down." Salaman did not speak very loudly, but his voice seemed to ring in everyone's ears. Everyone in the Royal Grand Arena then sat down. Solomon said lightly, "Begin the notarization." Carol waved her hand, and a maid came forward with a stack of documents that had been prepared long ago. Everyone involved in the bet sent people to take out the prepared documents and all kinds of treasures to publicly carry out the notarization. In fact, those documents and treasures had already been notarized beforehand, this time was only a formality in front of Solomon. After quickly carrying out the notarization, the notaries quickly retreated. Solomon said lightly, "Begin." In the Black Dragon Royal Grand Arena, 2 doors opened on both sides. 2 follower squads of 20 people respectively belonging to Anusha and Yang Feng came out from the 2 doors one by one. A presenter walked to the center of the Black Dragon Royal Grand Arena and said in high spirits, "Today, the 2 squads standing here are respectively the followers of Duke Anusha and Earl Rex. They will carry out a life and death duel on the Dragon Battle Isle. This is a huge wager with a value of more than 100 million magic stones. This wager is definitely the most brilliant wager in the last 10 years. Here, we, the Royal Grand Arena, have also opened a betting area for this exciting battle. The odds for Duke Anusha's team to win are 1, 1, 1. The odds for Earl Rex's team to win are 1, 1, 3. The odds for Earl Rex's team to be completely annihilated and all members of Duke Anusha's team to survive are 1, 4. The odds for Earl Rex's team to be completely annihilated and all members of Duke Anusha's team to survive are 1, 3. The odds for Earl Rex's team to be completely annihilated and all members of Duke Anusha's team to survive are 1, 2. The odds for Duke Anusha's team to be completely annihilated and all members of Earl Rex's team to survive are 120. The odds for Duke Anusha's team to be completely annihilated and all members of Earl Rex's team to survive are 110. The odds for Duke Anusha's team to be completely annihilated and all members of Earl Rex's team to survive are 1, 4. In that case, ladies and gentlemen, pick up the betting devices in your hands and start placing your bet. Let us enjoy a crazy, wonderful, a rare joy of a wager fight. Chapter 97. The atmosphere of the entire Black Dragon Royal Grand Arena was stirred up by the presenter's words. Waves of spiritual energy unscrupulously scanned the two teams of followers below. Among the 100,000 aristocrats in the Black Dragon Grand Arena, nearly 10,000 of them possessed the cultivation base of an official warlock. This was the foundation of Turandot Subcontinent's number 1 empire, the Black Dragon Empire. The presenter casually cast a spell, rays of light flickered in the center of the Royal Grand Arena and directly condensed into a light screen. The light screen displayed the amount of bets placed on the various bets. Among them, the bets for Anusha's team's victory were the highest, surpassing 60 million magic stones. Next was the total annihilation of Rex's team. The amount of bets followed closely behind. The bets for Rex's team's victory were few and far between. It was obvious that no one was optimistic about Rex's team. Anusha was one of the Black Dragon Empire's 36 great Black Dragon Blood Meridian family's patriarchs. She was a powerful existence of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. Coupled with her family's incomparably huge influence, she could casually pick out countless experts from within her family. Black Dragon Empire's aristocrats weren't fools, they naturally wouldn't waste magic stones to bet on a newcomer like Rex. Yang Feng looked at the huge odds and was somewhat envious. What a pity, if I had enough magic stones, then I would be able to make a good profit. After the increase in the bets became very slow, only then did the venue's presenter said with a slight smile, "All right, the bets are now over. This life and death gambling battle that is rarely seen in 10 years, officially begins." Finished speaking, the presenter silently recited an incantation and casually pointed. A magnificent light flickered in the center of the Royal Grand Arena, shrouding the 40 followers in the venue. A huge door appeared in the center of the Royal Grand Arena. The huge door opened and turned into a huge black hole, directly swallowing the 40 followers. A huge light screen suddenly formed in the center of the Royal Grand Arena, and the entire picture of an island was displayed on the huge light screen. "Put this on. I'm sure there'll be a pleasant surprise." Rains gave Yang Feng a mysterious smile and handed him a pair of crystal glasses. Yang Feng Yi put on the pair of crystal glasses and looked at the huge screen. He saw that the huge light screen was very strangely divided into 41 screens. The centermost screen displayed the panoramic view of the Dragon Battle Island. The other 40 screens showed the locations of the 40 soldiers. Yang Feng's mind moved, the screen continuously changed, before quickly changing to the screen of the warrior he wanted to chase and zooming in before his eyes. High-tech. Truly high-end. Yang Feng's heart shook, and he gained a deeper understanding of the warlock civilization. In Turandot Subcontinent, many places were as poor and backward as medieval Europe. However, the worlds where the warlocks at the top of the world resided were extremely prosperous. They weren't the slightest bit inferior to modern Earth, and in some areas, they even surpassed Earth's level by far. Dragon Battle Island was a long and narrow island with a circumference of about 300 kilometers. It was almost the size of a viscount's territory. The Dragon Battle Island was densely forested and the terrain was complex. It was the best place for actual combat. Every year on the Dragon Battle Island, there would be more than a dozen extremely bloody fights between warlocks and followers. Those fights were also the most exciting and the most splendid matches. Once Anusha's group appeared on the Dragon Battle Island, a warlock silently recited an incantation. The magic staff in his hand suddenly blossomed with green radiance and enveloped his teammates. Under the illumination of the green magic radiance, the entire group of followers directly changed into grotesque trees. From the big screen, it seemed as if the members of Anusha's group had disappeared into the jungle. Only by adjusting the special glasses into a special field of view, could one see the true faces of the members of Anusha's group. From time to time, those grotesque trees blossomed with magical radiances, casting one spell after another on themselves. The presenter said with extreme passion, "That's the level 1 spell plant illusion, divination disruption, spirit scan shielding, brute force, light spirit, detection spell disruption. Heavens, a total of 21 spells. So outstanding. This is Anusha's group. A perfect pre-battle spell blessing. Let us cheer for the perfect performance of the followers of Anusha's group. Kill him. Tear the trashes of Rex's group to shred. I bet on you to win, exterminate them for me." Above the Black Dragon Empire's royal grand arena, countless aristocrats issued crazy roars. The sound waves formed by those terrifying roars seemed as if they wanted to overturn the royal grand arena. Practically 95% of the Black Dragon Empire's aristocrats supported Anusha, because they had placed heavy bets on Anusha's group. After Anusha's group finished releasing the blessing spell, the figure of a tall and sturdy man with an ugly appearance suddenly distorted, transforming into a level 2 extraordinary life-form steel-feathered demonic eagle. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, flying high into the sky. The presenter said somewhat exaggeratedly, "That's the level 2 spell extraordinary life-form morphing. He's a druid. Heavens, this warrior of Anusha's group is a rare druid. This is a very rare cultivation method, although it can't compare to us warlocks, but it has its own unique insight in the aspect of extraordinary life-form morphing. 500 years ago, after the last druid sect was exterminated by Savage Claw, traces of druids have rarely been seen in our continent. Duchess Anusha was actually able to recruit a druid to work for her. Let us cheer for her charisma. Duchess Anusha, you're the best, go to hell Rex." Bursts of cheers once again erupted in the royal grand arena. Anusha was a top beauty, moreover, she was a powerful existence of a pinnacle level 3 warlock, one of the Black Dragon Empire's 36 great families' patriarchs. Her popularity wasn't something that a nobody like Yang Feng could compare to. In Turandot subcontinent, there were also a few inheritances of wizards, arcanists, druids, priests, and so on. However, in this world dominated by warlocks, once the inheritances of those different planes appeared, without anyone's protection, they could only be annihilated, and then all the knowledge would be plundered by the warlocks and integrated into their own system. Druids, wizards, arcanists, these existences basically didn't dare to carelessly expose their whereabouts. Once exposed, then they would be directly captured by warlocks, plundered of everything and then carried out human experiments. For Anusha to be able to recruit a druid to work for her was already very remarkable. Chapter 98. On the other side, as soon as Yang Feng's group's followers entered the Dragon Battle Isle, the 10 level 2 warlock rank reinforcements cast one spell after another, directly blessing all the members of the group. The other 10 were great knights with control chips implanted in them by Yang Feng. The 10 great knights were purchased by Eunice through the slave market. In Turandot subcontinent, apart from the relative stability of the 6 great warlock groups, the rest of the areas were similarly in constant disputes. The old and new warlock groups were also fighting ceaselessly for their own benefits. The 10 great knights were the slaves from the defeated forces. The 10 great knights pressed the dimensional crests they wore on their chests. Tanks, self-propelled artillery and anti-aircraft artillery continuously flew out from the dimensional crests and landed on the ground. The Grand Arena's presenter used exaggerated body language to express his astonishment. Magic artillery? Magic chariots? The warriors of Rex's group gave us a huge surprise. They took out a lot of war weapons that I've never seen before. This made my explanation a lot more difficult. However, I think that we'll soon be able to see the use of these war weapons. What are those? What are those things? New alchemical products? On the suspended dais, the eyes of the Black Dragon Empire's top bigwigs also revealed traces of curiosity. They had only seen magic artillery. As for tanks, self-propelled artillery, anti-aircraft artillery and other war weapons, they had never seen them before. Anusha saw the tanks, self-propelled artillery and anti-aircraft artillery. A trace of an ominous premonition welled up within her. Angelica's eyebrows also creased slightly. this had already somewhat exceeded her calculations. This made her somewhat uneasy. Johann also creased his eyebrows tightly, his hands were intertwined, his gaze shifted and fell on Yang Feng. Carol was somewhat curious as she looked at those modern war weapons. Interesting. The corners of Solomon's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile in the depths of his eyes. Solomon was the emperor of the Black Dragon Empire, he held great power. In Turandot subcontinent, apart from the domain of great warlocks, there was practically nothing that he hadn't seen. The tanks, self-propelled artillery, anti-aircraft artillery and other Earth's war weapons, in his eyes, were nothing more than some rather interesting gadgets. As soon as the weapons flew out of the dimensional badges of the 10 Grand Knights, they automatically moved and formed one formation after another. Anusha's group's great druid turned into an steel-feathered demonic eagle and flew into the sky, relying on the steel-feathered demonic eagle's super long-range vision as well as the steel-feathered demonic eagle's extraordinary innate ability to see through a variety of concealment and illusions. He searched around and very quickly locked onto the location of Yang Feng's group's members. Shortly after, the druid transformed into an steel-feathered demonic eagle faced upwards and issued a sharp and long cry. It flapped its wings and pitch-black feathers shrouded by wind force formed an arrowhead, pointing straight at Yang Feng's group. For an army of 40 mortals, it might take them a day or two to find the enemy. But for warlocks with strange means, it was very easy to find the enemy. They just needed to learn the corresponding spell to find the enemy. The great druid transformed into an steel-feathered demonic eagle. Even among level 2 warlocks, his ability to locate enemies was still a first-class existence. Fire. At this time, a great knight, who was cast with a super long-range spell, discovered the steel-feathered demonic eagle and ordered coldly. Within the anti-aircraft formation, the anti-aircraft cannons rumbled, countless flares rose and formed a rain of light, directly bombarding the steel-feathered demonic eagle in the sky. Not knowing what spell was attached to the crystal glasses, Yang Feng could clearly hear the rumbling sounds of the cannons, as if he was there. Under the bombardment of the countless cannons, the druid transformed into an steel-feathered demonic eagle flapped its wings and directly rose into the sky. Its speed also soared to the extreme, shuttling back and forth amidst the rain of light. The speed of the steel-feathered demonic eagle was extremely fast. Only 2 rounds of the anti-air cannons landed on its body, which then brushed past its feathers that were harder than steel and contained a powerful life force field. Thus, they were unable to harm its body. Yang Feng felt a slight shiver within. Amazing, truly worthy of being called an extraordinary life form. Truly too abnormal. The caliber of the anti-aircraft cannons was 37 mm. Such an anti-aircraft cannons could easily pierce through the thick steel plates of an assault helicopter. If a human was bombarded by an anti-aircraft cannons, then they would definitely be torn apart. If an elephant was directly hit by such an anti-aircraft cannons, then it would definitely be killed. The steel-feathered demonic eagle could easily block the anti-aircraft cannons. Its defensive power completely exceeded the strength of any known life form on Earth. However, the barrage formed by the cannons clearly had the ability to threaten the steel-feathered demonic eagle's life. The druid transformed into an steel-feathered demonic eagle only flew far away in the sky, not daring to approach the anti-aircraft formation. At this time, within the anti-aircraft formation, the missile launchers flickered with flares. Surface-to-air laser-guided missiles were directly fired, madly bombarding the steel-feathered demonic eagle in the sky. The druid transformed into an steel-feathered demonic eagle felt that things were far from good. It continuously spun in the sky, flew and made all kinds of outrageous movements, attempting to shake off the surface-to-air laser-guided missiles. But no matter how it flew, it was unable to shake off the lock-on of the surface-to-air laser-guided missiles. Boom, 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 boom. The surface-to-air laser-guided missiles bombarded the body of the steel-feathered devil eagle, exploding crazily. The steel-feathered demonic eagle's feathers scattered and blood splashed everywhere. The great druid in the form of an steel-winged demonic eagle forcibly blocked the bombardment of more than a dozen surface-to-air laser-guided missiles. In the end, its strength was exhausted, and it was directly blown into pieces by the missiles, turning into countless fragments that fell from the sky. So amazing. It can even get rid of the steel-feathered demonic eagle. So amazing. That's an extraordinary life form comparable to a level 2 warlock. The steel-feathered demonic eagle is a bird-type extraordinary life form. Its innate skill is steel feathers. The defensive strength of its feathers is even more tyrannical than that of steel. Moreover, as long as it wholeheartedly wants to escape while flying in the sky, then there aren't many level 2 warlocks that can kill it. The weapons of Rex's group are really too formidable. In the Royal Grand Colosseum, all the nobles were shocked by this scene, and they were all discussing it. Although the extraordinary life form steel-feathered demonic eagle wasn't a match for a level 2 warlock, but it was still one of the most difficult level 2 extraordinary life forms to kill. Even some level 3 warlocks didn't have any good means to kill such an extraordinary life form flying in the sky and possessing formidable resistance. Such an extraordinary life form was actually forcibly shot down by Rex's group. Those aristocrats of Black Dragon Empire didn't dare to believe it. Chapter 99. Salaman revealed a trace of a smile of interest. Interesting. Level 2 extraordinary life forms like the steel-feathered demonic eagle, in front of Salaman who possessed the terrifying power of a pinnacle level 3 warlock, it was only a pet-like existence. However, he was still somewhat surprised that the surface-to-air laser-guided missile could easily get rid of the steel-feathered demonic eagle. After all, Level 2 extraordinary life forms were already considered to be very formidable existences. Apart from some alchemy products of peak warlock alchemists, ordinary weapons of war were basically unable to pose a threat to Level 2 extraordinary life forms. It's just a fluke, as long as our people get close to them, then those weapons of war are all trash. Anusha's eyebrows creased at once, traces of an unknown premonition welled up within her, and she continuously comforted herself inside. Those tanks, self-propelled artillery, and other weapons of war would be reduced to scrap metal once warlocks got close to them. It was precisely because warlocks were so formidable that in this world of warlocks, weapons of war would seem to be somewhat in decline. Extremely strange eyeballs rose from above Yang Feng's group, peeping in all directions. Those extremely strange eyeballs were the level 1 spell Mage's Eyes. Through the Mage's Eyes, warlocks could clearly see the situation within a radius of more than a dozen li. The Mage's Eyes had an extremely long range, but it didn't have the ability to see through illusions. The experts in Anusha's group, under the effect of the plant transmogrification spell, quickly moved towards Yang Feng's group. Under the circumstances where the experts in Anusha's group weren't paying attention, the 2-meter-tall bear-like man who was walking at the forefront kicked an infrared ray. The self-propelled artillery, 155mm caliber heavy howitzers and multiple rocket launchers instantly adjusted their muzzles. Boom! 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 The terrifying shellfire in a split second completely engulfed the members of Anusha's group. The terrifying explosions plowed their location over and over again. Under the bombardment of the shellfire, the members of Anusha's group basically didn't have the space to dodge. They could only desperately cast spells to resist the bombardment of the shellfire. An enormous earth wall rose from the ground, and then directly crumbled under the bombardment of the shellfire. Protective force fields suddenly appeared, and then were smashed to pieces by the shockwaves from the explosions of the artillery shells. Huge extraordinary tree iron rattan trees suddenly rose from the ground. Countless rattans interweaved to form an iron rattan wall, blocking above Anusha's squad members. Not long after the iron rattan wall was formed, a dozen rockets bombarded the iron rattan tree and exploded, blasting it into pieces. "Charge with me! Charge over and tear them to shred!" The bear-like man roared furiously, his eyes shot with blood, his body swelled up by a size. With a huge secret treasure shield in hand, he roared wildly like a savage and stimulated the power of the secret treasure shield. A formidable defensive force field erupted from his body and forcibly blocked one artillery shell after another. At the same time, he rushed towards Yang Feng's team. Anusha's group's experts followed behind that bear-like man and galloped towards Yang Feng's group's location. Simultaneously, protective magic force fields continuously blessed that bear-like level 2 warlock. The bear-like level 2 warlock was only able to advance less than 200 meters amidst the earth-shattering shellfire before his protective force field completely collapsed. He was also directly hit by a cannonball and exploded into pieces. Once the level 2 warlock with the strongest defensive power was killed, the complexions of the experts in Anusha's group immediately changed greatly. 6 experts madly rushed towards Yang Feng's group's location, while the remaining 12 experts from Anusha's group cast spells and fled towards the rear. Boom! 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 Self-propelled artilleries, heavy howitzers, and rocket launchers formed a net of artillery fire that poured countless shellfire, plowing the area where the 6 Level 2 warlocks were located inside and outside. The 6 Level 2 warlocks who rushed forward barely lasted for less than 30 seconds before they were torn to shreds by the concentrated shellfire. The 12 powerhouses of Anusha's squad, who saw the opportunity early, escaped from the shell-covered position by relying on strange spells. After the 12 experts from Anusha's group escaped from the infrared sensor's range of detection, the practically earth-shattering shellfire at once completely stopped. Without sensing the target, randomly firing would only be a waste of shellfire. Amazing. Really amazing. These weapons of war are really terrifying. Too fierce. Really too fierce. All the aristocrats in the Black Dragon Empire's Royal Grand Arena inhaled a mouthful of cold air, their eyes brimming with shock. Many aristocrats' eyes brimmed with excitement. Black Dragon Empire had been peaceful for more than a millennium. Such a world-shaking battle was very rare. However, the majority of Blood Meridian warlocks had fierce and combative blood flowing within them. Even female warlocks were far more combative than ordinary people. Therefore, not only were these aristocrats not frightened by the battle, but they instead felt it to be very interesting and extremely excited. Even many female aristocrats were no exception. When Anusha, Johann, and Angelica saw this scene, their complexions at once became extremely unsightly. Rains heaved a long sigh of relief, his face revealing a trace of a smile. The corners of Carol's mouth rose slightly, a trace of a smile flashing past the depths of her beautiful eyes. On the Dragon Battle Isle, after the 12 experts from Anusha's group escaped from the shellfire's range, like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow, they hid here and there for a good while. After discovering that the earth-shattering shellfire didn't descend again, they heaved a slight sigh of relief, before converging in a secluded grove. A tall, handsome, and seemingly very capable man said with a gloomy face, "It seems like we have to use our final method. Vino, it's up to you." A slim middle-aged man silently nodded, silently recited an incantation. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized silver-white door at once blossomed with silvery light, rising in the wind and turning into a silver-white door up to 20 m tall and 6 m wide. There were 108 grooves on the silver-white door. The middle-aged man somewhat painfully fished out 36 superior magic stones as well as 72 intermediate magic stones and at once embedded them into the 108 grooves. Simultaneously, he silently recited an incantation and pointed at the silver-white door. A silvery magic radiance shot out from the middle-aged man's hand and fell on the silver-white door. The silver-white door immediately blossomed with incomparably resplendent silvery radiance. The space inside the door also distorted, setting off waves of ripples. Chapter 100. An up to 4 m tall, up to 100 m long level 2 extraordinary life-form giant fire rock centipede covered in a layer of flame-like red carapace quickly crawled out of the silver-white door. The silver-white door flashed with ripples. An up to 10 m tall level 2 extraordinary life-form 4-armed green jade mantis with 4 blade-like arms and a green body flew out. The silver-white door rippled continuously. One after another level 1 and level 2 extraordinary life forms continuously crawled out of the silver-white door. The presenter's eyes lit up and he said loudly, "Warlock Summoner. That's a Warlock Summoner. So amazing. Anusha's group is truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. There's even a Warlock Summoner. As long as Warlock Summoners are given enough time and resources, then they themselves are a terrifying army. However, Warlock Summoners require too many resources, their cultivation is too difficult and they're already very rare nowadays. Anusha's group actually still has a Warlock Summoner, that's simply too astonishing. Warlock Summoner. Haha, this time Rex's group is finished. Truly worthy of being Duchess Anusha, to even be able to recruit a Warlock Summoner. So wonderful, I can't wait to see Rex's group, to see the appearance of a large group of extraordinary life forms." Once the Warlock Summoner appeared, the atmosphere in the Black Dragon Empire's Royal Grand Arena at once became enthusiastic. All the aristocrats at once became excited, they were full of expectations for Anusha's group's victory. Warlock Summoners were also one of the many evolutionary paths of warlocks. They mainly focused on the law of summoning, Their main research direction was to summon formidable extraordinary life forms from other planes, as well as devils, fiends, and other such formidable existences to descend into this world and fight for them. Warlock summoners needed to consume a lot of precious materials to arrange a summoning array. Moreover, when summoning formidable existences from other planes, the slightest bit of carelessness would result in a backlash. Therefore, although warlock summoners were formidable, but they also slowly declined, very few people specialized in this path. Of course, the number of warlock summoners that researched summoning techniques was also not small, but they weren't genuine professional warlock summoners. Yang Feng suddenly stared at Anusha and said, "Duchess Anusha, the number of extraordinary life forms summoned by that summoner exceeded 20. It exceeded the limits of this fight." Anusha said with a charming smile, "That warlock summoner is indeed a level 2 warlock. A warlock summoner's skill lies in summoning techniques. The extraordinary life forms that he summons can naturally be counted as a part of his battle prowess. It's completely within the limits of this battle." John smiled proudly and said, "That's right, summoned creatures are part of the summoner's strength, and warlocks are such existences. Leica, don't tell me you don't even know this common sense." Angelica smiled sweetly and said, "It's no wonder. After all, Leica, you didn't have the system's knowledge before. Come to me, I will definitely systematically educate you and make you an outstanding warlock." Yang Feng smiled faintly, turned his head and put on his glasses. Without saying a word, he ordered coldly in his heart, "Start Plan B." On the Dragon Battle Isle, Great Knight rank experts touched the dimensional crests on their chests. Level 8 mechanical gunner troops equipped with all kinds of heavy firepower and Level 8 beast-type mechanical bladed troops equipped with 8 high-frequency oscillation blades appeared on the Dragon Battle Isle. Anusha saw those Level 8 primary battle robots and a trace of an ominous premonition welled up within her. Her pretty complexion changed and she said in a tender voice, "Leica, what's that?" So many golems already exceeded the limit of 20 people. Johann's complexion also at once became somewhat pale, unsightly to the extreme. His body also trembled slightly due to anger. He stared fixedly at Yang Feng, as if wanting to tear him to shreds. Angelica also stared fixedly at Yang Feng with an ice-cold gaze. Yang Feng smiled slightly, his eyes flashed with a whiff of ridicule as he said, "Duchess Anusha, summoned creatures are part of a warlock summoner's strength. Golems are naturally also part of a warlock alchemist's strength. Those golems are naturally the golems refined by warlock alchemists, they belong to my followers and are naturally also a part of my followers' strength, just like a variety of secret treasures, aren't they?" Anusha's pretty complexion changed, her eyes flashed with a whiff of gloominess, she snorted coldly and remained silent. In front of Solomon and the many ministers of the Black Dragon Empire, Anusha couldn't lose her poise. One after another, extraordinary life forms came out of the silver-colored summoning gate. A total of 36 level 2 extraordinary life forms and 72 level 1 extraordinary life forms came out. Anusha's group of warlocks quickly blessed the 108 extraordinary life forms with all kinds of buff spells. After the 108 extraordinary life forms received the buff spells, their strength suddenly increased by more than double. After the warlock summoner summoned the 108 extraordinary life forms in one breath, he quickly swallowed quite a few vials of elixirs and then pointed towards Yang Feng's group. Shortly after, the 108 extraordinary life forms with different racial abilities quickly rushed towards Yang Feng's group. Boom! 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 As soon as the extraordinary life forms came into contact with the infrared sensors in the forest, the artillery immediately fired, and countless artillery fire rained down on the extraordinary life forms. Under that dense shellfire, one after another, the extraordinary life forms were blasted to pieces. The warlock summoner sensed that his summoned extraordinary life forms were killed one by one. He had a splitting headache and spouted blood repeatedly. Those extraordinary life forms summoned by the warlock summoner all had a trace of a soul link with the warlock summoner. It didn't matter if one or two died, but if all of them were killed, then he would be crippled. Yang Feng watched as the warlock summoner's extraordinary life forms were smashed one by one under the shellfire. He said with a faint smile, "Really too weak. You don't even have the ability to force my followers' mechanical golem guards to act, really too weak." "Anusha, Johann and Angelica's complexions became even more unsightly when they heard that. Beautifully done. Blast them to pieces. Haha. Rex's group, beautifully done. I support you. Blast them to pieces. The majority of the aristocrats in the Royal Grand Arena had ashen complexions. They remained silent. The aristocrats who had casually bet on Rex's group's victory became excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. They shouted loudly. There's no other way. Now we can only start the final plan. In Anusha's group, a level 2 warlock covered in a layer of black armor said coldly. The warlock summoner's heart trembled slightly. He silently recited an incantation and then pointed towards the silver-white door. Strange ripples diffused from within the silver-white door. The extraordinary life forms summoned by the warlock summoner swiftly returned from the front and quickly gathered in front of the silver-white door. Chapter 101. The warlock summoner hesitated for a moment, his eyes flashed with a touch of a ruthless glint. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence and sprinkled it on the silver-white door. At the same time, he took out a blood-colored gem and directly threw it inside the silver-white door. Strange ripples were set off inside the silver-white door. The warlock summoner silently recited an incantation and pointed at the silver-white door. The silver-white door at once emitted silver rays of light and entered the bodies of the summoned extraordinary life forms. The heads of the extraordinary life forms that the warlock summoner had spent more than 100 years to collect were immediately blasted apart. Their vitality was extracted and entered the silver-white door. Shit. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly when he saw this scene. His mind moved and he ordered the great knights inside the dragon battle isle, immediately attack. A great knight pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. An enormous metal chest immediately flew out from the dimensional crest. 2 finger-sized cylindrical infrared life detectors were instantly ejected from the enormous metal chest and shot towards the location of Anusha's group. Once the infrared life detectors landed on the ground, infrared rays invisible to the naked eye immediately interweaved and formed a large infrared net, completely grasping the life fluctuations of all the large life forms within the net. Boom, 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 boom. The artillery troops quickly adjusted their muzzles. Countless artillery fires fell with extreme precision on the location of the silver-white door. As long as the silver-white door was destroyed, then the warlock summoner would be screwed. Withstand it. The complexion of the warlock summoner, shrouded in a layer of black armor, as if he was the captain of the group, changed greatly and roared loudly. Magic rays of light flashed. An enormous tortoise-shell ice shield suddenly appeared above the silver-white door. More than a dozen large-caliber artillery shells bombarded the tortoise-shell ice shield. The terrifying explosions directly smashed the tortoise-shell ice shield into pieces. The tortoise-shell ice shield had just been smashed when an enormous earth wall once again condensed and formed above the silver-white door. The enormous earth wall also didn't last more than 3 seconds before it was immediately smashed to pieces. One after another, defensive spells were quickly formed and then completely smashed under the fierce artillery fire. Under the desperate defense of Anusha's group of warlocks, they forcibly withstood the terrifying shellfire that blotted out the sky and displayed inhumanly terrifying defensive strength. Just then, a series of ripples appeared in the silver door, and a 10-meter-tall monster with 4 arms and a terrifying life force walked out. It seemed to be covered in a layer of bronze armor, and it had a ferocious appearance. When the host saw the monster walk out of the silver door, he immediately loudly explained, "This is an extraordinary creature, the 4-armed giant demon of the multi-armed giant demon race. An adult 4-armed giant demon has the terrifying power of a peak level 3 extraordinary creature. This was a rank 3 transcendent creature. This summoner was truly amazing to be able to summon such a ferocious creature. It seems that Anusha's team's victory is in sight." The multi-armed giant demon clan was one of the most powerful clans in the many planes. They weren't any weaker than the giant dragon clan. The battle prowess of that 4-armed giant demon might only be slightly inferior to that of a level 3 blood meridian warlock like Anusha with black dragon's blood meridians. Level 3 blood meridian warlocks with other blood meridians were practically not its match. Such an adult 4-armed giant demon could completely massacre a small state by itself. Tear them to shred. Tear everyone in Rex's group to shred. Go. Get rid of those good-for-nothings who only know how to use weapons of war. Tear them to shred. Tear them to shred. I've placed a heavy bet on you guys. Don't let me down, you good-for-nothings. Seeing the four-armed giant demon appear, the atmosphere within the royal grand arena once again boiled up. Countless aristocrats with bloodshot eyes roared madly and hooted. That four-armed giant demon had the terrifying power to reverse the battle situation. The complexions of Anusha, Johann, and Angelica at once became much better. Rain's complexion at once became extremely unsightly. Carol's eyebrows also creased slightly. Not long after that four-armed giant demon walked out of the silver-white door, a pitch-black as ink huge palm with sharp claws suddenly extended from the silver-white door, at once grabbing the four-armed giant demon's head and casually twisting it. As if squashing an egg, the four-armed giant demon's head was immediately squashed. A bloody maw full of sharp teeth and exuding a strong smell of blood extended from the silver-white door. It opened its maw and directly swallowed the four-armed giant demon into its belly. Seeing that bloody maw, the complexions of everyone within the Black Dragon Empire's royal grand arena changed greatly. They could all sense the endless evil aura coming from that bloody maw. Solomon, who had always been chuckling, finally restrained his smile, his eyes revealing a trace of graveness. When warlock summoners carry out a summoning from another plane, warlock summoners with insufficient strength would often summon some terrifying beings from another plane. Many of those terrifying beings from other planes were bloodthirsty by nature. Once they descend upon this world of warlocks, they would start a massacre within this world of warlocks, devouring the flesh and souls of all life forms. Some terrifying beings from other planes even possessed terrifying strength comparable to that of gods. If it was such a terrifying being, then no one in Turandot subcontinent would be the opponent of such a terrifying being. After that bloody maw devoured the four-armed giant demon, a head with 8 eyes and a malevolent maw on its forehead immediately squeezed towards the silver-white door, attempting to squeeze out of it. That terrifying being slightly bumped against the silver-white door. Immediately after, the silver-white door trembled, produced countless cracks, and was on the verge of collapse. Obviously, that silver-white door was unable to bear the energy consumption of that terrifying being to cross planes. The more powerful the being, the more energy they needed to consume to cross planes. Therefore, it was very difficult for those formidable beings to instantly descend to a world with their true bodies. That warlock summoner also directly spouted a big mouthful of blood, his complexion at once aged by a decade. That terrifying being's 8 eyes turned, it opened its maw and spat out a pitch-black gas at once, before falling on the ground and condensing into an up to 6 m tall freak with 8 eyes and a bloody maw on its forehead. Its entire body was pitch-black, as if covered in a layer of black carapace, its hands and legs were slender, and it had sharp claws. That freak was the projection of that terrifying being in this world. Chapter 102. After the 8-eyed terrifying existence left behind a projection and descended into this world, it opened its mouth and inhaled. Anusha's group of level 2 warlocks were sucked into its mouth one by one, as if they were ants, without the power to resist. That bloody maw closed, incomparably mournful blood-curdling screams were immediately transmitted from that terrifying existence's bloody maw. Simultaneously, several legs were continuously struggling and squirming outside that bloody maw. Level 2 warlocks already belonged to the category of extraordinary life forms. They had terrifying life force. But that terrifying life force also made them suffer even more before death. After that terrifying existence had swallowed all the members of Anusha's group apart from the warlock summoner, it then withdrew its body in satisfaction and disappeared inside that silver-white door. I am Mandragula, lowly humans, offer me powerful flesh and souls, or else I'll eat you. That 8-eyed terrifying existence's projection turned its head towards the sky. The 8 eyeballs twisted and turned, it said eerily. In a split second, the complexions of all the warlocks in the Black Dragon Imperial Grand Arena changed slightly. They could feel as if they were being fixedly stared at by that 8-eyed terrifying existence, just like a frog being stared at by a snake. Fear rose from the depths of their hearts. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He was full of dread towards that freak. To actually be able to trace this place through the power of magic, that freak is really too terrifying. That freak's main body that could trace this place through the power of magic was absolutely comparable to that of a god. The originally lively and vigorous presenter also had a pale complexion, His body shivered and his legs went soft. Boom, 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 boom. After all the warlocks in Anusha's group were swallowed by that eight-eyed freak, the defensive spells they had cast immediately collapsed. Shortly after, a dense hail of artillery fire engulfed that terrifying freak. Interesting, this world's weapons of war. Unfortunately, they're just some interesting toys, nothing more. It's impossible for them to injure me. Amidst the explosion, a cold and cruel laughter was transmitted. That strange cruel laughter crossed countless kilometers. Under the effect of a nether law, it reverberated in the ears of everyone in the Black Dragon Imperial Grand Arena. The cannonballs that were originally aimed at the silver-white door were deflected by a strange force, and landed hundreds of meters away from the silver-white door. The terrifying explosion instantly blasted the open space hundreds of meters away from the silver door into smithereens, leaving huge craters everywhere. In the center of the silver-white door, one could see the eight-eyed freak standing proudly and coldly looking at the sky. Its 8 eyes flickered with a peculiar radiance, and a terrifying life force comparable to that of a pinnacle level 3 warlock diffused from its body. Yang Feng stared at the eight-eyed freak and frowned. What a powerful freak. The application of power has completely surpassed the standard of a level 3 warlock. If they stood still, then even a great warlock rank expert would have their defenses broken by the endless shellfire, and then be blasted into pieces. However, as long as one was proficient in the application of various spells, they could create strange effects similar to the eight-eyed monsters. The trajectories of the artillery fire were directly distorted by the eight-eyed monster with a strange force, basically unable to hit it. It also didn't need to expend too much power to withstand the might of the artillery explosions. That's why it could so easily withstand the bombardment of the artillery fire. The level of its application of power wasn't something that an ordinary level 3 warlock could compare to. The projections of formidable beings from other planes were basically invincible in the same rank. It was extremely difficult to defeat them. The eight-eyed monster's 2 eyes emitted a strange radiance, distorting the trajectories of the various artillery shells. The remaining 6 eyes turned and at once locked onto the experts in Yang Feng's group within the Dragon Battle Isle. Delicious flesh and souls. Offer them all to me. Mandragor's 6 eyes swiveled, it gave a sinister smile, and extremely strange radiances shot out from its 6 eyes. The bodies of the 6 level 2 warlocks more than a dozen li away trembled, blood flowed out of their pores, and very strangely, copious amounts of blood spurted out of the 7 apertures on their heads. Along with transparent spirits, they turned into blood arrows and shot towards Mandragula in a flash. Within a short span of a few breaths, those 6 blood arrows, along with the souls of the 6 level 2 warlocks, flew into Mandragor's mouth, making it chew them in big mouthfuls. The bodies of the 6 level 2 warlocks trembled, they fell to the ground and turned into 6 corpses. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a slight chill in their hearts. On the Dragon Battle Isle, the complexions of Yang Feng's group's warriors were even paler, their bodies trembled, their eyes brimming with fear. Such a strange and savage freak wasn't an existence that they could defeat. At this moment, 20 level 8 beast-type bladed troops at once swept out from the jungle, holding high-frequency oscillation blades. They fiercely chopped at Mandragor. A bunch of steel lumps, I'll tear you apart. Mandragor's eyes flashed with a touch of malevolence, its figure shook, it at once appeared like a spectre behind a beast-type bladed troop, it slapped its head with its palm. In a split second, the beast-type bladed troop immediately crumbled from top to bottom, turning into countless components that were ejected in all directions. Mandragor's palm revealed its terrifying control over power, it completely shattered the interior of the beast-type bladed troop. The main control core was also completely smashed under its palm. After smashing the beast-type bladed troop with a palm strike, Mandragor's figure flashed, directly dodging the countless gunner troops' artillery fire, and very strangely appeared in front of another beast-type bladed troop. His claw pierced into the bladed troop's left chest, forcibly pulling out the beast-type bladed troop's main control core and casually crushing it. Once the main control core of the beast-type bladed troop was crushed, it lost all of its strength, it weakly fell to the ground. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he felt a slight chill in his heart, such a terrifying freak. To actually see through the bladed troop's main control core in such a short period of time, truly a freak. The position of the beast-type bladed troop's main control core was very hidden, Even if a level 3 warlock was able to destroy those beast-type bladed troops, but it still wouldn't be that easy to discover its main control core. Mandragora merely destroyed one beast-type bladed troop and then grasped the bladed troop's main control core. Its strong insight was simply appalling. Chapter 103. Mandragora's figure flickered. He easily dug out the 6 beast-type bladed troops' main control cores. The remaining beast-type bladed troops didn't even come into contact with its body. When Mandragora arrived before the 7th beast-type bladed troop, its electronic eyes turned red, and the self-destruct bombs hidden within its body instantly detonated. Practically at the same time, the remaining more than a dozen beast-type bladed troops simultaneously detonated the bombs within their bodies. Boom, 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 boom. Along with earth-shattering explosions, everything within a kilometer's diameter was completely engulfed by the terrifying explosion shockwaves. Every level 8 beast-type bladed troop had a terrifying self-destruct bomb capable of killing a level 3 warlock buried within its body. The simultaneous detonation of more than a dozen beast-type bladed troops, the might was simply earth-shattering. Even a pinnacle level 3 warlock extraordinary life form, with the slightest carelessness, would also be blown to pieces. Has he been killed? All the aristocrats in the Black Dragon Empire's Royal Grand Arena thought with trepidation. Mandragora's terror made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Self-destruct? Interesting. However, if you want to kill me with a self-destruct, the power of such a self-destruct would be at least several tens of times stronger. Only then would you be able to kill me. Along with a sinister laugh, Mandragora had a sneer on his face as he walked out of the smoke and dust. No, don't. But Mandragora's smile only lasted for less than a second, before it immediately became alarmed and issued a mournful roar. The body of the warlock summoner standing near the silver-white door instantly shattered into countless fragments, blood splashing everywhere. Having lost the support of the warlock summoner's life force, the silver-white door instantly crumbled and exploded. The instant the silver-white door exploded, an extremely strange attractive force shrouded Mandragora's projection, directly pulling it into the void. The reason why Mandragora's projection could exist in this world was entirely due to the warlock summoner using his life force to support the silver-white door's power. Once the warlock summoner died, it would lose the support of its power, could only collapse and disappear, returning to its own world. A projection comparable to a deity. Interesting. Become my research subject. A voice suddenly came from the Dragon Battle Island. A huge claw that looked like a black dragon's claw grabbed Mandragora's projection from the void and threw it into a crystal ball. Then, it disappeared from sight. Yang Feng watched as Mandragora's projection was grabbed by the enormous black dragon's claw without any resistance, and his heart shook. So strong, that's a great warlock hidden in Black Dragon Empire. Powerful indeed. The Royal Grand Colosseum was silent. After the host took a deep breath, he quickly smiled and said with incomparable passion, "All the members of Anusha's team are dead. Now, I announce that Rex's team is the winner of this wagered fight. Let us cheer for this wonderful battle. Well done. I won the bet. I won the bet." Bursts of cheers and applause came from the Royal Grand Arena. Even the aristocrats who placed the bet wrongly also applauded, acknowledging that this was an extremely wonderful wagered fight. Anusha, Angelica, and Johann's complexions at once became very unsightly. Carol heaved a slight sigh of relief. Rains, on the other hand, had a happy expression on his face. Yang Feng also heaved a slight sigh of relief. The terrifying existence from another plane that was summoned by the warlock summoner in Anusha's team almost reversed the battle. Were it not for Yang Feng decisively detonating a large number of level 8 bladed troops to kill the warlock summoner, then the remaining experts in Yang Feng's team would have been easily killed by Mandragora. Solomon said with a slight smile, "Rex, congratulations on winning this wagered fight. However, I want to know where those weapons and golems came from." Gazes were also concentrated on Yang Feng, their gazes brimming with scorching colors. They were all very interested in the weapons that had displayed extraordinary splendor in the wagered fight. "Your Majesty, I bought those war weapons and war puppets from Steel City. The only blood relative of Steel City's city lord, Yang Feng, and I are good friends. Those golems with battle prowess comparable to level 2 warlocks, I can buy them from him for 1 million magic stones each." Those are self-propelled artillery, 100,000 magic stones each, 1,000 magic stones each. Those are heavy-duty howitzers, 100,000 magic stones each, 500 magic stones each. Those are multiple rocket launchers, each one costs 50,000 magic stones, each shell costs 500 magic stones. Yang Feng introduced them full of enthusiasm. If he could, Yang Feng didn't mind selling arms on a large scale. In any case, those arms had backdoors, whoever used those arms to deal with him would only be courting death. Moreover, selling arms was definitely a windfall. If the construction cost of a self-propelled artillery was converted into magic stones, then it would be at most 2 magic stones. Yang Feng directly quoted a slaughter price of 100,000 magic stones in order to ruthlessly rip off the suckers of Black Dragon Empire. After Solomon heard Yang Feng's price, his enthusiasm at once dropped by a lot. Black Dragon Empire also had a lot of secret treasures manufactured by warlock alchemists, such as magic artillery, steel golems. He was extremely wealthy, so he naturally didn't fancy weapons. Solomon pondered for a moment and then said, "Then Rex, help me buy 10 level 2 warlock rank golems as well as 10 different kinds of weapons." "Yes, your majesty." Yang Feng sneered inside, but on the surface he said respectfully. Solomon wanted to buy those level 8 bladed troops and level 8 gunner troops for the purpose of researching and imitating those alchemy products. With Black Dragon Empire's research capabilities, as long as there was a real reference, they could easily imitate them. However, Yang Feng naturally had a way to encrypt those weapons through other methods, as well as mislead the materials of those weapons. Even if Solomon obtained his primary battle robots, the manufacturing cost would definitely be terrifyingly high. After casually saying a few words, Solomon got up and left. A notary took a few large bags of documents and handed them to Yang Feng, Rains and Carol. Anusha, Angelica, and Johan's complexions became extremely unsightly when they saw this scene. Anusha and Angelica were a bit better off. They were the patriarchs of Black Dragon Empire's 2 great clans. This bit of loss wasn't enough to hurt them. Johan, however, suffered some heavy losses from that defeat. Anusha and Angelica, the 2 women, immediately turned around and left. Johan, however, quickly adjusted his mood. His face carried a trace of a smile as he walked before Yang Feng. "Congratulations on your victory, Rex." Chapter 104. Rain stepped forward and said with a ridiculing expression, "Then I have to thank you, Johan Gidge. You gifted Rex a marquisdom for free. That's really too generous. As your younger brother, I'm proud of your generosity." Johan's face twitched slightly, then he forced a smile and said, "Rex, I'm very interested in the weapons in your hands. How about I ask you to sell me a batch of weapons?" Yang Feng was slightly surprised. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right." What Yang Feng lacked the most at the moment was magic stones. Since there was a sucker for him to slaughter, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. Even though Rains won a large amount of magic stones from Johan, Yang Feng still felt that it wasn't enough. Johan quickly brought Yang Feng to a room. Under the witness of a notary, he quickly drafted a contract and purchased a batch of 30 million magic stones worth of weapons from Yang Feng. But at the same time, it was stipulated that Yang Feng must deliver the batch of weapons to Johan within 3 months. Black Dragon Empire's Satsuma Marquisdom's western part, Thundercloud Mountain Range, in a remote valley, there was an enormous crevice that was several tens of kilometers long and several kilometers wide. Below that enormous crevice was the paradise of all kinds of dark races that had been exiled to the underground world. According to legend, the underground world was the 3rd Warlock dynasty's demonic divine dynasty's era. Some demonic gods that had escaped from the hands of human warlocks used supreme divine abilities and a peerless secret treasure to establish a rebel headquarters. Countless ancient demons, devils, and gods that attempted to rebel against humans gathered in this rebel headquarters and fought fiercely against human warlocks for several millennia. In the end, all the rebels were suppressed, sealed, and killed by the human warlocks. Under the battle of countless experts, many unstable places in the entire origin world were smashed to pieces and formed secondary continents. Turandot subcontinent was one of those secondary continents. In Turandot subcontinent, there was also an underground world. In those days, the underground world gathered the resentment, killing intent and hatred of countless demonic gods towards humans. Many places had restrictions, strange phenomena, and other aggregations with great destructive power towards humans. In the secondary continents, it was very difficult for humans to survive in the underground world. All kinds of pets and other races that had escaped from the hands of human warlocks gathered in the underground world and formed an incomparably formidable force. In the first layer of the underground world, at the edge of the huge crack leading to the surface world, there was a majestic war fortress, the demonic snake fortress. This demonic snake fort was the Black Dragon Empire's bridgehead in the underground world. There were countless precious resources in the underground world that the surface world didn't have. Some slaves of different races were extremely popular in the human world. For example, the beautiful and coquettish dark elves were just ordinary goods in the underground world. However, if they were captured and sold to the human nobles in the surface world, they would definitely be the favorite playthings of the human nobles. Apart from that, there were also countless precious extraordinary plants, ancient creatures that were almost extinct on the surface, and all kinds of precious mineral resources in the underground world. In order to obtain those precious resources, humans and the races of the underground world fought ceaselessly. At the same time, they also traded with each other to obtain items that were useful to both sides. Demonic Snake Fortress was the humans' bridgehead in the underworld. It was also a huge trading center in the underworld. Every year, the Black Dragon Empire could obtain more than 20 million magic stones in taxes from Demonic Snake Fortress, as well as all kinds of precious cultivation resources from the underworld. Demonic Snake Fortress, in a gloomy secret room, there was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure, dressed in a pitch-black armor, exuding a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 3 warlock, and a beautiful dark elf dressed in a black leather armor. The leather armor only covered 3 parts of her body, exposing a large area of her dark and smooth skin. There was a transparent crystal ball placed in the center of the table. The extremely beautiful dark elf's eyes were like silk. She coquettishly said towards the middle-aged man, "It's really boring, Hubert. I've already stayed here for more than a dozen days. It's so boring. How about accompanying me to have some fun?" Hubert swept the dark elf with an ice-cold gaze, as if he was looking at a filthy thing, and said coldly, "Aina, don't provoke me, or else I'll cut you down." Dark elves were lascivious by nature. They would often capture human males as well as males of other powerful races and bring them to their nests to copulate, giving birth to all kinds of grotesque monsters. Many misophobia and bigotry human warlocks were extremely disgusted with dark elves, viewing them as pigs and dogs. Aina restrained all her charm and muttered, "Really a blockhead." The room sank into silence at once. Suddenly, ripples rose on the surface of the transparent crystal ball, and characters clearly appeared on the crystal ball's surface. Hubert carefully looked at those characters, his eyebrows creased slightly, and he said coldly, "Notify your lowly companions, we'll make our move in 3 days." "All right." Aina's eyes flashed with a touch of ecstasy. She took out a crystal ball, silently recited an incantation and pointed at the crystal ball. Shortly after, a black magical radiance hit the crystal ball, and then she immediately reported to the crystal ball. In the evening of the same day, the 30,000 most elite demonic snake corps stationed in Demonic Snake Fortress directly left the fortress with countless supplies. The entire Demonic Snake Fortress fell into a panic. A large number of adventurers as well as the residents who had already settled in Demonic Snake Fortress frantically fled the fortress. 3 days later, an allied force consisting of dark elves, cavemen, gnomes, dwarfs, gnomes, ogres as well as all kinds of huge life forms easily captured Demonic Snake Fortress. Black Dragon Empire's capital. Ever since he won the wager with Anusha, Yang Feng was like a fish in water within Black Dragon City. Under Rain's lead, he easily blended into the aristocratic circle of Black Dragon Blood Meridian warlocks. Many aristocrats of Black Dragon Empire took the initiative to look for Yang Feng, wanting to buy all kinds of weapons. Among them, the beast-type bladed troops with battle prowess comparable to level 2 warlocks were the best sellers. A level 2 warlock beast-type bladed troop was sold for 1 million magic stones. Many aristocrats couldn't come up with so many magic stones. However, they had large amounts of gold coins, all kinds of ores and resources. They were very willing to use those ores and all kinds of resources to exchange with Yang Feng for a level 2 warlock beast-type bladed troop. Yang Feng was also happy to take advantage of these suckers. He signed all kinds of contracts and sent a steady stream of resources back to Steel City. Furthermore, in one breath, he sold 20 beast-type bladed troops as well as 5 million magic stones worth of high-energy crystals as the beast-type bladed troops' power source. With the input of all kinds of ores, Steel City, which was originally limited by raw materials and the majority of the munitions factories, at once recovered its vitality. Every munitions factory rumbled and a steady stream of primary battle robots were manufactured. Practically every day, Yang Feng's forces would grow stronger by a fraction. Chapter 105. Within Rain's Manor's Garden. Yang Feng embraced Judy in one hand and Shushue in the other, leisurely and comfortably admiring the flowers. Fucking Johann. Rex, your title and territory have already been prepared. Rains had a gloomy expression as he sat beside Yang Feng, his voice brimming with gloom. However, that fucking Johann made a move. Your Viscountdom and the Satsuma Marquisdom that Johann lost to you are joined together. Yang Feng asked somewhat baffled, isn't this a good thing? Viscountdom and Marquisdom were joined together. Like this, it would be very easy to manage. If the territories were separated, then it would be more troublesome to manage. Rains said with a gloomy expression, Satsuma Marquisdom's stronghold guarding the entrance to the underworld, Demonic Snake Fortress, fell 2 days ago. Those fucking underworld races captured Demonic Snake Fortress. Only about 100,000 of Demonic Snake Fortress's 500,000 residents escaped back to the surface world. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased when he heard that, his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. According to our Black Dragon Empire's laws, Rex, as the Lord of Satsuma Marquisdom, you must recover Demonic Snake Fortress after it fell, otherwise you'll be deprived of your aristocratic title and the right to rule over all of Black Dragon Empire's territories. If it was an ordinary time then it wouldn't matter, but according to the information sent back by our intelligence personnel in the underworld. The underworld's dark elves organized a large number of underworld races to wage a holy war against us humans. Satsuma Marquisdom, as one of the 8 entrances and exits between our Black Dragon Empire and the underworld, will definitely suffer fierce attacks from the underworld races. No wonder Johann would so straightforwardly take out a Marquisdom to wager with us. It turns out that regardless of victory or defeat, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Rains said while gnashing his teeth. The underworld's different races were able to contend against Turandot subcontinent's humans for many years without being conquered. Their battle prowess could be well imagined. The holy war launched by the underworld's races would definitely be a terrifying disaster for Turandot subcontinent's humans. No one knew how many trump cards those underworld races that had been entrenched in the underworld for many years had. 8th Warlock Dynasty's ancient warlocks could use the underworld as a place for low-level warlocks to gain experience. Modern warlocks weren't as formidable as 8th Warlock Dynasty's ancient warlocks. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, then how many more days can I stay in Black Dragon City? Rains said with a gloomy face, 10 days. The noble senate has already issued a death order. I order you to head to the Satsuma Marquisate within 10 days to preside over the counterattack against Demonic Snake Fortress. Yang Feng was like a fish in water within the Black Dragon City. Every day he could sell a large amount of arms. Rains had similarly obtained tremendous benefits from Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng was forced to leave the Black Dragon Empire, then it would be as if Rains had lost an arm. He would no longer be able to contend against Johann. Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of worry as she suggested, Master, there are many experts in the underground world. In the last millennium, more than 16 Turandot subcontinent's great warlocks have disappeared while exploring the underworld. According to speculation, they all died in the underground world. Now that the underground races had started a holy war, it was too dangerous. Why don't we leave the Black Dragon Empire immediately and avoid this whirlpool? More than 16 great warlocks have fallen in the underworld. Yang Feng's face flashed with a touch of shock. Every great warlock was extremely formidable. Even in other planes, they would be known as legend rank experts. They would be great figures who could leave their names in history. For such formidable existences to have 16 of them fall in the underworld, it could be clearly seen how dangerous the underworld was. Rains said with a gloomy face. To be exact, it's more than 27. This is the accurate figure obtained by the Black Dragon Empire. Our Black Dragon Empire also has 5 great warlocks that have fallen in the underworld. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and then asked curiously, why did those great warlocks take the risk to go to the underworld? The underworld has a lot of incomparably precious magic metals, extraordinary plants, and ancient life forms. A lot of magic metals that have been mined to the point of extinction in the surface world are very common in the underworld. A lot of precious resources are also of enormous benefit to great warlocks. This attracted a lot of great warlocks to explore the underworld. Reportedly, there are adult black dragons in the underworld. In order to slaughter black dragons and extract their blood meridian's essence, several of our Black Dragon Empire's great warlocks entered the underworld. In this millennium, our Black Dragon Empire has succeeded in slaughtering dragons 3 times, but at the same time, we have also lost 5 great warlocks. It was also because of those 3 successful slaughters that our Black Dragon Empire was able to become Turandot subcontinent's largest state. Rains said slowly. Black Dragon. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Within Yang Feng's body was the power of the ancient Black Dragon's blood meridians. If the power of the ancient Black Dragon's blood meridians could devour enough Black Dragon's blood meridians, then there would be a trace of hope for it to evolve into a true ancient Black Dragon's blood meridians. Once Yang Feng's blood meridians evolve into a true ancient Black Dragon's blood meridians, then he would have the potential to evolve into a starry sky warlock. But to slaughter a dragon, it wasn't that simple. Every black dragon was comparable to a great warlock, moreover, they were very cunning. It was impossible for them to be like the sealed Vedania, allowing Yang Feng to use a large amount of primary battle robots to kill them. Eunice promptly advised, Master, a holy war is a religious war, it's generally a battle to the death. Since the Dark Elves are waging a war in the name of a holy war, then it's definitely a terrifying war to the death. They won't give up until they achieve their goal. The entire foundation of the Dark Elves will be mobilized. Even great warlock rank experts may fall in a holy war. These religious lunatics are completely unreasonable. For the sake of a divine decree from their Lord God, even if they were to commit suicide, they would still commit suicide. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased. Only now did he understand why Johann was so decisive in giving him that precious Marquisdom. Johann didn't want to waste his strength on Satsuma Marquisdom in vain. In this kind of holy war to the death, no matter what kind of relationship Johann had with the Dark Elves, in front of a holy war, it was as fragile as paper. If Johann's strength was completely consumed in a war with the Dark Elves, then he would basically have no chance of becoming Black Dragon Empire's emperor. This Johann is too decisive. So decisive that it's scary. Such an enemy is the most troublesome. Moreover, he just ordered a large amount of arms from me. On one hand he can resell the arms, on the other hand he can also weaken my battle potential. That guy is really scary. Yang Feng at once understood why Johann immediately placed such a huge order for arms after the wager. He felt somewhat terrified. Yang Feng pondered for a good while, before finally making a decision. I've made up my mind, after 10 days I'll set off for Satsuma Marquisdom. Yang Feng turned around and said, Eunice, I need your strength. Eunice said with a charming smile, Yes, Master, I'm willing to contribute all my strength to you. Chapter 106. Babylon City was located in the center of Satsuma Marquisdom. It was also the capital city of Satsuma Marquisdom. Babylon City was a huge city with a population of up to 800,000 people. At this moment, outside of Babylon City, countless people were bustling with activity. The Dark Elves commanded the allied forces of the underworld's various races to counterattack the surface world, easily breaching demonic Snake Fortress. This news scared the guts of countless people. A large number of aristocrats and freedmen rushed towards Babylon City. An approximately 20 m long black magic carpet flew in the sky. Everyone on the ground looked up at the black magic carpet in the sky, their eyes flashing with a whiff of awe. Only warlocks, existences that transcended mortals, could ride the magic carpet. Yang Feng looked down from above the black magic carpet. Relying on his extraordinary vision, he had a panoramic view of everything on the ground. Yang Feng said with some surprise, What a surprise, there's actually people maintaining order. At the city gate, There were 8 warriors maintaining order, guiding the fleeing crowd into Babylon City. Yang Feng had already received the news that Johann had withdrawn all of his forces from Satsuma Marquisdom. The majority of Babylon City's forces had already been withdrawn. He had originally expected to see a chaotic Babylon City. He hadn't expected to see such order here. That magic carpet was Eunice's secret treasure. Although she was merely a pinnacle level 1 warlock, but she was a Blood Meridian warlock and had a lot of good treasures. Eunice smiled slightly and explained, "This isn't surprising. Although Satsuma Marquisdom belongs to Johann, but there are also a lot of properties belonging to aristocrats and great merchants. In order to protect their own interests, they would naturally organize themselves and maintain order." Yang Feng looked somewhat regretfully at the warlock pagodas above the city wall and sighed slightly. Unfortunately, after the withdrawal of a large number of warlocks, these warlock pagodas are akin to ruins, without any strength. Babylon City, as the capital of Satsuma Marquisdom, had 9 5-story-tall warlock pagodas built above the city wall. If there were 9 level 3 warlocks overseeing the 9 5-story-tall warlock pagodas, then even a great warlock could contend against them. Unfortunately, all of Babylon City's great warlock families had already evacuated along with Johann. With only some lesser aristocrats remaining, the 9 5-story-tall warlock pagodas simply couldn't gather enough manpower to guard them, and also couldn't display the terrifying power that could contend against great warlocks. Without any valiant warlocks garrisoned, Yang Feng and his party riding the magic carpet easily flew into Babylon City and towards the City Master's mansion. A flame rose from the direction of the City Lord's mansion. From the sky, Yang Feng looked in the direction of the City Master's mansion and saw that hundreds of thugs had entered the City Master's mansion and set it on fire. At the same time, they threw feces, urine, and other disgusting things into the mansion, shouting incessantly. The City Master's mansion and the Warlock Pagoda were different. The City Master's mansion was the place where Johann enjoyed the pleasures of mortals. In the City Master's mansion, there was a large neutralization pagoda that could completely neutralize the formidable life force released by level 3 warlocks, so that the formidable life force released by level 3 warlocks wouldn't combine with various buildings and form all sorts of strange phenomena. It was precisely because of this that those thugs were able to break into the City Lord's mansion and didn't dare to break into the Warlock Pagoda. So troublesome. Kill them all. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he ordered coldly. Judy, who was kneeling beside Yang Feng, slightly pressed the dimensional crest on her chest. Shortly after, 10 level 4 humanoid bladed troops flew out from the dimensional crest, landed on the ground and immediately pounced towards the City Lord's mansion. Warlocks. There's a warlock. Everyone, quickly flee. From the City Lord's mansion, waves of terrified screams and extremely mournful screams were transmitted. Before long, the more than 300 thugs in the City Lord's mansion were all killed by the expressionless bladed troops. When the people hiding in the shadows and watching the City Lord's mansion saw this scene, they successively inhaled a mouthful of cold air. They understood that Satsuma Marquis had brought a character that shouldn't be trifled with. The City Lord's mansion was massacred until rivers of blood flowed. The smell of blood was extremely heavy. After leaving Eunice to preside over the affairs of the Lord's mansion, Yang Feng took Judy, Shushue, and a dozen level 4 night rank mechanical golems to stroll around Babylon City. Eunice possessed the ancient life-form Starstone Crow's blood meridians. Moreover, her blood meridians were extremely pure. She wasn't only a cultivation genius, but she was also very intelligent and proficient in management. She had a huge industry in the Southern States Coalition. The economic lifelines of several principalities were under her control. If she wasn't worried that Aldrich would extract her blood meridians, then with her talent, she would have already broken through and promoted to a level 2 warlock. Shushue, such a formidable existence born from a taboo stone, wasn't Eunice's match when she was a level 1 warlock. Eunice's strength could be seen at a glance. After understanding Eunice's talent, Yang Feng also felt relieved and handed over all the affairs of Satsuma Marquis to her. NR 3796 Steel City had a perfect order. Its only shortcoming was the lack of flexibility. It didn't have any flexibility with regards to the territory's independent development and management. This was also its only weakness. Eunice's flexibility and NR 3796 robots jointly formed a ruling structure. It was the most perfect combination in Yang Feng's mind. Help! Help me! Suddenly, from a place not far in front of Yang Feng, a girl's pleasant and mournful cry for help was transmitted. Yang Feng followed the sound and looked, only to see four malevolent-looking scoundrels that didn't look like good people surrounding a young girl. Moreover, they had playful expressions on their faces as they tore at the young girl's clothes. The young girl's clothes were torn to shreds as she incessantly cried. "What a beautiful girl, she's a grade prettier than Judy, but her figure is a bit lacking compared to Judy." Yang Feng swept the young girl with a glance, his eyes slightly brightening. "Shit, what are you looking at?" A blonde scoundrel with a face full of pockmarks turned his head and swept Yang Feng with a glance, then pulled out a dagger and gestured at Yang Feng for a while, threatening, "Scram, or else I'll stab you to death." The remaining few scoundrels also pulled out daggers and loudly threatened the surrounding residents. The nearby residents' faces revealed expressions of fear. One after another they hid in their homes, not daring to come out. Ever since Johann withdrew all of Babylon City's forces, Babylon City's public security deteriorated day by day. Even though there were still some aristocratic private troops maintaining order, but it was still impossible for it to be as good as before. The beautiful young girl raised her head and revealed a delicate and pitiful expression as she implored Yang Feng, "Save me, big brother, I beg you, save me." Chapter 107. "All right, I'll save you." Yang Feng gave a hearty smile, pulled out a 37mm hand cannon powered by a high-energy crystal from his waist and fired at the beautiful young lady's head. Bang! In a split second, the beautiful young lady's head exploded, red and white matter splattered on the ground. The bodies of the four scoundrels stiffened, then their faces revealed expressions of alarm. "Warlock Darren, don't kill me. Spare my worthless life. Don't kill me. Spare my worthless life." A yellow-haired scoundrel promptly knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowed and implored bitterly. The other three scoundrels also directly knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowed and begged Yang Feng for their lives. Warlocks, such formidable existences, had already surpassed mortals and stepped into the realm of extraordinary life forms. The majority of warlocks didn't view ordinary people as beings on the same level as themselves. Previously, under Johann's rule, Babylon City could be considered to be in order. Warlocks wouldn't casually kill people in the city. But now that the entire Babylon City was without a master, those scoundrels didn't dare to become enemies with a warlock who would kill people in the middle of the street for no reason. At that moment, incomparably sharp black tentacles ejected from the corpse of the beautiful girl whose head was blown off. As if fine steel spears, they instantly pierced through the bodies of the four scoundrels and stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart, leaving behind a trail of blood. Black Dragon's Scales. Yang Feng instantly triggered the spell solidified in his spirit sea. Countless black dragon's scales instantly appeared on the surface of his body. Warping Force Field. Yang Feng casually pointed, a warping force field appeared out of thin air, shrouded the black tentacles, instantly warping them and shifting them to one side. On both sides of the street, tightly shut doors suddenly opened. Dozens of assassins dressed in black raised their daggers and madly shot at Yang Feng. The numerous crossbow bolts at once hit Yang Feng's body, before being ricocheted by the dragon's scales covering his entire body. Even among level 1 spells, the level 1 defensive spell Black Dragon's Scales was one of the most formidable in terms of physical resistance and magical resistance. Its defensive power was comparable to some level 2 defensive spells. Those crossbow bolts could kill knight rank experts, yet they couldn't even break Yang Feng's skin. Suddenly, alarms went off in Yang Feng's mind. He instantly bent over, and a dark blue ray of light shot out from the dense rain of crossbow bolts, brushed past his body, and stabbed into a wall. As if tofu, the bolts penetrated the wall, leaving behind traces of toxic corrosion, and disappeared. Yang Feng suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Ordinary crossbow bolts naturally couldn't injure him in the slightest, but the alchemy crossbow combined with the magic-breaking arrow could definitely kill him. If he hadn't trained his skills in the virtual reality combat cabin, he would have been severely injured or even killed by the assassin's arrow. Yang Feng was alarmed and angry. He immediately reached out and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. In that dimensional badge, There were 5 dragon-scaled mechanical warriors, his strongest bodyguards. Suddenly, the eyes of the scoundrel corpse closest to Yang Feng, pierced through by the tentacles of the beautiful young lady, blossomed with endless vitality. His entire body, very strangely ejected, appeared behind Yang Feng, and made a stabbing motion, stabbing towards Yang Feng's heart. A premonition of death welled up in Yang Feng's mind. He clenched his teeth, his body directly twisted in violation of the laws of physics, and abruptly shifted a few centimeters to the side. Yang Feng's left chest suddenly strangely appeared with a long wound, as if it was cut open by an invisible dagger, and simultaneously blossomed with the radiance of 6 curses. Yang Feng suddenly felt his vision blur, his head felt like it was splitting, his limbs were powerless, his spirit collapsed, he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, his strength continuously flowed away, his knees softened, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The scoundrel corpse's attack succeeded, his figure shifted sideways, and once again fiercely stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart while holding the invisible and colorless secret treasure dagger. A claw covered in black dragon scales stretched out from the side and easily grabbed the invisible dagger artifact. In a flash, a terrifying life force comparable to that of a pinnacle level 3 warlock erupted. The eyes of the dragon-scaled mechanical warrior flickered with a cold glint, and it ferociously punched towards the scoundrel's corpse with the life force of a level 3 warlock. In a split second, the scoundrel's corpse exploded, and countless thumb-sized black insects with wings and sharp mouthparts flew out and pounced towards Yang Feng. The other dragon-scaled mechanical warrior activated its level 4 protective shield, and a transparent shield instantly appeared in front of it, blocking the countless black bugs. A black figure instantly broke free from the gangster's corpse and flew to the roof of a house, revealing a sexy and voluptuous woman wrapped in black tights. She had a head full of black hair and was exuding a seductive aura from head to toe. The black-haired, exceedingly beautiful woman said with a sweet smile, "This is the mechanical golem comparable to a level 3 warlock?" It was indeed powerful. "Rex, I'm the assassin Muna invited by the allied forces of the Dark Elves. Stabbed by my dusk dagger, you'll suffer from 6 different curses: life-sucking, weakness, mental collapse, soul weakening, life loss and chi and blood burn. Only I, the owner of the dagger, can remove these 6 curses. Return the dusk dagger to me, and I'll help you remove the curses and spare your life. Kill them all, just leave their heads behind." Yang Feng endured the headache, his eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness, and he ordered sternly. The figures of the 2 dragon-scaled mechanical warriors shook, and they pounced into the shops on both sides, brandished their claws, and as if squashing ants, tore the assassins in the shops to pieces. One of the dragon-scaled mechanical warriors pounced at the headless tentacle woman, and blew her up with a punch. The figure of the other dragon-scaled mechanical warrior shook, and like a bolt of lightning, it shot towards the exceedingly beautiful assassin supporting Muna. "What a boorish beast. I'll retrieve my dusk dagger after you're dead." Muna smiled slightly, and then her body collapsed, turning into countless wisps of black smoke and disappearing. Yang Feng's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene. NR 3796 database contained a large number of spells, but he didn't know what kind of spell Muna had used to escape from the hands of the dragon-scaled mechanical warriors with battle prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. Without the strange and unfathomable assassin Muna, the strongest among the remaining assassins were merely knight rank experts. They simply couldn't resist the slaughter of the dragon-scaled mechanical warriors and were very quickly wiped out. Chapter 108. The Dusk Dagger's 6 curses could slowly curse a level 2 warlock to death. Yang Feng bathed in the blood of an ancient dragon, his body's resistance to curses was extremely terrifying. After half an hour, he finally dispelled the 6 curses one by relying on his tyrannical life force. After recovering, Yang Feng looked at the corpses on the ground, creased his eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice, "Who sent people to assassinate me?" Judy said curiously, "Wasn't it the assassins sent by the Dark Elves? As long as they assassinate Master, then without a leader, Satsuma Marquisdom would be theirs." Yang Feng said with a bitter smile, "I originally thought so. But Muna's words instead made me even more puzzled. Moreover, if the demons joined hands with the Dark Elves, then the problem would be even greater." Yang Feng's gaze fell on the corpse of the tentacle young lady that was chopped into pieces, creased his eyebrows and said in a low voice. The tentacle young lady was from one of the 5 great demon imperial clans, the undying Hellion clan. Even though her head had been smashed, but she still hadn't died. If Yang Feng hadn't felt that something was wrong with her and acted in advance to smash her head, then it wouldn't have been so simple to kill her. The Hellion clan was the product of the Second Warlock dynasty's taboo experiments. The 5 great Hellion ancestors were the crystallization of Second Warlock dynasty's warlock technology. The 5 great Hellion ancestors were respectively the Undying Hellion Ancestor, the Myriad Beasts Hellion Ancestor, the Ancient Demonic Hellion Ancestor, the Giant Divine Hellion Ancestor, and the Myriad Divine Hellion Ancestor. During the manufacturing process, the founding emperor of the Second Warlock dynasty, the Taboo Emperor, used his flesh and blood, part of his soul, spirit, countless treasures of heaven and earth, and rare materials to forge the 5 Hellion ancestors into the strongest weapons. After the Taboo Emperor's death, the 5 great Hellion ancestors immediately rebelled against Second Warlock dynasty, creating a large Hellion army and fiercely fighting Second Warlock dynasty for thousands of years. In the end, the 5 great Hellion ancestors were suppressed by Second Warlock dynasty. But Second Warlock dynasty also paid an extremely painful price. Its rule was on the verge of collapse, and finally the dynasty collapsed. Demons, this kind of taboo life form, were existences that fed on humans. Unless they promoted to great warlock rank demons, low-level demons were basically unable to control their appetites. Every day, they had to eat human flesh in order to be able to stay awake. Moreover, once a fiendish demon devoured a human, it could obtain all the human's knowledge and most of the human's power. Therefore, fiendish demons were almost the natural enemy of humans. In the world of warlocks, countless human experts were killing Hellions. However, even though the Hellions had suffered repeated defeats and had been strangled by human warlocks for hundreds of thousands of years, they were still alive, but their movements were becoming more and more secretive. Among the Hellions, there were 5 great Hellion imperial clans. The 5 great Hellion imperial clans were respectively inherited from the 5 great Hellion ancestors. They possessed the blood meridians of the Hellion ancestors, and their cultivation speed was as astonishing as that of human blood meridian warlocks. Moreover, their evolutionary potential was practically endless. There were even human warlocks who, in order to obtain power, degenerated into Hellions. The Tentacle Girl was from the Undying Hellion clan, one of the 5 Hellion imperial clans. Now that she was killed by Yang Feng, he had a headache. This was tantamount to forming a blood feud with the demon clan. Of course, the Tentacle Girl wasn't an important figure in the Undying Hellion imperial clan, but if the Hellion powerhouses encountered her, they wouldn't mind killing Yang Feng. The severed heads of the assassins were collected. Together with the Tentacle Girl's corpse, they were thrown into a warehouse and handed over to a specialized memory-reading robot to read their memories. The origins of the assassins were quickly read. They came from an assassin organization called Death Shadow. This time, they were hired to assassinate Yang Feng. Apart from this, the small fry assassins didn't know anything too important. The memory cores of Hellions were different from that of humans. Their memory cores were located within their demonic cores. Of course, the demonic cores were also a kind of important crystallization of biological energy. They were also one of the hard currencies in the world of warlocks. The head of the Tentacle Girl from the Undying Hellion clan was smashed by Yang Feng's cannon, but her demonic core wasn't damaged. Therefore, Yang Feng was able to read a lot of memories from her demonic core. The Tentacle Girl from the Undying Hellion clan came from Samuel Dukedom next to Satsuma Marquisdom. Samuel Dukedom was ruled by Samuel family, one of the 36 Black Dragon Blood Meridian families. The Hellion girl was the favorite concubine of one of Samuel Dukedom's sons. From the memories of the Hellion girl, Yang Feng learned that Samuel Dukedom's son was very clear about her identity as a Hellion. Moreover, the Samuel family also kept a group of undead fiendish demons in captivity for the family to serve as slaves. Hellions had to eat human flesh and blood in order to maintain their rationality. For the Samuel family, rearing fiendish demons was as easy as lifting a finger. Every year, a lot of criminals in their territory would be eaten by those Hellions. The Undying Hellions were a sharp sword to deal with their enemies. Undying Hellions possessed the blood meridians of the Hellion ancestor. Even if their blood meridians were thin, it would still be very easy for them to promote to a level 1 warlock. Moreover, it was very normal for Hellions to kill people. Even if those Hellions were caught, Samuel family wouldn't be suspected, because they had set up magic restrictions inside the bodies of those Hellions. Once those Hellions wanted to leak information, then they would self-detonate. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, his mind full of doubts. What's going on? I don't have any grudges or conflicts with Samuel family, so why would they send people to assassinate me? Yang Feng was currently Satsuma Marquisdom's lord, shouldering the heavy responsibility of resisting Satsuma Marquisdom's allied forces from the underworld's races. Even Hardadef only withdrew all of his power and didn't leave too many obstacles for him. Samuel Dukedom and Satsuma Marquisdom were neighbors. Once Satsuma Marquisdom was breached, then Samuel Dukedom would be bordered by the underworld's races' allied forces. Any sane lord wouldn't try to assassinate Yang Feng at this time. Yang Feng had a gloomy expression, puzzled after much thought. Could it be that Samuel family has already colluded with the underworld's races' allied forces? In the end, what's in it for them? Eunice arrived beside Yang Feng and said, "Master, there's an urgent military situation." Yang Feng had an ominous premonition. What urgent military situation? Eunice's eyebrows were shrouded in a layer of haze as she said, Fishtooth City was captured by the Dark Elves' allied forces a day ago. The Dark Elves' allied forces are currently marching towards Boza City. Yang Feng was very surprised as he said, Fishtooth City was captured. How could it be so fast? Fishtooth City was a large city with a population of around 200,000. It was the gateway to Satsuma Marquisdom. Once Fishtooth City was captured, then Satsuma Marquisdom's hinterland would be exposed to the Dark Elves' allied forces. Chapter 109. It had been nearly half a month since the Dark Elves' allied forces came out of the underground world. In that half a month, they had been holed up in the huge crack in the mountain range, adapting to the difference in the environment between the surface world and the underground world. Yang Feng had thought that the Dark Elves would need at least a month to adapt to the surface world's environment. He hadn't expected that they would launch an attack so quickly and easily capture Fishtooth City. Eunice said with a bitter smile, "The majority of Satsuma Marquisdom's warlock clans have already followed Johann and left this place. Fishtooth City was originally under the control of the said family. After the departure of said family, Fishtooth City will no longer have a warlock family guarding it. Naturally, it will be impossible to resist the attack of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elven Alliance was a powerful force that dared to counterattack the surface world. Each adult Dark Elf had outstanding martial skills and could easily kill a knight-rank powerhouse at night or in the forest. At the same time, they also had wizards, Dark Elven priests, druids, and other formidable inheritances whose battle prowess was second only to warlocks. Moreover, they raised a large number of extraordinary life forms as weapons of war. Fishtooth City, which didn't have a warlock family keeping watch, naturally wouldn't be their match. Yang Feng's gaze was cold as he said, "I know. Eunice, pass down my order immediately. Deprive all nobles who leave their territories without permission of all their territories and mineral veins. Since they aren't willing to stay here and resist the Dark Elves' allied forces with me, then all their benefits here belong to me." The Satsuma Marquisdom was extremely fertile and prosperous, possessing countless precious resources. Just the magic stone veins alone numbered in the dozens. It was precisely because of such a huge amount of resources that warlock clans of all sizes could be raised. Steel City's area was much larger than Satsuma Marquisdom, but it didn't have a single magic stone vein. Therefore, it was only controlled by a level 1 warlock group like Black Cottage. Eunice said, "My lord, only the Imperial Senate or the Black Dragon Tower can give such an order to deprive those nobles of their territories and mineral veins." Although Yang Feng had great power in the Satsuma Marquisdom and could even formulate laws such as the Constitution. But when it came to aristocrats, warlocks, property, safety, and other matters, they still had to go through the Empire's Senate or Black Dragon Pagoda. Yang Feng said, "Then send a letter to the Imperial Senate and the Black Dragon Pagoda and have them issue an order." Eunice was very clever and immediately pointed out the most crucial point. as long as John manipulates it, they will not issue this order at all. They will only continue to delay it. Hardadef was one of the heirs to the throne of the Black Dragon Empire. He had deep roots in the Black Dragon Empire, and he had people in the Imperial Senate. If he wanted to do something big, he might not necessarily be able to accomplish it, but if he wanted to trip Yang Feng up, it couldn't be simpler. So that's how it is. This is a huge pit waiting for me to jump into. Yang Feng frowned, his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he sneered, however, it won't be that easy to make me suffer. Eunice also gave a sweet smile and gave Yang Feng an idea. That's right, since they left, then we can exploit the ore veins they left behind. In any case, the entire Satsuma Marquisdom is now our territory. If anyone dares to stop us from mining, we'll kill them all. Yang Feng revealed a trace of a smile, embraced Eunice, and kissed her. Good idea. I think so too. Immediately go and arrange for the mining of the ore veins. Before all the ore veins are mined, I won't win against the Dark Elves, nor will I lose. Using those specialized mining robots as well as all kinds of large-scale mining equipment, Yang Feng would definitely be able to mine huge amounts of ore within a short period of time. Within Steel City, all the large ore veins were nearly mined out by Yang Feng's mining robots within a short span of a few years. Only then could he build more than 1 million level 7 primary battle robots. If Yang Feng was given a year or two, then all the magic stone ore veins in Satsuma Marquisdom would have been completely mined out by him. Boza City. A team of city guards was patrolling above the city wall. The captain of the team had a tall and sturdy build, a head full of short blue hair, a very handsome appearance and an extraordinary temperament. Only, his eyebrows were shrouded in a layer of haze. A blonde soldier asked somewhat worriedly, I've heard that the Dark Elves have already killed their way out of the ground. Will they attack our Boza City? Ars raised his eyebrows and berated in a low voice, Who did you hear this from? Don't spread such baseless words, otherwise, if the higher-ups hear it, then you'll be in big trouble. Also, when patrolling, you must call me Captain. Captain, what time is it? All the aristocratic lords in the city have already fled. A soldier with short blue hair swept the 5-storied Warlock Pagoda above the city wall with a glance, his eyes flashed with a whiff of disdain and he said in a low voice, Even the bigwigs in those few pagodas have already disappeared. If we don't leave now, then we won't be able to leave even if we wanted to. The complexions of the rest of the soldiers paled and they were panic-stricken. In Turandot subcontinent, all the soldiers were very clear that the most formidable existences in war were warlocks or weapons refined using alchemy. The role of ordinary soldiers was only to occupy the city, maintain public order, clean up the battlefield, search for enemies and other simple tasks. They were unable to play a decisive role. Now that all the warlocks in Boza City had already fled, those soldiers were naturally filled with fear and didn't have any confidence. Everyone, don't panic. Our new lord of Satsuma Marquisdom has already arrived. He definitely won't abandon us. Ars saw that the situation was anything but reassuring and immediately shouted. That's right, the new lord should be a formidable warlock. Since the new lord has arrived, he shouldn't abandon us. After hearing Ars' words, the morale of the soldiers was slightly restored. In the Black Dragon Empire, the majority of the lords of earldom and above were formidable warlocks. The people in their territories would basically revere their lords from the bottom of their hearts. Protecting the people in their territories was also the responsibility of the lords. Look. What's that? Suddenly, a soldier cried out in alarm and pointed towards the sky. All the soldiers looked towards the sky and their complexions at once became incomparably pale. In the distant sky, there were level 1 extraordinary life-form hippogriffs carrying dark elves flying towards them. Smoke and dust surged on the ground as the huge army of dark elves galloped towards them. After seeing this scene, all the soldiers above the city wall trembled, their eyes flashing with endless fear and despair. Chapter 110. Without a warlock keeping watch, Boza City's warriors basically didn't have the ability to threaten the level 1 extraordinary life-form hippogriffs in the sky. Even if it was a knight rank archer, without the blessing of a spell to strengthen their physical constitution, even if they shot the hippogriffs, they still wouldn't be able to break through the other party's feathers. A soldier hesitated for a moment before saying, I've heard that dark elves abduct humans to make love with them and give birth to the next generation. Surrendering might not be so bad. Dark elves were said to be a branch of high elven blood meridians. They possessed high elven blood meridians, their males were handsome and their females were beautiful, there were no ugly ones. Due to the shackles of their bloodline, the ratio of males to females was 1:20. There were too few males and they were basically studs. Therefore, they would abduct a lot of different races to make love with them and give birth to the next generation. After hearing that soldier's words and thinking of all kinds of legends about the dark elves, the soldiers atop the city wall slightly relaxed and their fighting spirit dissipated. Ars said with a cold smile, "That's right, as long as we human males fall into the hands of the dark elves, then we'll become their breeding tools. However, every man that falls into their hands will have to be bred more than 50 times a day. Which one of you can stand it?" The soldiers atop the city wall thought for a moment before their complexions turned pale. 1 or 2 times a day was enjoyable, but 50 times a day was absolutely fatal. Ars continued to strike back. "Moreover, after they discover that you guys can't be used, they'll throw you alive to feed all kinds of extraordinary life forms. Then they'll giggle from the side as they watch you being eaten alive. Do you still want to surrender like this?" When the soldiers atop the city wall heard that, their bodies turned ice cold. Only now did they realize that the dark elves not only had lascivious characteristics, but also cold-blooded and ruthless, cruel and cunning, and so on. Among the dark elves, there was a type of war weapon called the drow spider. The drow spider was a dark elf who was defeated in a battle and was turned into an evil existence with the lower body of a large spider and the upper body of a dark elf. Drow possessed formidable magical resistance and could walk on all kinds of terrains just like a spider. It could even walk freely on top of city walls. It was a terrifying weapon with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. The ruler of the dark elves, Goddess Lolth, was an evil goddess. The dark elves also grasped a large number of sinister and taboo spells and rituals. If humans fell into the hands of the dark elves, they wouldn't have a good ending. The dozens of hippogriffs in the sky quickly flew above Boza City's city wall. The dark elf archers on the backs of the hippogriffs didn't utter any superfluous words and immediately shot arrows at the warriors above Boza City. The dark elven archers riding on the hippogriffs had superb archery skills. As if they had eyes, the arrows instantly pierced through the bodies of dozens of human warriors, directly nailing them to the ground. Above the city wall of Boza City, many human archers drew their bows and shot arrows towards the sky. A dense rain of arrows flew towards the sky. A despairing scene appeared. Most of the arrows shot by the human archers missed, while a small portion of them were directly slapped away by the hippogriffs. Not a single hippogriffs were injured. The dark elven archers in the sky easily shot down the human archers, killing them one by one. After more than 100 human archers were killed, the morale of the human soldiers on the city wall began to crumble, and they all began to flee down the city wall. Each and every one of them scrambled to be the first to throw away their helmets and armor, and some even killed their companions. Within the headquarters of the allied forces of the dark elves attacking Boza City, the dark elven commander Biska, with a sexy figure, dressed in a sexy leather armor and exuding a seductive charm, looked at the humans above the city wall who had thrown away their helmets and armor. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a sneer. Biska took out a scimitar, pointed at Boza City, and shouted in a stern voice, "Without the support of warlocks, these humans are truly a bunch of wastes. For such wastes to be able to occupy this fertile land for so many years is simply a waste. Under the guidance of Her Majesty the Great Goddess, we'll definitely be victorious and dominate this fertile land." Charred. Up to 4 meters tall drow with the upper body of a huge naked dark elf and the lower body of a sinister spider walked out from the allied forces of the dark elves and quickly crawled in the direction of Boza City. Drow, as weapons of war that could walk on top of city walls, were one of the strongest weapons of the dark elves. Boza City didn't have any warlocks guarding it. Biska could massacre the defenders of Boza City by relying on the 30 drow. As Biska watched the drow rapidly approach Boza City, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. As long as the drow attacked Boza City and then opened the city gate. The Dark Elven army would be able to easily enter Boza City and easily take control of the city. Johann had taken away the demonic Snake Legion as well as all the warlock families within Satsuma Marquisdom, leaving Satsuma Marquisdom without any warlocks to protect it. This made Satsuma Marquisdom seem as if it had become an egg without a shell, and anyone could easily take a bite out of it. Fishtooth City was also easily captured by the allied forces of the Dark Elves. A city without the protection of warlocks was truly too fragile. At this moment, rumbling sounds of propellers were transmitted from the sky. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft flew over from the rear of Boza City. Everyone's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment as they looked at the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft and the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters beside them. What's that? Are those new alchemical weapons? Many of the human soldiers raised their heads and looked at the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft and the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters in the sky, their eyes flashing with a touch of hope. The level of education of the human soldiers wasn't high, but they still knew some legends regarding warlocks. According to the legends, warlock alchemists had the power to manufacture all kinds of outrageous alchemical weapons. Every formidable warlock alchemist had the terrifying power to reverse the tide of a battle. The warriors of the allied forces of the Dark Elves of the Underworld's allied forces watched the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft and the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters in the sky, their eyes flashing with a touch of uneasiness. In those days, they were suppressed by human warlocks and they were very clear about the strength and terror of human warlocks. Chapter 111. Get rid of them. Biska looked at the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport helicopters and Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters that suddenly appeared in the sky, and her eyes flashed with a touch of unease, before she screamed and ordered. The 60 hippogriffs carrying the Dark Elven archers quickly flew towards the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. There were only 15 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. They had the confidence to get rid of these steel lumps. The hippogriffs had just moved, when the 15 extremely nimble Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters that resembled flying heavy tanks immediately launched. They transformed, unfolded their wings, and at the same time, ejected a powerful stream of air from the propellers beneath their wings. Their speed suddenly soared, and they turned into 15 fighter-like heavy-duty assault helicopters. After the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters transformed, their speed suddenly soared to half the speed of sound. Their cannons rumbled, and countless shells formed a terrifying barrage barreling towards the hippogriff riders in the sky. A hippogriff rider was hit in the chest by a 37.5 mm cannonball, and the upper half of his body was blasted apart. The hippogriff of a hippogriff rider was hit in the head, and the hippogriff rider's head was blasted apart, and the hippogriff rider dropped to the ground. Copious amounts of blood sputtered. One after another, the hippogriff riders were blasted apart, and fell from the sky. The hippogriff riders, who were the best archers of the Dark Elves, also displayed extremely terrifying archery. Their arrows unexpectedly hit the high-speed Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. But it was of no use. Those arrows were basically unable to tear through the tank-like thick armor of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. They merely stuck on the armor of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, and were unable to cause any substantial damage. Long live the Lord. Kill them. Kill those freaks. Long live the Lord. When the humans on the ground saw this scene, they erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Even the stupidest person would know that only their new overlord would be able to send such powerful alchemical weapons to help them. When the warriors of the allied forces of the underworld saw this scene, their complexions at once became very unsightly. The roof of a Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft opened, and a platform appeared, lifting Yang Feng to the roof of the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Simultaneously, numerous loudspeakers extended from the roof of the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Yang Feng looked down at the Boza City's military and civilians and said faintly, "I'm Rex, the newly appointed Lord of Satsuma Marquisdom. From today onwards, you're all my people and can obtain my protection. As long as you are loyal to me, I will fulfill my responsibilities as a lord and protect you." Under the effect of the loudspeaker, Boza City's military and civilians could clearly hear Yang Feng's words. "Long live Lord Lake. Long live the great Lord Rex." May the great Overlord Rex be eternal. Earth-shaking cheers and praises for young Feng were once again transmitted from Boza City. Those who oppose me will be destroyed. Amidst the cheers of countless people in Boza City, young Feng pointed towards the 30 drow. The 15 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters in the sky fired their air-to-ground missiles. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering explosions, the 30 drow spider were blown to pieces one by one, fragmented and fragmented. Seeing the 30 drow being blasted into pieces, the complexions of the warriors of the underworld's allied forces became even more unsightly. The 50 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft directly landed on Boza City's city wall. Level 4 primary battle robots successively unloaded and installed the self-propelled artillery, fixed artillery, laser artillery, rocket artillery, howitzers, heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft cannons, and many other military weapons inside the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Young Feng looked down at the many warriors of Boza City and said in a deep voice as if a god, "Warriors of Boza City, return to your posts and fight in order to protect your homeland. For Rex Daran, for our homeland, brothers, pick up our weapons and fight." Ars raised the blade in his hands and bellowed loudly, "Fight! Fight!" Boza City's human warriors at once raised their weapons and bellowed loudly with rousing morale. Their voices shook the sky and they walked towards their posts one after another. Boza City's human warriors had no lack of brave warriors, but without the support of warlocks, they were just like unarmed people facing fully armed special forces, without any power to resist. Now that young Feng had brought a huge number of military weapons to support them, it allowed them to regain their fighting spirit. Young Feng jumped down from the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft and stood on top of the city wall, his gaze cold and detached as he looked at the distant dark elven allied forces. Biska hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and ordered, "Attack." Following Biska's order, dense crowds of eyeless cavemen poured out of the allied forces of the underground races. Those cavemen were approximately 1.4 meters tall, had huge heads and didn't have eyes. They could only rely on their hearing and the caveman leader's spirit force to guide them. Those cavemen's reproductive ability was extremely terrifying. As long as they were given enough food, a female caveman could give birth to hundreds of offspring in a year. They were weak and had low intelligence. They were the lowest level of existence in the underground world and were the best cannon fodder. A fully armed human soldier could easily kill a few cavemen at the same time. Those cavemen were also very easy to feed. They could survive by eating some leaves and grass. In a short war, even if their numbers were greater, the pressure on the logistics wouldn't be too great. However, those hundreds of thousands of cavemen suddenly rushed out and pounced towards Boza City like countless large man-eating ants. Seeing those densely packed cavemen, the complexions of the human warriors above Boza City's city wall suddenly changed and their eyes flashed with a whiff of fear. There were only 5,000 regular troops within the entire Boza City. If they were to fight in the open, then those hundreds of thousands of cavemen would be able to tear them to shreds. Even if they had the city wall to rely on, it still wouldn't be that simple to kill those hundreds of thousands of cavemen. "Open fire!" Young Feng looked at those hundreds of thousands of cavemen with a callous gaze and ordered in a cold voice. The several tens of heavy machine guns above Boza City's city wall instantly spat out countless tongues of flame. A dense hail of bullets formed a terrifying metal storm sweeping towards those cavemen. Chapter 112. Under the frenzied strafing of the several tens of heavy machine guns, thousands upon thousands of caveman warriors were blasted at practically every moment, with blood and limbs splashing in all directions. The incomparably huge caveman legion seemed to have hit an invisible wall, unable to advance by even an inch, before being blasted into pieces by the heavy machine guns. Ars watched as the countless cavemen were blasted into pieces, his heart brimming with shock. So strong, so strong. These are Lord Daran's alchemical war weapons, they're really too strong. When the human warriors above the city wall saw this scene, their hearts brimmed with shock as well. Although the human warriors in Boza City had undergone strict military training, but it was the first time they had seen the terror of warlocks in a large-scale war. The complexions of the warriors of all the races within the Dark Elven Allied Forces headquarters were extremely unsightly when they saw this scene. The cavemen were indeed cannon fodder. An adult dark elf could casually kill several tens of them. But when faced with hundreds of thousands of cavemen, even the dark elven mags would have to retreat. Otherwise, they might be killed by those several 100,000 cavemen. Currently, more than 100,000 cavemen had died before they even approached Boza City's city wall. According to this situation, the cavemen would be completely wiped out before they could even approach Boza City. Biska's complexion was also extremely unsightly. She looked at Boza City from afar, her heart burning with anxiety, her beautiful eyes brimming with gloom, and she was in a dilemma. The Dark Elves' allied forces of the underground world commanded by Biska was only a partial division. The strongest experts in this subdivision merely possessed battle prowess comparable to human level 2 warlocks. If this subdivision joined hands, they could contend against a human level 3 warlock. However, when she saw the never-before-seen modern war weapons above the city wall, an ominous premonition shrouded Biska's heart and she somewhat wanted to retreat. Biska hesitated for a moment, then she thought of the punishment she would receive if she failed. She felt a chill in her heart and shouted in a stern voice, "Deploy the giant magical catapult." From the rear of the allied forces, 30 meters long giant trucks pulled by 9 black wildebeests were quickly opened. Sexy and beautiful dark elves quickly assembled many parts engraved with profound runes from the huge trucks. Giant mana catapults that were 30 meters long, engraved with countless mageweths, and equipped with 36 magic stone sockets were quickly assembled. The giant magic energy catapult could throw terrifying boulders with a diameter of more than 20 meters, with a range of up to 5 kilometers. It was one of the Dark Elves' strongest siege weapons. Even if it was a level 3 warlock, their protective force field would be directly smashed and they would be smashed into mincemeat by the boulders of the giant magical energy catapults. The giant magic catapults were extremely precious, and the allied Dark Elves only had 10 of them. Fire! After the Night Elves assembled half of the giant magic energy catapults, the corners of young Feng's mouth rose, his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he ordered. 20 self-propelled cannons that hadn't fired before were instantly adjusted by the smart chip and fired. Boom! 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 Along with earth-shattering booms, the 10 newly assembled giant magic energy catapults were engulfed by the artillery fire of the self-propelled cannons, before exploding into pieces and splashing in all directions. Seeing the giant magic energy catapults explode into pieces, the allied Dark Elves immediately split up and fled frantically. The giant magic energy catapults were positioned behind them. Now that the giant magic energy catapults were destroyed by Yang Feng's artillery fire, then Yang Feng's artillery fire could also hit them. Retreat! Retreat! Biska was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood when she saw this scene. She had a gloomy expression as she screamed loudly. Shortly after, the enormous Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld collapsed, before leaving behind countless supply wagons and retreating towards the rear. Long live Lord Rex! Long live Lord Rex! Above Boza City, when the human warriors saw this scene, they erupted into crazy cheers. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's appearance, then they might have already become the captives of the Dark Elves, living a life worse than death. After seeing the Dark Elves' defeat, they were brimming with worship towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the retreating Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld, his gaze flickered a few times, but he didn't give the order to pursue. Instead, he let the level 4 primary battle robots continue to hunt down the cavemen. Yang Feng looked at the retreating Dark Elves' allied forces, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Now is still not the time. These Dark Elves can't be defeated yet. With Yang Feng's current forces, he could dispatch a large number of primary battle robots and easily annihilate this wave of Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld. But in that case, he would receive the attention of the Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld, then the next enemy he would have to face would be God knows how many times stronger. Johann didn't want to completely consume his strength in the continuous battle against the Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld. That's why he chose to quickly withdraw all of his strength from Satsuma Marquisdom. Similarly, Yang Feng also didn't want to consume all of his strength in the battle against the Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld. What's your name? Yang Feng arrived before ours, looked at the warrior with the most outstanding performance and asked in a deep voice. Ars knelt on one knee on the ground, looked up at young Feng and said, "My name is Ars, Darren Lord." Although Ars was a knight rank expert, but he wasn't a warlock, nor was he an aristocrat, so when he saw the Lord, he naturally had to kneel on one knee to show his allegiance. Young Feng said with a slight smile, "I'm very fond of your loyalty and bravery. Are you willing to become my retainer?" Ars' eyes flashed with a touch of delight and he said loudly, "Mighty Darren Lord, to become your retainer would be my greatest honor." Young Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A bronze chest immediately flew out from the dimensional crest and landed in front of Ars. Young Feng said, "Cut open your wrist and sprinkle your blood all over this chest." Ars didn't hesitate, he directly brandished his sword and cut open his wrist. A large amount of blood spurted out from his blood vessels and sprinkled inside the bronze chest. The bronze chest at once blossomed with a cyan radiance and directly opened, revealing a bronze lion with countless mysterious runes engraved on its body. The bronze lion quickly decomposed into pieces of armor and quickly flew towards Ars, forming a set of bronze armor on his body. There were 9 grooves on the front and back of the bronze armor. Each groove was embedded with an intermediate magic stone. Chapter 113. That bronze-colored armor covered Ars's entire body. Shortly after, an incomparably formidable power was transmitted from the armor, making Ars feel as if his body was brimming with power. Ayo! Ars suddenly faced upwards and issued a bellow. In a flash, a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 1 warlock erupted, pressuring the surrounding ordinary human warriors to the point that they were somewhat breathless. Ars at once knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Many thanks to his lord for bestowing me with power. After wearing this mystical armor, I feel as if my power has been promoted to that of a Sky Knight rank. I'm willing to become his lord's retainer and be loyal to you for generations to come. I'll become your shield, I'll resist all harm for you, I'll become your sharp sword, I'll behead all enemies for you." When the human warriors above the city wall heard Ars's words, their eyes flashed with a whiff of jealousy. Especially the eyes of several great knights whose strength was originally far above Ars, their eyes were brimming with jealousy and envy. Gazes were concentrated on the bronze-colored armor on Ars's body. Everyone knew that it was definitely a secret treasure made by a formidable warlock alchemist. At the same time, gazes were also concentrated on young Feng. Those great knights of Boza City longed to become young Feng's retainers like Ars, to obtain the secret treasure that resembled the bronze-colored armor and obtain tremendous power. The corners of young Feng's mouth rose slightly and his eyes flashed with a whiff of a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he bestowed Ars with this secret treasure armor that was a fusion of warlock and Shizu technology, in order to win over the hearts of Boza City's people and recruit even more experts. That secret treasure armor could allow a knight rank expert to possess battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 Sky Knight. However, its manufacturing cost was more than 100 times that of a level 7 bladed troop. In terms of quality-price ratio, it simply wasn't worth it. However, in terms of winning over the hearts of the people, the secret treasure armor's value was extremely huge. This secret treasure armor not only made Ars submit to young Feng, but at the same time, it also attracted the desire of countless human experts to rely on young Feng and obtain power. In this way, young Feng could quickly stabilize the hearts of the people in Boza City and recruit a large number of experts. Young Feng smiled slightly, pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a knowledge crystal immediately appeared in his hand. This secret treasure bronze armor is called Green Fang Lion. I'll now impart to you a cultivation secret method. With the help of the Green Fang Lion, as long as you work hard, then you can promote to a genuine level 1 Sky Knight within a few years. At that time, coupled with the Green Fang Lion, even a level 2 warlock may not be your match. A look of ecstasy flashed in Ars' eyes. He immediately took the knowledge crystal and said, "Thank you, my lord." On top of the city wall, all the human experts looked at Ars with jealousy in their eyes. Sky Knights were very rare in Turandot subcontinent. On one hand, it was because the gifted geniuses basically walked the warlock's path, on the other hand, it was because secret methods to practice Sky Knights were very rare. A secret method that allowed one to reach the Sky Knight level could create a powerful knight clan. Although a Sky Knight's battle prowess couldn't compare to that of an official level 1 warlock, but a Sky Knight already had the power to kill a level 1 warlock. Such an expert status in Turandot subcontinent was still quite high. Yang Feng casually took out a secret method that allowed one to practice until the Sky Knight level. It naturally aroused the envy of countless human Knight rank experts. As night fell, the entire land was shrouded in a layer of darkness. Dark elves, as if invisible, blended into the dim light of the night and silently stealthily moved towards Boza City. Dark elves had fallen from the ranks of high elves. They had betrayed the primary god of the elven divine system, the elven ruler Daunars, and worshipped the goddess Lolth. Lolth had also spent a large amount of her divine power to bestow the dark elves with the power of dark blessing. In the darkness, they practically had the innate power of invisibility. Furthermore, their physical constitution would increase by 30% in the darkness, and they would possess the innate dark vision, allowing them to clearly see everything in the darkness. Their battle prowess would nearly double. With a little training, they would become one of the most terrifying assassins in the darkness. It was precisely by relying on the power of dark blessing that the dark elves could become an overlord in the underworld, where experts were as common as clouds and freaks were as common as rain. Even though the goddess Lolth incited the dark elves to kill each other in order to please her, the dark elves still didn't betray their beliefs because they needed the power of the goddess Lolth. As if invisible, the dark elves easily stealthily moved to a place approximately 100 meters away from Boza City. However, they didn't discover that a place approximately 100 meters away from Boza City was densely interwoven with infrared rays, which were practically invisible to the naked eye, forming a large net. As soon as a dark elf entered that large net, the automatic heavy machine gun mounted on top of Boza City's city wall immediately spun, before madly spitting out countless tongues of flame, directly tearing the dark elf to pieces. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Loud mechanically synthesized alarms instantly resounded in Boza City. Huge flares rose into the sky and blossomed with endless radiance. As if small suns, they brightly illuminated Boza City's surroundings. Densely packed human warriors quickly poured out from every corner and rushed towards the city wall. Retreat! Retreat immediately! When Biska, who was in charge of the sneak attack, saw the tyrannical dark elves being blown up one by the automatic machine gun, she was so depressed that she almost wanted to spit blood. She quickly issued the order to retreat. Only then did the tyrannical dark elves retreat, leaving behind several hundred blasted corpses. Yang Feng arrived above the city wall, looked at the several hundred blasted corpses of the dark elves below, and revealed a trace of a smile. They really haven't learned their lesson. But this way, Boza City shouldn't need me to stand guard here. The following plan can also continue. The greatest advantage of the dark elves was that they could take advantage of the darkness of the night to launch their attacks. Now that the night raid of the dark elves had been thwarted, it wouldn't be so simple for them to attack Boza City. After Yang Feng easily defeated the allied forces of the underworld's dark elves, he quickly obtained information on the state of the world from his intelligence network. The dark elves united with the underworld's major races and practically captured all of the human warlock strongholds in the underworld. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory and Eyes of Justice, the three major forces had the most strongholds in the underworld. Under the raid of the dark elves, they suffered disastrous casualties, with each force losing at least one level 3 warlock. Chapter 114. Rose Garden, Savage Claw, and the Black Dragon Tower immediately abandoned their strongholds in the underground world and retreated to the surface world. They gathered a large number of troops and barely managed to hold the front line. The underground world was the home ground of the Dark Elves and many other races. They could display terrifying fighting strength there. On the other hand, humans would be greatly weakened in the underground world. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory and Eyes of Justice, the three great forces wanted to keep the allied forces of the underworld's races out of their country, thus relying on the stronghold in the underworld to inflict great damage on the allied forces of the underworld's races. On the other hand, Rose Garden, Savage Claw, and Black Dragon Tower chose to disregard the lives and deaths of ordinary people. They retracted their forces and concentrated their forces on defending the important towns on the ground, resisting the attack of the allied forces of the underworld race. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory, and Eyes of Justice. After the three great forces suffered from the frenzied attacks in the underworld, they could only choose to retreat to the surface world. The allied forces of the different races in the underworld suddenly slaughtered their way out of the underworld and wantonly burned, killed, and looted in the surface world, venting their anger towards the humans as well as their bestial desires, causing great harm to the humans of the Turandot subcontinent. This was a catastrophe that affected half of Turandot subcontinent. Practically every day, a large number of humans died. The rogue warlock groups scattered in every corner had no choice but to pay a huge price to attach themselves to one large warlock group after another. Sharon Town was a small town located within the Satsuma Marquisdom. Although it was called a small town, the population of Sharon Town was as high as 100,000. The reason why Sharon Town was able to have such a large population was entirely because there were several huge magic stone veins in the vicinity of Sharon Town. Those several magic stone veins belonged to the warlock clan Barankam clan. Although Barankam clan wasn't one of the Black Dragon Empire's 36 Black Dragon Blood Meridian clans, but it was still a Black Demonic Dragon Serpent Blood Meridian warlock clan second only to the Black Dragon Blood Meridian clans. Experts were as common as clouds in the entire Barankam family, with at least 3 level 3 warlock rank experts. It was one of the first-rate aristocratic families of the Black Dragon Empire. Sharon Town was filled with miners mining magic stone veins, peddlers coming from all over to purchase magic stones, as well as all kinds of prostitutes and mercenaries. A group of knights clad in heavy armor and riding black wildebeests galloped over from afar. "Stop! Who are you?" The 4 warriors in front of Sharon Town stepped forward and stopped the team of knights riding on black wildebeest and shouted. The leading knight, Bard, casually threw a document and an identity token to the 4 warriors. He said coldly, "We are Lord Lake's men. This is our proof of identity." A look of mockery flashed in the eyes of the warrior in the lead. He stepped on the document and laughed coldly. "Lord Lake. I only know that Satsuma territory belongs to Lord John. Who the hell is Lord Lake? This is the territory of the Barankam family. You're not welcome here. Get lost." The other 3 warriors also sneered as they looked at Bard and the knight behind him with ridicule. Barankam family was backed by Johann and was also one of the Black Dragon Empire's influential families. They were extremely arrogant and naturally didn't care about young Feng. Bud raised his brows and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "I'm the envoy sent by Lord Rex. Get your Sharon Town's mayor to come out and see me." The leading warrior said with a cold smile, "Our Sharon Town's mayor can be met by a waste like you. Get lost, you're not welcome here." Bard swept the warrior with an ice-cold gaze and waved his hand. The entire team of knights immediately turned around and galloped back the way they came. The leading warrior spat at Bard's back and said with a cold smile, "Pa, a bunch of wastes. They're really all kinds of fellows. I thought that they would come and fight us. It seems that Lord Lake isn't anything special. His subordinates are all waste." The 4 warriors of the Barankam family at the entrance ridiculed and ridiculed. "What's that?" Suddenly, the warrior of the Barankam family pointed ahead and said. The other 3 warriors looked ahead and saw a team of 200 people clad in a layer of black armor. They were so tightly covered that they couldn't be clearly seen. The cavalry was galloping towards them. The captain's complexion changed and he roared loudly, "This is the territory of the Barankam family, stop at once." The team of cavalrymen clad in a layer of black armor were silent. Instead, they urged the black wildebeests under them to increase their speed once again. Enemy attack. The captain was also an elite of the Barankam family. He immediately took out a cylinder and crushed it. A 7-colored radiance instantly shot out from the cylinder and entered the sky, blossoming with incomparably dazzling 7-colored radiance. The entire Sharon Town immediately transmitted with incomparably loud and clear alarms. The captain had just finished, when the team of cavalrymen galloped their horses and arrived before him. A knight brandished his up to 2 meters long great sword and fiercely chopped at the captain, easily chopping him into 2. The other 3 knights also brandished their great swords and instantly chopped the remaining 3 warriors into 2. After the terrifying team of cavalrymen killed the 4 warriors of the Barankam family, they galloped towards Sharon Town like a gust of wind. Sharon Town was surrounded by a up to 6 meters tall city wall. 300 fully armed warriors stood on top of the city wall. The 200 cavalrymen had just approached Sharon Town, when a rain of several tens of arrows shot towards them from above the city wall. The 200 cavalrymen casually pushed aside the rain of arrows. Above the city wall, an Earth Knight rank warrior roared sternly, "Who are you? This is the territory of the Barancum family. You dare to offend our Barancum family, aren't you afraid of being exterminated?" The Barancum family had deep roots. If they left the Black Dragon Empire, they could establish a small kingdom in a remote country. With the strength of the Barancum family, they could easily destroy some small warlock clans. In the entire Black Dragon Empire, there weren't many people who would dare to provoke them. The knight covered in a layer of black armor leaped into the air and erupted with a terrifying life force. He brandished his 2 meters long great sword and madly chopped at the Earth Knight. Chapter 115. The Earth Knight's eyes flashed with a whiff of astonishment. He stimulated all of his strength and blocked with his fine steel sword. The two swords clashed. The black-armored knight's great sword at once chopped the fine steel sword in the Earth Knight's hand, then conveniently chopped the Earth Knight into 2 halves from head to toe, blood spurting in all directions. The black-armored knights leaped and directly jumped onto the huge city wall. They rushed into the crowd like fiends reaping human lives and opened up a massacre. The Sharon village's warriors were well equipped and well trained. But their strength and equipment were completely not on the same level as those black-armored knights. They were easily beheaded by those black-armored knights. After beheading all the warriors, those black-armored knights opened Sharon village's gate. They mounted their black wildebeests and continued to gallop towards Sharon village's mayor's residence. "Who are you?" When that team of cavalrymen had just arrived in the vicinity of Sharon village's mayor's residence, an extremely formidable life force erupted in a flash. A blonde and blue-eyed middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure, dressed in a white armor and holding a secret treasure greatsword unhurriedly walked out, his eyes flashing with graveness as he looked at the 200 black-armored knights. Sky Knight Abel, this was the strongest expert of the Barancum family that was guarding Sharon Town. He had a whole set of secret treasure equipment. Some rogue level 1 warlocks with weak strength might not be his match. The black-armored knight at the head didn't say any superfluous words. He instantly erupted with a formidable life force comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. His whole body blossomed with faint radiances blessed by spells. He swept towards Abel with a lightning-fast momentum and chopped at Abel with his sword. Abel's complexion abruptly changed. He urged the life energy in his body to stimulate the secret treasure armor on his body. 3 level 1 auxiliary spells, brute strength, lighten, and haste, enveloped his body in a flash, instantly increasing his strength by a large margin. He ferociously raised the secret treasure greatsword in his hand and pointed at the black-armored knight's greatsword. Ding! Along with a loud sound, Abel was immediately jolted back by 3 or 4 steps. The secret treasure greatsword in his hand at once spurted a fireball towards that black-armored knight. The level 1 secret treasure greatsword flame sword in Abel's hand had the level 1 spell fireball sealed on it. He could release 1 fireball per day. This was his most powerful trump card to reverse the situation. 2 black-armored knights stepped forward in a split second and raised 2 large shields. 2 transparent protective covers appeared in a flash. The fireball slammed into the 2 transparent shields, directly blasting one of them into smithereens and dissipating. 6 black-armored knights stepped forward in a split second and madly stabbed at Abel with their greatswords in their hands. After the 6 black-armored knights' heads were chopped off, they of their heads, of their bodies, of blood, they madly stabbed at Abel. Abel's body. After their of Abel of their heads of their bodies, their Abel's blood of his of the mountain of his, they of it. The level 1 spell warping force field on Abel's secret treasure armor burst out in a flash, directly deflecting the 6 sharp greatswords to the side, avoiding that sure-kill attack. At that moment, the leader of the black-armored knights swung his sword and slashed at Abel with all his might. Abel hurriedly raised his sword to block, and was forced to retreat 6 to 7 steps by the black-armored knight. The other 6 black-armored cavalries took the opportunity to swing their greatswords horizontally, chopping at Abel's body. They forcibly split Abel's protective armor and conveniently chopped him into several pieces. The leading black-armored knight waved his sword and chopped off Abel's head, then pointed at the mayor's house. The black-armored cavalrymen immediately charged into the mayor's house. Waves of blood-curdling screeches came from the Sharon village's mayor's house. Not long after, the group of black-armored cavalries galloped out of the Sharon village's mayor's house, their bodies covered in blood, and quickly left Sharon village. In Sharon town, no one dared to obstruct that fiendish black-armored knight. Not long after that team of black-armored knights left, Bud led a team of knights and directly entered Sharon town. As soon as Bart entered Sharon town, he beheaded a few dozen thugs that were looting everywhere. Then, he sent people to invite all the reputable people in Sharon town. Bud beamed as he looked at those reputable people in Sharon town and said, "I'm Lord Rex's subordinate Bud. I've been tracking the remnants of a dark elven tribe until I arrived here. Unfortunately, I was too late." He couldn't save Sharon town's mayor's family. Now, according to Lord Rex's orders, the entire Sharon town is under military control. I have the authority to kill anyone who disobeys Lord Rex's orders on the spot. If anyone has any different opinions, feel free to speak up. It was unknown how many years those reputable people of Sharon town had lived here. Many of them had seen the destruction of one warlock clan after another for the sake of magic stone veins. Mortals like them only had a bit of money, but they couldn't contend against those warlock groups. Now that Bud had clearly come for the magic stone veins in the vicinity of Sharon town, Sharon town's reputable people naturally didn't dare to contend against him. Our entire Sharon town welcomes Lord Bud's arrival. Our Sharon town is willing to obey Lord Rex's orders. After a moment of silence, those Sharon town's reputable people felt Bud's murderous gaze. One after another, a touch of a flattering smile hung on their faces as they said loudly. Bud swept those Sharon town's reputable people with a glance, his eyes flashed with a touch of contempt and a smile. As long as these Sharon town's reputable people didn't fall into disorder, then the entire Sharon town wouldn't fall into disorder. That very night, a huge convoy consisting of heavy-duty trucks, towing all kinds of heavy mining equipment, directly entered Sharon town. They then passed through Sharon town and advanced towards the magic stone veins. Very quickly, mechanical rumbling sounds were transmitted from within the magic stone veins. Sharon town had already been operated by Barankum family for more than 100 years. Even though Sharon town had already been cleansed by those black-armored knights, there were still many Barankum family's spies. Those spies passed on everything they saw to Barankum family through various means. Yang Feng practically used thunderous methods to clean up the magic stone veins that originally belonged to the various great warlock clans within Satsuma Marquisdom. He swallowed all of those magic stone veins and then frantically mined them. Under his desperate mining, he would obtain more than 5 million inferior magic stones every day. Apart from that, there were also a large number of accompanying intermediate, superior, and even a small number of top-notch magic stones. After those warlock clans' magic stone veins were seized by Yang Feng, it set off a huge wave. Those warlock clans whose interests were damaged one after another went to the aristocratic senate to demand that their ownership of the veins be restored and that Yang Feng be punished. Chapter 116. In the garden of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial palace. The emperor of the Black Dragon Empire, Salaman, was sitting on a chair with two sexy girls in his arms. Several beautiful girls were standing to the side, peeling fruits and feeding them to his mouth. A middle-aged man walked up to Solomon and handed him a document. "Your Majesty, these are petitions from the 28 warlock families of Satsuma Marquisdom. Your Majesty, please issue a decree to strip Laker of his Viscount title and all the rights to his territory. At the same time, return the magic stone mines to his family." This middle-aged man was Black Dragon Empire's general manager of internal affairs Bennett Gott. He possessed the terrifying strength of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. He was also Solomon's absolute confidant and held great power in the Black Dragon Empire. Solomon picked up the document and swept it with a glance, before throwing it aside and saying lightly, "Rex really occupied the magic stone veins of the 28 warlock families?" A strange glint flashed in Bennegott's eyes as he said provocatively, "Yes." Although Laker had disguised himself as a dark elf and handed over a few hundred dark elf corpses, the dark elf king was still a dark elf. However, His men quickly occupied those magic stone veins and began to mine them like crazy. According to all the signs, it's very likely that he's taken over those magic stone veins. Salarman chuckled. What's the big possibility? Those magic stone mines were forcibly occupied by him. Bennett hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Majesty, forcibly occupying a noble's magic stone vein is a capital offense. The Satsuma Marquisdom had a large number of magic stone veins. It was one of the territories with the most magic stone veins in the Black Dragon Empire. However, the majority of the magic stone veins were occupied by warlock families. According to Black Dragon Empire's laws, even Johann was unable to invade those magic stone veins. Now those magic stone veins were forcibly occupied by Yang Feng. According to Black Dragon Empire's laws, Yang Feng would definitely be sentenced to death. He's smart. He didn't blatantly invade, but used a dark elf as an excuse. Moreover, the timing was also very clever. If we deprive him of his title and territory, who will go to the Satsuma Marquisdom to fight those dark elves? Benegot fell silent as well. In the Black Dragon Empire, there were 8 exits connected to the underground world. One of them was blocked by Yang Feng. In the other 7 directions, the warlocks of Black Dragon Empire and the Dark Elves were fighting each other endlessly, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Unless a large number of experts were transferred from the Black Dragon Tower's headquarters to the Satsuma territory, it would be impossible to find a mobile force to suppress the Satsuma territory's Dark Elves' allied forces from the underground world. Salarman smiled. He is very valuable now. He was also very clear that he was very valuable, which was why he was so ruthless. Such a young man really can't be underestimated. Salarman said faintly, Benegot, send a message to Lake. I want 40% of the magic stones mined from the magic stone vein. Although Salarman was the emperor of the Black Dragon Empire and controlled a huge amount of resources, many of those resources belonged to the empire and not to him. Although he could use the Black Dragon Empire's vast resources to cultivate, he had never relaxed his collection of private resources. In the future, after Salarman abdicated, he would have to use his own private resources to train. Of course, the Black Dragon Pagoda would also allocate a portion of its resources for him to cultivate, but for things like resources, the more the better. Benedict replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Fire Kingdom was one of the largest kingdoms in Turandot subcontinent, second only to the Black Dragon Empire and a few other empires. The warlock group that ruled Fire Kingdom was Fire Pagoda. Fire Pagoda's master was the great warlock Traximus. Fire Pagoda was a peak warlock group second only to Turandot subcontinent's 6 great forces. Traximus was also recognized as one of Turandot subcontinent's strongest experts, possessing terrifying strength infinitely close to that of a starry sky warlock. If it wasn't for the fact that Fire Pagoda only had him as a great warlock, then Fire Pagoda might even be promoted to Turandot subcontinent's 7th great force. Fire Pagoda was located in Fire Kingdom's Valley of Flames. That Valley of Flames was a valley formed by more than a dozen active volcanoes. Traximus used a terrifying spell to directly integrate those more than a dozen active volcanoes into Valley of Flames' defensive system, before establishing a 7-story-tall Warlock Pagoda in Valley of Flames. With that Warlock Pagoda as the core, a beautiful and moving city was built. In that Valley of Flames, there were several hundred Warlock Pagodas with at least 3-story tall, forming a group of Warlock Pagodas. More than 30,000 apprentice warlocks studied all kinds of knowledge in this Valley of Flames, while more than 200,000 ordinary people worked here, serving those apprentice warlocks as well as warlocks. Inside that 7-story-tall Warlock Pagoda, the door at the top slowly opened. An old man with white hair and a pair of spirited eyes, seemingly brimming with even more vigor than a youngster, dressed in a changpao embroidered with flames and a golden thread on the cuffs of the changpao, unhurriedly walked out. This old man was Fire Pagoda's master, Traximus. After Traximus walked out of the door, his body at once turned into a ball of flames, disappearing from where he stood, before strangely appearing in a secret room. In the secret room, there stood a seductive female warlock with a fiery and sensual figure, a pair of huge breasts nearly bursting out of her clothes, a pair of slender and beautiful legs, dressed in a silver low-cut warlock robe with a slit. The whole secret room was filled with an incomparably wonderful fragrance. Traximus' eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "Anna, what the hell is going on? Didn't I say that if there's nothing urgent, then don't disturb me?" Anna said with a worried expression, "Teacher, the Dark Elves have joined forces with the underworld's many races and have already come out of the underworld." Traximus sneered and said extremely contemptuously, "Dark Elves? Trifling Dark Elves aren't enough, they're only fit to be our playthings." Turandot subcontinent's Dark Elves were toys and pets captured from other planes by human warlocks in ancient times. As a peak Great Warlock, Traximus naturally wouldn't put trifling Dark Elves in his eyes. "Teacher, since you're sure that you can deal with them, then that's for the best." Anna seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. She gave an extremely charming smile, her tender body swayed slightly, the loose warlock gown faintly revealed a large expanse of her snow-white skin. Traximus's gaze shifted and fell on Anna's snow-white skin, his breathing became slightly hurried. With a flash of magic radiance, all of his clothes flew to one side, he grabbed Anna and revealed a trace of a lascivious smile. "You little slut, did you miss me these past few days?" Anna moaned and threw herself into Traximus's embrace. Chapter 117. At once, the two people intertwined. At the most crucial moment, Anna's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. She turned around and embraced Traximus. Her cherry lips parted and a black light instantly shot out from her mouth, piercing Traximus's heart. "Fuck. You dare betray me." Traximus's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. He bellowed madly and erupted with the terrifying life force of a great warlock rank in a flash. An incomparably terrifying flame erupted in a flash and a claw dug towards Anna's heart. "Save me." Anna faced upwards and uttered an incomparably mournful scream. She merely possessed the strength of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. In front of the great warlock Traximus, she was merely a slightly stronger mouse. She was basically unable to withstand his furious blow. Traximus's claw pierced into Anna's heart, flames erupted in a flash and directly burned Anna into a pile of ashes. "Catcher." Suddenly, a handsome man dressed in black appeared at the side of the secret room. He looked to be about 21 or 22 years old. In his right hand was a death substitution wood carving, while on his left hand was Anna, who should have been dead. That young man gracefully bowed towards Traximus and said with a faint smile, "Nice to meet you, Lord Traximus. My name is Bartolio, and my race is what you humans call the fiendish demon race. I'm very happy to meet you." Traximus's eyes spurted traces of flames. He clutched his chest, glared at Anna and roared with incomparable fury. "Why did you betray me? Anna, I've been so good to you, why did you betray me? Traximus, I've never loved you. Ever since you burned my most beloved Lek to death, I've always wanted to kill you. I joined Fire Pagoda in order to kill you. I've already waited for 100 years for this day. Under the support of these demons, I was able to quickly grow from an ordinary apprentice warlock with an intermediate level 4 soul aptitude to a genius with an inferior level 6 soul aptitude and promote to a level 1 warlock, thus entering your line of sight. I was the one who let these demons in. All of Fire Pagoda's spell nodes have already been destroyed. You can no longer draw support from the Warlock Pagoda's power. What you've been afflicted with is the demonic demon clan's bone-rotting poison. As time passes, you'll only become weaker and weaker. Eventually, even your bones will slowly melt and you'll die." Anna smiled maliciously and said with incomparable resentment, "Bone-corroding poison." Traximus felt a chill in his heart. He frantically circulated his mental power and stimulated the powerful life energy in his body in an attempt to force the bone-corroding poison out of his body. Bone-eroding poison was a highly toxic poison developed by Hellion clan and used against human warlocks. It was a terrifying poison refined from the heart-blood of venomous Hellions. Depending on the different materials, even if it was a great warlock rank expert, if they weren't a poison-attributed great warlock, then they would still have a slim chance of surviving the bone-rotting poison. Too late. If you are given time, you might be able to neutralize the bone-rotting poison. However, I won't give you that chance. Badolio faintly smiled, and his body instantly dispersed and disappeared. In a flash, an extremely sharp bone spur burst out from Traximus's shadow and pierced his head. With a forceful twist, Traximus's head was smashed to pieces. Fire Pagoda's master, the great warlock Traximus, died in such a sullen manner, without being able to display his terrifying battle prowess. Bedolio picked up the robe that Traximus took off, swept it with a glance, and revealed a trace of a smile. Superior teleportation, superior warping force field, superior curse resistance, superior wind control. This magic flame robe is worthy of being a legend-rank secret treasure. If he hadn't taken off this secret treasure robe of his own accord, then killing him wouldn't have been that simple. A black ray of light suddenly rose from the flaming valley and disappeared into the sky. An extremely tyrannical life force suddenly gushed out from the surroundings of the Valley of Flames. Countless Hellion clan experts rushed towards the Valley of Flames. Violent fluctuations of spells and loud sounds of fighting were transmitted from the Valley of Flames. After a day and a night, the fighting in the Valley of Flames finally stopped. Only, the inside of the Valley of Flames had already turned into hell on earth. After the destruction of Fire Pagoda, Fire Country also quickly fell under the attack of the Hellions. Practically at the same time, Snow White Pagoda, Blue Bay House, Fireheart, Lightning Eye, and other human warlock groups with great warlocks overseeing them were assassinated one after another. Then, their entire forces were destroyed by the allied forces of the Underworld's races, with only a few failures. Under the assassinations of the allied forces of the Underworld's races, a total of 7 great warlocks fell, while 3 great warlocks were seriously injured and fled without a trace. The entire Turandot subcontinent sank into a huge shock. Black Dragon Empire merely had 7 great warlocks. Within a short period of less than a month, 7 great warlocks had fallen and 3 great warlocks were seriously injured. The terrifying strength displayed by the allied forces of the Underworld's races shocked the entire Turandot subcontinent. The originally aloof human warlocks, who basically didn't attach any importance to the allied forces of the Underworld's races, finally put away their arrogance and were full of vigilance towards the allied forces of the Underworld's races. Demon Assassin Bartolio, Shadow Goddess Malia, Night Hunter Romuli, these 3 legend-rank assassins from the allied forces of the Underworld's races were famous throughout the entire Turandot subcontinent. Turandot subcontinent's 10 great warlocks had suffered disastrous casualties under the assassinations of these 3 legend-rank assassins. Apart from the 6 great warlock groups, practically all the human forces with great warlocks had already begun to shrink their defensive perimeter, concentrating their forces in their nests and frantically searching for and purging traitors and spies within their forces, not daring to dispatch their troops. Under such circumstances, the allied forces of the Underworld's races were like fish in water, occupying a large area of Turandot subcontinent's land and unceasingly exploiting all kinds of resources, obtaining tremendous benefits. Furthermore, they had begun to manufacture all kinds of weapons and expand their forces. Giant Stone City, inside the portable fortified stronghold. The current situation doesn't look good. Should I just run away and retreat to the main continent? Yang Feng looked at the intelligence reports coming from all over, his eyebrows creased slightly and thoughts of retreating arose in his heart. He had already built the portable fortified stronghold and had stockpiled a large amount of magic stones, steel and energy crystals inside. Even if he were to withdraw to the main continent, he would still be able to quickly develop it again. Within a short period of a month, 10 human great warlocks had already been killed or seriously injured. Turandot subcontinent's 6 great forces were still fighting on their own, they didn't join forces. Yang Feng felt that the human warlock's odds of success weren't great, he had already made preparations to flee. Chapter 118. Ever since the portable fortified stronghold was built, the battle potential of the primary battle robots in Yang Feng's hands suddenly skyrocketed by more than 100-fold. However, he also didn't have the intention to use his main battle robots to fight desperately for the humans of Turandot subcontinent. Now, after he dispatched his primary battle robots to help Turandot subcontinent's humans defeat the allied forces from the Underworld's races, then he might become the enemy of Turandot subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups, and then his development would be restricted by the 6 great warlock groups, without any benefits. Moreover, Yang Feng wasn't a native of Turandot subcontinent, he also didn't have the noble sentiment of risking his life for this subcontinent's people without asking for anything in return. Naturally, he would not be willing to throw his combat power into a dangerous war without any returns. Eunice, Judy, Shashwe, The people that Yang Feng valued more had already returned to Giant Stone City. Yang Feng could start the portable fortified stronghold and flee at any time. A crisp bell suddenly sounded beside Yang Feng. He put on his helmet. The eyes of the liquid metal robot named Yang Yi glowed red as he walked towards the meeting hall. "Greetings, City Lord." Alan, who was dressed in a silver-white warlock's robe with a silver thread on the cuffs, saluted respectfully towards Yang Feng. Relying on the huge amount of resources provided by Yang Feng, Alan had finally successfully promoted to a level 1 warlock not long ago. This made him feel even more grateful and awed towards Yang Feng. "What is it?" "Warlock College Antalia's Eudirax Daran requests an audience." "Then tell him to meet me in the parlor." "City Lord, Eudirax didn't come alone this time. The patriarch of the Fernandro family, Lei Mix, has also come." Yang Feng was very surprised. "Lei Mix? Why is he here?" Yang Feng's Steel City practically swallowed half of Fernandro Principality and developed by stepping on Fernandro family's head. Fernandro family's people wished that they could pull out Yang Feng's tendons, pull out his bones and burn him to ashes. However, the corpses of more than 300 spies and assassins would fall outside Black City every year, showing the terror of Steel City's mechanical legion, making Fernandro clan basically unable to do anything. Yang Feng thought for a while, and then said, "Let him come as well." Even if a powerful politician encountered the enemy who killed his father, he would still cooperate and form an alliance for the sake of his own interests. Although Yang Feng wasn't a qualified politician, but he didn't have any qualms about meeting Fernandro clan's people. After all, it was him who took advantage of the Fernandro clan, and not the other way around. Black City, inside the reception hall. As soon as Yang Feng saw Eudirax, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Eudirax, my good friend. What brings you here this time?" At that time, Eudirax gave Yang Feng a life-saving wooden card and saved him at that time. Yang Feng was grateful to him. Eudirax said in a deep voice, "Yang Yi, I've come with an order from Warlock College Antalya. The Senate orders you to immediately dispatch troops to Fernandro's capital for defense." Yang Feng readily agreed, "No problem." Eudirax heaved a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Yang Feng would sternly refuse this order. At that time, he would be in a dilemma. Lei Mix, a handsome middle-aged man standing beside Eudirax, heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "As long as Warlock College Antalya allocates 30 million magic stones to me, then I'll immediately dispatch troops." Directly disobeying Warlock College Antalya's order was extremely unwise. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't obediently obey Warlock College Antalya's order and go fight to the death for Fernandro Principality. Eudirax's smile stiffened at once. The beautiful, pure and brimming with a noble temperament, the beautiful young lady Jessica looked pitifully at Yang Feng and implored softly, "Respected Steel City's City Lord Daran, I'm Jessica, Fernandro Principality's Fernandro clan's third successor. 30 million magic stones is too much. Our Fernandro clan is unable to come up with such a huge sum. Could you make an exception? Our Fernandro clan is willing to come up with 300,000 magic stones. Please send troops to support us." Yang Feng's gaze fell on Jessica and he revealed a trace of a smile. Fernandro clan's Jessica was recognized as one of the strongest few geniuses among the students of Yang Feng's same batch. In a short span of 2 years, she had already promoted to a level 2 apprentice warlock. She was pursued by countless male students in Warlock College Antalya and was recognized as one of the 4 great beauties among the students of Yang Feng's batch. Yang Feng said faintly, "All right, I'll send an infantry regiment to support you." After Yang Feng took control of Steel City, he immediately reorganized the army, changing it into the Earth's military system that he was most familiar with. An infantry regiment had about 1,500 soldiers. Jessica's pretty face changed slightly, revealing a delicate and pitiful expression. She implored softly, "Could you please send 5 mechanized infantry divisions to support us?" Over the past 2 years, many factions had sent spies into the City of Steel, many of whom had official identities. Under those people's investigations, some intelligence that Yang Feng had deliberately released was also directly grasped by them. Only then did Jessica understand what a mechanized infantry division was. In Black Dragon Empire, The large number of heavy artillery sold by Yang Feng had already displayed a tremendous might in the war. Black Dragon Empire's aristocrats had placed a large number of orders with Yang Feng to purchase all kinds of heavy artillery. Now in Turandot subcontinent, many forces were aware of the might of Steel City's heavy artillery. In Turandot subcontinent, there were also a lot of formidable weapons manufactured by warlock advanced alchemists, many of which were even more terrifying than those heavy artillery. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, Steel City's heavy artillery was the most cost-effective. One had to know that the price of a level 1 fireball spell scroll was more than 10,000 magic stones. In small-scale battles, a level 1 fireball could help a level 1 warlock defeat another level 1 warlock. However, in large-scale battles, the might of a fireball was far inferior to the might of a large-caliber heavy artillery shell. Yang Feng very conscientiously priced a large-caliber heavy artillery shell at 500 magic stones. Each of Yang Feng's mechanized infantry divisions was equipped with a large number of tanks, self-propelled artillery, rocket artillery, heavy-duty armed helicopters, bombers, and transport aircraft. That was why Jessica wanted Yang Feng to send his mechanized infantry divisions to support them, instead of casually sending some cannon fodder. 1,500 unarmed and untrained people were sent to the battlefield. Their value was not even comparable to that of 50 fully armed and well-trained real soldiers. Chapter 119. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Mechanized infantry divisions? That's impossible. The selling price of our alchemical heavy artillery is at least 100,000 magic stones, a shell is 500 magic stones. Each of my mechanized infantry divisions possesses at least 100 heavy artillery. A mechanized infantry division is worth at least 100 million magic stones. How is it possible for me to send them to protect your Fernandro family for free?" Jessica's smiling face stiffened, her expression at once became incomparably gloomy, revealing a pitiful expression that aroused people's tenderness. Lei Mix took a step forward, looked at Yang Feng and said in a deep voice, "Yang Yi, this is an order issued by Warlock College Antalya, don't tell me you want to go against the college's order." Yang Feng said with a sneer, "How could I go against the college's order? Warlock College Antalya only ordered me to support you, but didn't specify how to support you." Eudirax said in a deep voice, "Yang Yi, without the lips, the teeth will be cold. If Fernandro Principality is destroyed, then the next target of the allied forces of the different races will be you. If you send troops to guard Fernandro Principality, then the war will only break out in Fernandro Principality, it won't affect you much. Even if Fernandro Principality is destroyed, then you can still calmly organize a second line of defense." Limix's and Jessica's complexions at once became extremely unsightly, but they were very smart to maintain their silence. Yang Feng gave a slight smile and said without yielding an inch, "Unless Fernandro Principality's territory completely belongs to me, otherwise, it's impossible for me to dispatch my mechanized infantry divisions." Jessica's pretty face surged with a touch of a holy radiance of self-sacrifice. She took a step forward, looked straight at Yang Feng and pleaded softly, "Respected Yang Yi Daren, if you're willing to dispatch 3 mechanized infantry divisions to reinforce Fernandro Principality, then I'll send 3 mechanized infantry divisions as reinforcements. Then, regardless of success or failure, I'm willing to become your woman and completely obey any of your demands." Yang Feng gave a faint smile, directly striking at Jessica's self-esteem and said, "I'm sorry, but I think that you're worth less than 100 million magic stones." Jessica's pretty face paled, her beautiful eyes surged with a touch of humiliation, she retreated and her eyes surged with traces of mist. In the slave market, 1 magic stone could already buy a rather beautiful virgin. With 1 million magic stones, one could even buy some level 1 warlock female slaves in some special slave markets. With such a huge sum of 100 million magic stones, Yang Feng could purchase enough resources to promote to a level 2 warlock. Eudirax pondered for a while before slowly saying, "All right, I promise you. As long as you dispatch troops to defend the capital of Fernandro Principality, then the entire Fernandro Principality will be under your control in the future." Upon hearing this, Lei Mix and Jessica's expressions changed drastically. They stared at Eudirax in disbelief. Fernandro Principality was the foundation of the Fernandro family. Although there weren't many magic stone veins within Fernandro Principality, but it was rich in natural resources and had a huge population. It could completely become the foundation and land of inheritance of a level 3 warlock clan. Previously, Yangfeng's Steel City only had an annual income of 3,000 plus magic stones. That was because he didn't put much effort into managing his territory. At the same time, countless resources were used to manufacture the Mechanical Legion, which was why the income was so low. Yang Feng said with some surprise, "Eudirax, have you obtained Warlock College Antalia's authorization?" The Southern States Coalition was under the control of Warlock College Antalia. Every principality had a master. Any changes required the approval of Warlock College Antalia's Senate. "I have authorization. This is the mainland's Holy War Decree jointly issued by Warlock College Antalia, White Elephant's Ivory, Eyes of Justice, Rose Garden, Savage Claw and Black Dragon Pagoda. In this human's holy war, any force that defeats the Underworld's coalition and obtains a piece of land, as long as they can hold on until the end of the holy war, then that piece of land will become the force's territory. As long as you have the ability, then Senorus Principality and Poten Principality can be brought under your control." Eudirax said faintly. After the Underworld's allied forces led by the Dark Elves assassinated 10 human Great Warlocks, they swept through Turandot subcontinent like a whirlwind. Top forces with Great Warlocks keeping watch, as well as some level 3 Warlock forces with powerful inheritances and at least 7-story-tall Warlock pagodas, could barely hold on to their foundations. Forces without level 3 Warlocks simply couldn't resist the assault of the Underworld's allied forces. Senorus Principality and Poten Principality, the two great principalities, had already been defeated by the Underworld's allied forces and annexed. Originally, Yang Feng didn't have any interest in dispatching troops to confront the Underworld's allied forces, but now he was extremely interested. The combined area of Senorus Principality and Poten Principality, the two great principalities, was more than 50 times that of Satsuma Marquisdom. Although the two great principalities' magic stone veins were far from that of Satsuma Marquisdom, but they were still rich in resources required for warlocks to practice cultivation. If the two great principalities were to be annexed, then Yang Feng's forces would once again surge by a large margin. Yang Feng said decisively, "All right. I'll dispatch troops tomorrow." Lei Mix was silent for a moment, then said unhurriedly, "Yang Yi Daran, I have the corpse of an adult Morphin demonic polar bear, containing its fur, bones, and crystal core. I'm willing to offer this Morphin demonic polar bear's corpse to you." Eudirax exclaimed, "Morphin demonic polar bear? That's an extraordinary life form capable of manipulating the power of the earth. After reaching adulthood, it possesses battle prowess comparable to that of a great warlock rank." Yang Feng couldn't help but be moved when he heard that. The corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form, it was definitely a rare treasure. Furthermore, by relying on the formidable manufacturing ability of the portable fortified stronghold, as long as there was a complete great warlock rank extraordinary life form corpse, then it could be transformed into a great warlock rank mechanical battle beast. In Turandot subcontinent, the corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form was priceless. It was a peerless treasure that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Once it appeared, it would basically be carved up by those great warlock rank experts. Even if Yang Feng had a huge amount of magic stones, he still wouldn't be able to purchase a great warlock rank extraordinary life form corpse. Yang Feng suppressed the longing in his heart and said without batting an eyelid, "What do you want?" As long as Lei Mix didn't make any excessive demands, then Yang Feng intended to agree. Lei Mix said unhurriedly, "I want our Fernandro Principality to continue on and not be destroyed in this time's holy war. In addition, I also hope that Jessica can marry you's only blood relative, Yang Feng." Jessica looked at Lei Mix with an astonished expression, yet very rationally maintained her silence. Chapter 120. Yang Feng thought for a moment, then immediately made a prompt decision and said, "All right, I agree." Immediately creating a great warlock rank mechanical battle beast could greatly enhance Yang Feng's overall strength. It would allow Yang Feng to have one more trump card to rapidly expand. After Yang Feng annexed a few principalities, Fernandro Principality would no longer be important to him. After all, Fernandro Principality didn't have a lot of resources. A trifling Satsuma marquisdom's resources were several times more than it. Lei Mix gave Yang Feng a bronze-colored ring. Inside this space ring is the corpse of the Morphin demonic polar bear. This space ring was a level 3 secret treasure. It was extremely precious. It was also a treasure that had been passed down in Fernandro family for more than a millennium. Space treasures had always been rare in Turandot subcontinent. They were basically in the hands of some formidable existences at level 3 warlock rank and above. Fernandro family had once produced a level 3 warlock, only then could they possess a space ring. Yang Feng picked up the space ring, swept it with his spirit force and sensed that the space ring was a 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meter medium space ring. Inside the space ring, there was an enormous Morphin demonic polar bear's corpse covered in white fur. The Morphin demonic polar bear's corpse was obviously very well protected. Even though God knows how many years had passed, it still exuded formidable fluctuations of power that couldn't be underestimated. Good stuff. Yang Feng praised, his mind moved and he directly released the Morphin demonic polar bear's corpse, then pressed the dimensional crest on his chest and at once stored the Morphin demonic polar bear's corpse inside the dimensional crest. Eudirax's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene. Even he, a level 2 warlock from a prestigious family, didn't have a space treasure, yet Yang Feng actually had one. It filled his heart with shock. Here you go. Yang Feng casually tossed the space ring to Lei Mix. After Lei Mix received the space ring, he heaved a long sigh of relief. That was one of Fernandro family's heirlooms. If it wasn't for Fernandro clan reaching a critical juncture, then he absolutely wouldn't offer such a treasure to Yang Feng. Yang Feng casually tossed a dimensional badge towards Jessica. Since you're my nephew's fiancé, then I'll give you this treasure. There are 5 mechanical golems with battle prowess comparable to level 2 warlocks. Remember to release them to protect your safety. After Jessica received the dimensional badge, she scanned the dimensional badge with her spirit force. After discovering the huge space inside the dimensional badge, a look of ecstasy welled up on her pretty face. She bowed to Yang Feng in salute and said respectfully, "Thank you for the treasure, sir." Eudirax glanced at Jessica with envy flashing in the depths of his eyes. The mechanical golems with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 2 warlock, each one of them was of great use to a level 2 warlock like him. Eudirax, my nephew Yang Feng has received your care in Warlock College Antalya. I hope you like this mechanical puppet. Yang Feng waved his hand. A level 2 bladed troop immediately walked out from the side hall and arrived beside Eudirax. The bladed troop's eyes flashed with a red light. A formidable force field comparable to that of a level 2 warlock erupted in a flash, simultaneously activating a level 2 protective cover, completely protecting it. Great. This mechanical golem actually has a defensive force field comparable to that of a level 2 spell. It's truly perfect. Eudirax stared fixedly at the level 2 protective cover. His eyes flashed with fanaticism and he repeatedly praised. For warlocks, defensive power was more important than offensive power. The value of defensive spells was also by far greater than offensive spells. Eudirax could sense that the level 2 protective cover of the mechanical bladed troop was even more tyrannical than the level 2 defensive spells he had mastered. Additionally, the mechanical bladed troop was a golem life form. It was immune to the majority of curses and other evil spells. Moreover, it wasn't afraid of death. Even Eudirax might not be this bladed troop's match. Good stuff, truly good stuff. Lei Mix stared at the mechanical bladed troop, his eyes flashed with a scorching glint, then his gaze fell on the dimensional crest on Jessica's chest. He was brimming with excitement. As long as our Fernandro clan has those 10 level 2 warlock rank mechanical golems, then we can absolutely become one of the strongest level 2 warlock clans. Jessica felt Limix's gaze. She tightly grasped the dimensional crest and then loosened it. Through Fernandro clan's careful nurturing, she had always placed the clan first. She was very clear about what those 10 level 2 mechanical golems meant for Fernandro clan. Yang Feng said faintly, "All right, if there's nothing else, then you can withdraw." Yes. Eudirax and the other 2 could only leave. Yang Feng operated another level 2 liquid metal robot and quickly rushed to the interior of Giant Stone City's portable fortified fortress with the Morphin demonic polar bear's corpse. The Morphin demonic polar bear's corpse was taken out and refined. Morphin demonic polar bear's corpse, degree of completeness 99.5%. The corpse can be used to extract a vial of intermediate concentration of Morphin demonic polar bear's blood meridians. Special battle soldier, mechanical demonic polar bear. 8 m tall, 65 tons in weight, equipped with a super magic core propulsion furnace, level 5 protective cover, combat radius of 10,000 kilometers, requires 1 million kuan of energy, 10 units of dimensional crystal. General evaluation of battle prowess, level 10. No ability to continue evolving. Manufacturing time, 24 hours. Yang Feng revealed a trace of a gratified smile. That's great, like this, I have 2 primary battle robots with battle prowess comparable to Great Warlocks. Even if I encounter a genuine Great Warlock rank enemy, then I can still put up a fight. In Turandot subcontinent, any Great Warlock rank expert was a peak existence. They could completely dominate a Warlock group and establish a kingdom. Moreover, Great Warlock rank experts were known as legend rank experts in other planes. Any one of them could leave their name in history as a legendary figure. A lot of low-level planes' strongest experts were merely Great Warlock rank experts. Every single Great Warlock rank expert was extremely arrogant, they were basically loners. Yang Feng had 2 primary battle robots with battle prowess comparable to Great Warlocks. He could easily defeat many lone Great Warlock rank experts. Yang Feng thought somewhat regretfully, it's a pity that I don't have the Morphin demonic polar bear's cultivation method, otherwise I would soon have another Blood Meridian Warlock clan. Chapter 121. In order to become a Blood Meridian Warlock, one must possess the Blood Meridian essence of a formidable life form as well as a matching cultivation method. In Turandot subcontinent, the secret cultivation method of a Great Warlock rank extraordinary life form like the Morphin demonic polar bear was practically impossible to find. It was precisely because of this that Lei Mix had so easily handed over the vial of Morphin demonic polar bear's corpse to Yang Feng. Black City, inside a luxurious hotel room. Patriarch Darren, why do you want me to marry that waste Yang Feng? Jessica said somewhat puzzled, if we were to have a marriage alliance, then wouldn't it be better for me to marry Steel City's city lord? Jessica was very precocious, she understood that it was basically impossible for her to decide on her own marriage. She didn't choose to rebel against her fate, but rather asked very rationally. Steel City's city lord, Yang Yi, is a man with a pure heart and few desires, wholeheartedly pursuing knowledge and power. In these 2 years, he's been hiding in Black City, conducting all kinds of research, and hasn't used a single woman. If you marry such a man, you'll only become a widow. Besides, with him around, you won't be able to grasp any power. Yang Feng, that waste, is different. He's deeply loved by Yang Yi, and is fond of women. As long as you can control him, then through him, you'll be able to obtain Steel City's tremendous resources and grasp great power. Limix's eyes flashed with a touch of wisdom and he said solemnly, in these 2 years, Yang Feng's embodiment, Yang Yi, had been hiding in Black City, not taking a single step. Any plot against Yang Yi was as helpless as a mouse pulling a tortoise. The assassins that came to assassinate Yang Yi were basically blasted into sieves, and their corpses were hung above the city wall as a warning to the public. Under such circumstances, the major forces could only choose to speculate on Yang Yi's character through a variety of information. In these 2 years, Yang Yi hadn't doted on a single woman. The major forces could only deduce that he wasn't fond of women. As for the beauties around Yang Feng, such a person was naturally a lecher, and was easily corrupted by beauty. Jessica thought for a moment, and then silently nodded. Lei Mix hesitated for a moment, and then said in a consulting tone, Jessica, those level 2 mechanical battle golems are very important to our family. Can I contribute 5 of them to the family? I can make the decision to slowly tilt the family's resources towards you. Within 100 years, I will pay you the corresponding magic stones for the 5 mechanical puppets. Jessica glanced at Lei Mix in surprise. Lei Mix was the patriarch of the Fernandro family, and he always had the final say in the family. Now that he was talking to her in a negotiating tone, she was very surprised. However, Jessica was also very smart. She immediately understood that her identity would be somewhat different from now on. She was already the fiancée of Steel City's city master Yang Yi, the only blood relative of Yang Feng. Steel City was a terrifying force that even level 3 warlocks were extremely fearful of. With such a terrifying force as her backing, she was no longer an existence that a trifling level 2 warlock family's patriarch could look down on. Just like when an ordinary woman married into the palace, that woman was definitely not an existence that a small county official could belittle. Looking at her grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, Jessica sighed inwardly and nodded, okay. Fernandro family attentively cared for a genius like Jessica from a young age, and provided her with huge resources and support. Jessica also had a strong sense of identity with the family. Laemix was also very well behaved, and only asked for 5 mechanical golems from her. She naturally wouldn't refuse Laemix's request. Laemix heaved a slight sigh of relief inwardly. Fortunately, Jessica wasn't the kind of woman who would turn hostile after gaining power. Fernandro Principality's capital, Narona City, was an enormous city with a population of 1,500,000. It was extremely prosperous. After the underworld's allied forces invaded the surface world, aristocrats and refugees from the 4 great principalities, Senorus Principality, Poten Principality, Najiro Principality, and Domvet Principality, poured into the enormous city in a steady stream, causing Narona City to become somewhat overcrowded, with refugee camps appearing one after another. At the same time, the shadow of war shrouded Narona City. Countless workers were frantically reinforcing Narona City, and also starting to build inner cities inside Narona City, preparing to withdraw into the inner city to defend after the outer city was breached. 2 kilometers away from the entrance of Narona City's south gate, 20,000 Fernandro Principality's imperial guards were surrounding and protecting the Fernandro Principality's Grand Duke as well as all the important ministers of Fernandro Principality. They were quietly standing and gazing into the distance. That good-for-nothing young Feng is really arrogant, to actually make so many people of Fernandro Principality wait for him. Among a group of aristocratic youngsters dressed in gorgeous clothing, a handsome, frail-looking young man said very discontentedly. Jessica raised her eyebrows and snapped, "Shut up, Elton, you idiot. If you dare to speak ill of young Feng again, then I'll have my father teach you a good lesson." Elton's gaze was ice-cold as he ridiculed, "Jessica, young Feng's sole aptitude is only inferior level 1, he's originally a good-for-nothing. You haven't married him yet you're already speaking up for that good-for-nothing fiancé of yours. You should know that you're a woman of Fernandro family. Young Feng is Fernandro family's greatest enemy, Steel City's Yang Yi's only kin. For an outsider, you actually dare to scold me. Are you still a member of Fernandro family?" The group of Fernandro family's youngsters also shot ice-cold gazes at Jessica. Young Feng's Steel City was established by cutting off half of Fernandro Principality. It could be said that he was stepping on Fernandro family to ascend. Fernandro family was brimming with hatred towards Steel City as well as young Feng. A beautiful woman with a head full of short blue hair, a sexy and well-developed figure, about 23 or 24 years old, with traces of a mature woman's charm said coldly, "Enough. After all, young Feng came to support us. You're not allowed to speak ill of him again." Elton creased his eyebrows and said, "Big Sister Helena, no one has seen the actual combat capabilities of Steel City's mechanized infantry division. No matter how strong those golems are, they're only trifling knight-rank mechanical golems. Is it necessary to greet them in such a grand manner?" Steel City's mechanized infantry division didn't have any actual combat achievements. The younger generation of Fernandro family didn't believe that those knight-rank golems could contend against the allied forces of the underworld's races. After all, those terrifying existences had successively destroyed more than a dozen principalities in the Southern States coalition. Chapter 122. Omegudo Flying Snake. That's a scout from the Hellion Army's 3rd Corps, Snake Demon Corps. Their appearance here means that the Snake Demon Corps isn't far. Suddenly, a slightly fearful voice sounded from the crowd. Fernandro Principality's bigwigs raised their heads to take a look. Their complexions at once became incomparably pale and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. One after another, huge flying snakes up to 20 m long, covered in a layer of black scales, with 18 pairs of transparent fly-like wings were flying towards them from the sky. These huge flying snakes that could fly in the sky were Omegudo flying snakes. These flying snakes were a subspecies of Omegudo flying demonic snakes. Omegudo flying demonic snakes were extraordinary life forms that possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to great warlock rank after reaching adulthood. After reaching adulthood, Omegudo flying snakes were merely comparable to level 1 warlocks. Some pure-blooded Omegudo flying snakes could even evolve to a level 2 warlock rank. These Omegudo flying snakes were beasts born from the mating of Hellion Clan's Snake Demon clan. They were under the complete control of Snake Demon clan's royal family. They were also one of Snake Demon clan's most incisive weapons. Seeing the several hundred Omegudo flying snakes flying in the sky, the complexions of Fernandro Principality's bigwigs changed greatly. Many people's legs were even trembling. They were extremely afraid. Withdraw. Archduke Fernandro's complexion was pale as he decisively ordered. An Omegudo flying snake was enough to give Giant Stone City, such a large city, a huge headache. In a field battle, those several hundred Omegudo flying snakes could completely devour everyone here. Those Fernandro Principality's greater aristocrats had panic-stricken expressions. They practically tumbled and crawled as they fled towards Narona City. The several hundred Omegudo flying snakes' speed suddenly soared, as if several hundred arrows. They pounced towards Fernandro Principality's greater aristocrats. The 5-story-tall Warlock Pagoda in the center of Fernandro Principality shone with radiance, for fireballs burst out in a flash, as if meteors. They bombarded the flock of Omegudo flying snakes in the sky. In a flash, the 4 Omegudo flying snakes were blown to pieces, with countless fragments falling from the sky. Magical radiances flashed from the center of Fernandro Principality's 5-story-tall Warlock Pagoda. Negative spells fell on the several hundred Omegudo flying snakes, weakening their battle prowess. Sitting on a level 2 warlock rank Omegudo flying snake, dressed in a black leather armor, with wheat-colored skin, and a gorgeous appearance, the woman opened her cherry lips and issued an extremely strange howl. The hundreds of Omegudo flying snakes instantly turned around and retreated. Several hundred Omegudo flying snakes weren't enough to capture Fernandro Principality's capital, Narona City. Not long after, all kinds of large and small ordinary venomous snakes and all kinds of snake-type extraordinary life forms formed a sea of snakes, rushing towards Narona City. If a person with trypophobia saw so many snakes, then they would definitely fall limply from fear. In that sea of snakes, there were close to 20,000 giant snakes with a body length of more than 10 meters. Sitting on top of those 20,000 giant snakes, were Snake Demon Clan's experts that didn't differ much from ordinary humans, but had a pair of snake-like vertical pupils. Demon Clan's ancestors could be traced back to their origins. Their ancestors were also humans, but under the Second Warlock Dynasty's taboo transformation, only then did they become freaks like demons. The majority of demons, before they transform, their appearances were basically no different from humans. If Demon Clan didn't have to devour human flesh and blood in order to stay sane, then devouring human experts would allow them to obtain enormous power. Then they could even be regarded as a branch of Blood Meridian warlocks. Above the city wall, when Fernandro Principality's experts saw that densely packed sea of snakes in the distance, their scalps went numb and their eyes flashed with fear. That lofty city wall could defend against the attacks of many extraordinary life forms, but its defensive effect against that sea of snakes wasn't great. Without the support of the lofty city wall, even with the protection of the 5-story-tall Warlock Pagoda and the terrifying might of a level 3 Warlock, Fernandro Principality still didn't have the confidence to defeat the Snake Demon Legion that could enslave countless giant snakes. Among the 20,000 giant snakes, there was a Kamado silver-white demonic horned giant snake with a length of 40 meters, its entire body covered in a layer of silver, and a single horn. This was a terrifying giant snake that would directly promote to a level 3 extraordinary life form after reaching adulthood, and even had a trace of hope to evolve into a level 4 extraordinary life form, Kamado Silver-White Demonic Horned Snake King. On the head of that adult Kamado Silver-White Demonic Horned Giant Snake, there was a soft sofa inlaid. On that sofa, there was a peerless beauty with skin as white as jade, an extremely beautiful appearance, blonde hair, blue eyes, plump buttocks and large breasts, brimming with the charm of a mature woman. This peerless beauty was Snake Demon Legion's commander, Demonic Snake Maiden Olaria, an expert with the terrifying strength of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. She was also a peerless genius of Snake Demon Clan with the greatest hope of promoting to a great warlock. Snake Demon Clan's ancestor possessed the Snake Dowager's blood meridians. Snake Demon Clan also had a thin trace of the Snake Dowager's blood meridians. Therefore, within Snake Demon Clan, women were superior to men. Female experts emerged in an endless stream, while men were basically only there to breed and carry on the descendants. Their status was generally one rank lower than that of women. Oleria said faintly, "Attack." Shortly after, the densely packed common vipers, amounting to several 100,000, madly rushed towards Narona City like a tide. Above Narona City's city wall, magical radiances surged, blessing the elite soldiers and enhancing their battle prowess. Heavy-duty catapults quickly took their positions, before hurling kerosene cans towards the swarm of snakes. A large number of kerosene cans were thrown into the swarm of snakes, before shattering. A level 1 warlock extended his hand and pointed, before shooting out a rocket-like fireball, before exploding amidst the swarm of snakes, instantly igniting the kerosene, forming a huge sea of fire within the swarm of snakes. Countless vipers were incessantly rolling about within the sea of fire, before being burnt to death. Rain missed. From within Snake Demon Clan's army, 5 beautiful women quickly walked out. They at once erupted with the terrifying life force of level 2 warlocks, before silently reciting incantations and pointing towards the sky. Countless water elemental particles converged in the sky, forming a huge black cloud. A large amount of rain fell from the sky, before mixing with a large amount of mist and shrouding Narona City. Under the pouring of the heavy rain, the huge sea of fire was extinguished one after another. Chapter 123. The complexions of everyone above the city wall suddenly changed. Under the heavy rain, the archers among them were practically crippled. Furthermore, fighting under the rain and fog, not only would the human warriors be greatly weakened, but the battle prowess of the various vipers would instead be greatly enhanced. Narona City's Warlock Pagoda at the center of the city surged with extremely formidable magic fluctuations. A dispel instantly shrouded the black clouds in the sky. Under the power of dispel, the black clouds in the sky immediately disappeared. Not long after the black clouds disappeared, the Snake Demon Legion's warlocks once again cast rain and fog, once again condensing into a lump of black clouds. Narona City's Warlock Pagoda unceasingly dispersed the black clouds in the sky. The magic powers of both sides unceasingly intertwined in the sky. The heavy-duty catapults on top of the city wall were still unceasingly hurling kerosene, then the level 1 warlocks cast fireball to ignite it. Waves of flames and thick smoke once again appeared in the midst of the snakes, devouring a large number of them. The densely packed snakes avoided the area enveloped by the flames, quickly swam past Narona City's moat, and continuously climbed up along Narona City's city wall. Shadow rays. Arcane projectiles. Negative energy rays. Above the city wall, more than 1,000 apprentice warlocks successively cast level 0 offensive spells, bombarding the densely packed snakes. In a split second, more than 1,000 vipers tragically died at the hands of the apprentice warlocks. Some apprentice warlocks also released a lot of gradeless extraordinary life forms and a variety of extraordinary plants to fight with the snakes. Fernandro Principality's royal guards also acted one after another, madly beheading the snakes. Every second, there were thousands of vipers dying. A lot of vipers climbed above the city wall and bit the feet of the royal guards, but were blocked by their armors, before being chopped into mincemeat. After a royal guard dressed in full-body armor brandished his sword and beheaded 2 vipers, suddenly, a 1-meter-long demonic snake suddenly erupted, ruthlessly biting the royal guard's thigh. Its extremely sharp venomous fangs at once penetrated the royal guard's armor, before piercing his thigh and injecting venom inside. "Ah! Die!" The royal guard had a look of fear on his face as he screamed and slashed at the devil snake, splitting it in 2. In the next moment, the Imperial Guard felt the world spin around him. The poisonous gas attacked his heart and he fell to the ground, covered by the countless poisonous snakes. Many low-grade extraordinary life-form demonic snakes were hidden in the midst of the snakes. These demonic snakes mixed in with the ordinary snakes and constantly attacked, biting the royal guards' thighs one by one. Soon, the miserable screams of the Imperial Guards could be heard coming from above the city walls. A large number of Imperial guards were killed by those poisonous snakes. Seeing this scene, the official warlocks who originally intended to preserve their spirit force had no choice but to take action. In an instant, a demonic wolf covered in flames, a 10-meter-tall steel golem, a 3-headed demonic lion, a demonic leopard, and 3 man-eating demonic vines appeared on the city wall. These formidable existences with battle prowess comparable to level 1 warlocks took action one after another, exterminating a large number of vipers. Oleria waved her jade hand. 10,000 of the 20,000 demonic snake legion's warriors on the ground separated from the rest and rode their thick demonic snakes towards Narona city. The demonic snakes ridden by the demonic snake legion were called bugru boars. It was also a subspecies born from demonic snake clans mating. After reaching adulthood, warlocks would possess a terrifying physique comparable to that of level 1 warlocks. Their only shortcoming was that their intelligence was too low and they were unable to use spells. Their true strength was far inferior to that of level 1 warlocks. If the 10,000 bugru boars joined forces to attack, then even if a level 3 warlock didn't escape, he would still be exhausted to death. When those Fernandro Principality's bigwigs saw the 10,000 bugru boars move, their complexions immediately became incomparably pale. In a flash, the Warlock Pagoda in Narona City erupted with incomparably formidable fluctuations of magic. Clouds of fire containing a tremendous amount of fire elemental particles quickly condensed in the sky, brewing. Obviously, a large-scale fire attribute destructive spell was brewing. Once this level 3 large-scale fire attribute spell was released, then all life forms within the range of the clouds of fire would be affected by the fire attribute spell. Among the 10,000 bugru boars, a beautiful woman with short black hair, wheat-colored skin, a pair of huge breasts, and dressed in a sexy leather armor that only covered her vital parts instantly erupted with a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 3 warlock. This beautiful woman was demonic snake maiden Oleria's assistant, Emma, the Snake Demon Legion's deputy legion leader. Emma pointed at the sky and cast a dispel spell. A magical radiance immediately entered the sky, instantly dispersing the large-scale fire attribute destructive spell in the sky. In the sky, the clouds of fire immediately collapsed and disappeared. Those large-scale meteorological spells were extremely powerful and had a wide range. Its only shortcoming was that it required an extremely long preparation time. It could easily be dispelled by an expert using dispel. Of course, if there wasn't an expert proficient in dispel keeping watch, then once a meteorological spell was fully cast, its might would absolutely be world-shaking. Just like the meteorological spell prepared by Narona City's Warlock Pagoda, if it was cast, then it could completely annihilate more than half of the ordinary vipers and inflict heavy damage to the 10,000 bugru boars cavalrymen. After the meteorological spell was dispelled, Lei Mix, who presided over the Warlock Pagoda within the Warlock Pagoda, was so depressed that he wanted to spit blood. The Warlock Pagoda's magical radiance flickered, and several tens of fireballs were shot from the Warlock Pagoda, bombarding the bugru boars cavalrymen like rocket launchers, directly blasting several tens of bugru boars into pieces. Emma's gaze was cold and detached as she watched the several tens of bugru boars cavalrymen being blasted to death by those fireballs. She was only in the army to dispel and counter large-scale spells. She basically wouldn't waste her spirit force to block the damage for those bugru boars cavalrymen. Arcane projectiles, negative energy rays, acid sputtering, web, grease. The several thousand apprentice warlocks looked at the madly rushing bugru boars cavalrymen, and madly cast all kinds of level 0 spells towards them. The bugru boars cavalrymen struggled with their bodies, and directly shattered the spider webs. The arcane projectiles, negative energy rays, acid sputtering and other level 0 spells bombarding the bugru boars cavalrymen were either blocked by the bugru boars beneath them, or by the boa scales on their bodies. Unless several hundred level 0 spells simultaneously attacked a bugru boa cavalryman, otherwise, they simply wouldn't die. Chapter 124. The 10,000 bugru boa cavalries withstood the countless attacks. After paying the price of close to 200 casualties, they quickly swam to the edge of Narona City's city wall, and then directly swam up the city wall. Once the bugru boa cavalries swam up the city wall, the boa cavalries with the strength of an Earth Knight and above immediately jumped down from their bugru boars, before madly beheading Narona City's royal guards with their greatswords in hand. Narona City's royal guards, ordinary soldiers, basically all had the cultivation of a high-level warrior. But compared to those Boa cavalries with the cultivation of an Earth Knight, they basically weren't on the same level. Those Boa cavalries rushed into the crowd, then like tigers entering a flock of sheep, they started a massacre. Those huge Bugru boars also opened their bloody maws one after another, before swallowing the human warriors above the city wall. Although Narona City's royal guards resisted with all their might, but they still suffered disastrous casualties, and very quickly showed signs of defeat. It's over. Under the protection of the five-bladed troops, Jessica's complexion was deathly pale as she watched the hell-like scene above Narona City's city wall. Damn it, is Fernandro Principality going to perish in my hands? I'm unreconciled. Archduke Fernandro faced upwards and issued a long howl of grief and indignation. Not long ago, Elton and some of Fernandro clan's youngsters, who were still incomparably arrogant a while ago, watched the savage scene of those Bugru boars devouring the humans. Each and every one of them was scared to the point of trembling, their eyes brimming with fear. Some timid ones were even scared to the point of wetting themselves. Many of Fernandro clan's young ladies went into hiding. Only Helena and a few apprentice warlock rank young ladies with decent strength were still hiding behind the army, and were still fighting. Are those Steel City's mechanical golems? They're really too formidable. If only they belonged to me, how great would that be? Helena looked at the bladed troops guarding in front of Jessica, her beautiful eyes brimming with jealousy and envy. The five-bladed troops guarding in front of Jessica, brandishing their high-frequency oscillation blades, as if cutting tofu, they easily beheaded those Bugru boars as well as those Boa cavalries. Those Bugru boars had just approached Jessica, when the five-bladed troops charged and directly chopped those Bugru boars into countless pieces. On the vast city wall of Narona City, only Jessica's side was barely holding on. The other directions have practically collapsed. A large number of human warriors and apprentice warlocks were swallowed by those Bugru boars, beheaded by those Boa cavalrymen, or bitten to death by those vipers. Relying on the protection of the five ferocious and peerless bladed troops, even if the entire Narona City fell into enemy hands, Jessica would still have the hope to kill her way out of Narona City and escape. It's over. Oleria watched as the 10,000 Bugru Boa cavalrymen ascended Narona City's city wall. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, revealing a trace of a smile. The capitals of Senorus Principality and Poten Principality were easily captured by Oleria. Just as Oleria expected, after the Bugru Boa riders attacked the city wall, the forbidden guards above Narona City didn't even persist for half an hour before their morale collapsed and they started to flee in all directions. Cries, shouts, and blood-curdling screams reverberated above Narona City. Archduke Fernandro successively beheaded quite a few fleeing high-ranking officers, but was still unable to curb the collapse of his army. Finally, he sighed in frustration and his eyes flashed with a whiff of despair. The Minister of Defense Archer had an anxious expression as he arrived beside Archduke Fernandro and advised, "Your Majesty, let's quickly escape. As long as we survive, we'll have the chance to stage a comeback." Archduke Fernandro was very unwilling as he said, "After losing Fernandro Principality, what value would we have in the eyes of Warlock College Antalya? Even if we escape to St. Corlin City, we'll only be living under someone else's roof and struggling at death's door." Fernandro Principality had to hand over a large amount of resources to Warlock College Antalya every year, only then did it obtain the authority to govern the principality. Moreover, it was valued and sheltered by Warlock College Antalya. After Fernandro Principality was destroyed, Fernandro family would also lose its foundation and wouldn't be valued by Warlock College Antalya. Archer said, "As long as we're alive, there's hope. Wasn't Princess Jessica betrothed to Steel City's City Master's sole kin, Yongfeng? With the support of Steel City's City Master, we'll still have hope of restoring our country." Archduke Fernandro gave a miserable smile and pointed towards the several hundred Omegudo flying snakes that were already descending from the sky. "Hope of restoring our country? That's just deceiving ourselves. Even if Steel City has 100,000 knight-rank steel golems, they still wouldn't be a match for those freaks." Archer looked at the several hundred Omegudo flying snakes that were descending from the sky to give Fernandro Principality a final blow, His eyes flashed with a whiff of despair. He also didn't believe that Steel City's mechanical golems could contend against the Omegudo flying snakes. Boom. 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 Just as Narona City had sunk into despair and chaos, air-to-air missiles dropped from the sky, bombarding the flock of Omegudo flying snakes with incomparable precision and instantly exploding. One after another, Omegudo flying snakes were instantly torn apart under the bombardment of the air-to-air missiles, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, Olaria's smile slightly stiffened, and then her eyes surged with endless fury. Those Omegudo flying snakes were variant species born from the mating of Snake Demon clan. They were also the Snake Demon Legion's most elite main force. Every one of them was very precious. Olaria's status among Turandot subcontinent's Snake Demon clan was extremely high, yet she only had several hundred Omegudo flying snakes in her possession. She used these Omegudo flying snakes as scouts and trump cards to decide the outcome of the battle. Now that several dozen of them were killed, it immediately made her furious and her killing intent surged. Who the hell is it? To actually dare to kill my Omegudo flying snakes? I definitely won't forgive you. Olaria raised her head and looked towards the direction where the missiles were fired. The terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock erupted, issuing a terrifying whistle. In the distant sky, 100 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters were lined up and flying in her direction. Behind the protection of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, 120 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were flying. High in the sky, 100 Lightning supersonic fighters were flying, guarding 60 Colossus heavy-duty bombers. Hearing Olaria's shrill howl, above Narona City's city wall, all the Fernandro Principality's people who were still fighting had a trace of hope in their gazes as they looked towards the huge group of fighter jets. I'm Steel City's emissary. Above a modified Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, an elevator opened. Yang Feng stood on top of the elevator, overlooking the fierce battle between the two great forces below, revealing a trace of a smile as he said. Chapter 125. Gazes brimming with complex emotions shot from Narona City and concentrated on Yang Feng. Fernandro Principality's people looked up at Yang Feng's figure in the sky and their eyes surged with a touch of hope. In the sky, the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters were constantly firing air-to-air missiles, blasting the Omegudo flying snakes into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. Stop! Olaria barked sternly as she watched the several hundred Omegudo flying snakes being blasted into fragments. She felt a sharp pain in her heart. Yang Feng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. How is that possible? As if laying eggs, the 60 Colossus heavy-duty bombers flying at an altitude of 5000 m dropped the densely packed cluster bombs. Boom. 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 As soon as the cluster bombs hit the ground, they set off earth-shaking explosions. The explosive power of each cluster bomb was equivalent to a small-scale level 3 spell, and an area the size of a football field was covered by the power of the explosion. Under the first round of bombardment of the cluster bombs, all kinds of vipers and snake-type extraordinary life forms on the ground were blasted into pieces and scattered everywhere. The Snake Demon Legion's experts as well as Fernandro Principality's experts were dumbstruck when they saw this scene, not daring to believe their eyes. Archduke Fernandro was somewhat dumbstruck, his eyes brimming with astonishment. So strong. Is this the battle prowess of Steel City's mechanized infantry division? It's really terrifying. Steel City's City Master's alchemy has really reached the acme of perfection, to actually reach such a terrifying level. Helena looked at the vast expanse of vipers and snake-type extraordinary life forms disappearing from the battlefield, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Such a terrifying army, such formidable weaponry. No wonder they had the confidence to annex us within a month at that time. Such alchemical weaponry is really too terrifying. Jessica was somewhat delighted and excited, yet also somewhat complicated as she looked at Yang Feng in the sky. She sighed with some bitterness in her heart. Steel City's mechanized infantry division is really too powerful. At that time in Warlock College Antalya, Jessica looked down on trash with low soul aptitude like Yang Feng. However, due to Steel City's great influence, she wouldn't take the initiative to provoke Yang Feng. When she first heard that young Feng was promoted to a level 3 apprentice warlock, she felt very upset. After all, in terms of soul aptitude alone, she was more than 100 times stronger than young Feng. Now that she had become young Feng's fiancé, it gave her an indescribable feeling. Elton and the other youths who originally looked down on Steel City and the Fernandro family were all dumbstruck, not daring to believe their eyes. "Stop. Do you hear me?" Olaria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of anger. She instantly erupted with the life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. A pair of dragon wings grew from her back. She lightly tapped her feet and turned into an extremely fast black ray shooting towards young Feng lightning fast. Young Feng's mind stirred slightly. Soon after, 50 lightning supersonic fighters swooped down from the sky. Their cannons rumbled and madly strafed Olaria with all their might. Olaria's figure flashed with a spell radiance, before more than 100 lifelike phantoms appeared in midair. Those lightning supersonic fighters did not use their eyes to identify their enemies, but instead used their radars to lock onto their enemies. Those more than 100 phantoms were basically unable to confuse them. Their cannons still madly strafed Olaria, while air-to-air automatic homing missiles also madly bombarded Olaria. Olaria's figure shook, as if she had only taken a single step. She left behind afterimages as she evaded the strafing of those lightning supersonic fighters, before strangely appearing in front of young Feng. She extended her lily-white hand and directly grabbed at young Feng. The two level 8 shield troops guarding in front of young Feng instantly raised their large shields, opened a level 3 protective cover and blocked in front of young Feng. Olaria gave a sweet smile. She instantly disappeared from where she stood and very strangely appeared behind young Feng. She extended her lily-white hand and grabbed at young Feng. When Olaria's lily-white hand had just come into contact with the level 3 protective cover, her pretty face changed slightly. She discovered that she was unexpectedly unable to break through the protective cover in an instant. Just as Olaria's figure slightly paused, those lightning supersonic fighters completely locked onto her figure. Their cannons rumbled and countless cannons shells madly bombarded Olaria. Demonic snake morph. Olaria's pretty face changed slightly. She gave a shrill howl and in a flash, her whole body blossomed with black life force. Countless demonic snake scales suddenly grew and appeared. Her eyes changed from human eyes to snake-like vertical eyes. A long snake tail appeared behind her and her lily-white hands grew incomparably sharp claws. From a stunning beauty, she transformed into a freak with a mixture of human and snake characteristics. The countless cannons shells bombarded Olaria's body, before being instantly jolted away by the formidable life force revolving around her body, unable to injure her in the slightest. The air-to-air automatic homing missiles also stopped beside Olaria, unable to explode. Because once those automatic homing missiles exploded, then young Feng and Olaria would be blasted to pieces. To actually be able to force me to this point by relying on some mechanical golems. You can also be proud. Just obediently surrender. Olaria's vertical pupils flashed with a cold glint, her claws carrying an incomparably tyrannical black life force instantly erupted, piercing through the two level 3 protective covers and grabbing at young Feng. At this moment, level 8 shield troops suddenly jumped out of the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, instantly erupting with level 3 protective covers one after another. Each level 3 protective cover was equivalent to a level 3 force field type defensive spell. Dozens of level 3 protective covers superimposed on each other, forcibly sending Olaria flying. Olaria gave a furious howl, countless black life force revolved around her, her figure shook and instantly split into dozens of afterimages, bombarding young Feng with punches one after another. One by one, the level 3 protective covers burst open under Olaria's bombardment. If it was a level 8 shield troop, then within a second, Olaria would have directly dismantled it into a pile of components. However, the nearly 30 level 8 shield troops unceasingly urged the level 3 protective covers, layer after layer, firmly blocking Olaria's frenzied attacks. Young Feng, under the protection of the level 8 shield troops, said with a smile, "What's your name? How about we have a chat? Fighting back and forth, it's too hurtful." Olaria became furious and shouted sternly, "Shut up. If you're a man, then come out from behind those guards and fight me one-on-one. Hiding behind guards, what kind of skill is that? Chapter 126. Yang Feng said with a grin, "Equipment is also a part of strength. I'm a warlock alchemist. Isn't it a matter of course for warlock alchemists to command their golems to fight? How many warlock alchemists would abandon their golems and go into battle barehanded? Furthermore, there's something wrong with what you just said. Now isn't the backward feudal era, gender equality is the mainstream of society." Oleria became even more furious within. She hated Yang Feng's shamelessness. Her speed suddenly doubled, her fists were like meteors as they frantically bombarded the level 3 protective covers. The level 3 protective covers of the 30 level 8 mechanical shield troops were actually forcibly torn open by Oleria. Her fist slammed onto the super alloy shield of a level 8 mechanical shield troop. A terrifying peerless power erupted in a split second. With a single strike, the level 8 shield troop was blasted into pieces, its components scattering in all directions. Yang Feng smiled as he clapped his hands and teased, "Amazing. However, please continue to work hard. This bit of attack power isn't enough to destroy my guards." 60 shield troops equipped with external flight equipment had already flown over from both sides, before landing beside Yang Feng and activating their level 3 protective covers one after another. The 89 level 3 protective covers were stacked in front of Yang Feng, giving Oleria a feeling of powerlessness. The offensive power of the level 8 shield troops was extremely low, all their components were for defense. Even ordinary level 3 extraordinary lifeforms could resist 1 or 2 attacks. Oleria being able to tear apart the defenses of the 30 shield troops was already extremely terrifying, but in front of the 89 shield troops, it seemed somewhat powerless. Just at this moment, rumbling sounds were transmitted from afar. Oleria turned around to take a look, her heart turning cold. She saw smoke and dust rising from afar, a large number of tanks, IFVs, armored personnel carriers, self-propelled artillery, howitzers, rocket launchers, and many other weapons of war forming a huge convoy moving towards this direction. The group of tanks even more so carried out a roundabout outflanking, cutting off the Snake Demon Legion's path of retreat. Oleria took a look at her Snake Demon Legion, only to see that under the berserk bombardment of the Colossus heavy-duty bombers, the Snake Demon Legion that she had painstakingly built had already suffered disastrous casualties, before scattering in all directions. Although Emma had already completely suppressed Narona City's Warlock Pagoda, but it was still impossible to reverse the situation. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were dropping airborne troops towards Narona City. Those airborne troops were basically level 7 bladed troops and level 7 gunner troops. The level 7 bladed troops and level 7 gunner troops were completely one-sided massacres against the Bagru Boa cavalrymen. The Omagudo flying snakes in the air had also been decimated by the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, with less than 60 of them remaining. Oleria felt a sharp pain in her heart as she commanded in a mournful voice, "Retreat." The Snake Devil Legion issued shrill howls, then almost collapsed, and quickly fled in the direction they came from. Yang Feng said with some regret, "It's a pity. If you had persisted here, your core would have been finished." If Oleria got angry and tangled with Yang Feng, then the Snake Demon Legion would be completely devoured by Yang Feng's mechanized infantry division. Oleria recovered her tranquility. Her snake-like vertical pupils flashed with a touch of a bizarre radiance as she coldly asked, "What's your name?" Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Do you want to be my slave? If you let me set up a restriction, then I'll tell you my name." "All right. If you're willing to give me all of your war golems, then having me be your slave isn't a problem." The magic radiance on Oleria's body flashed and she withdrew from the snake demon morph. She recovered her mature, charming, sexy, and alluring demeanor of a peerless beauty. She gave Yang Feng a charming smile, traces of faint magic fluctuations surged from her body, and a charm spell was silently deployed. The female lifeform cast a charm spell on you. The principle of this charm spell is to use body language, appearance, spirit fluctuations, environment, tone of voice, and other conditions to carry out a shallow level of hypnosis, making you subconsciously have a favorable impression of her, laying the foundation for the next step of the psychological suggestion and hypnosis. A series of analyses flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Oleria's charm spell was extremely formidable, not the slightest bit inferior to Anusha's. If Yang Feng's true body was here, then he would definitely fall for it. However, there was only a liquid metal robot here. Through the liquid metal robot's point of view, Yang Feng only felt that Oleria was very beautiful, but he wasn't eroded by the charm spell. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "All right, I'll think about it." Sure enough, human males are only at this level. Oleria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of contempt. The next moment, the lightning supersonic fighter in the sky rumbled with countless cannon shells madly bombarding Oleria. Caught off guard, Oleria was forcibly bombarded by hundreds of cannon shells. She was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. She glared at Yang Feng full of resentment. Yang Feng had a harmless appearance and said with a somewhat shy smile, "Sorry, I made a mistake. How about we chat again? Son of a bitch, I'll remember you. Next time, I'll definitely make you pay." Oleria ferociously glared at Yang Feng, gave a furious roar and launched demonic snake morph. Her figure shook and she turned into a black stream of light, madly flying towards the group of tanks. After several dozen breaths of time, Oleria flew into the group of tanks. As if unparalleled, her claws were shrouded in a layer of black life force. She exerted her strength and tore a tank into two halves. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. Tearing a tank with bare hands, that's too fierce. Only in the world of warlocks, where individual strength has reached the pinnacle, can such a scene be seen. The two great level 3 warlocks, Oleria and Emma, joined hands and tore the group of tanks to pieces. They forcibly broke out of the encirclement of the group of tanks with the several thousand Snake Demon Legion's remnants. The 100 lightning supersonic fighters quickly chased after them, continuously diving and strafing from the air, hunting the Snake Demon Legion's remnants. At the same time, half of the huge mechanized convoy was also split into two, continuously chasing after the Snake Demon Legion from the rear. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport plane that Yang Feng was riding descended from the sky and directly landed above Narona City's city wall. Archduke Fernandro along with a group of Fernandro Principality's ministers arrived beside Yang Feng, bowed solemnly towards Yang Feng and said, "Yang Feng, welcome to Narona City. Thank you very much for saving Narona City's 1.5 million people. Thank you very much for saving Fernandro family. We, the Fernandro family, will never forget this kindness." Chapter 127. All the ministers also bowed extremely solemnly towards Yang Feng in salute. No matter what their thoughts were, Yang Feng had indeed saved them today. If not for Yang Feng's appearance, then they would have been reduced to Snake Demon Clan slaves or even food. Although Hellion Clan was born from among humans, but they had already developed into humans' natural enemies. Hellion Clan viewed humans as pigs and dogs for food. And after humans discovered Hellions, they would basically kill them. Colluding with Hellions and raising them in captivity was an unpardonable felony in human society. They were just products of Second Warlock Dynasty's experiments on the fusion of all kinds of ancient life forms' blood meridians. They possessed a lot of ancient life forms' blood meridians as well as mutated blood meridians. Many human warlocks, in order to pursue power, would secretly raise Hellions in captivity or collude with Hellions in order to obtain formidable blood meridians. Under the enticement of Hellions, every year, there would be human warlocks who would degenerate, implanted with Hellion blood meridians and become Hellions. It was precisely because of this that Hellions couldn't be exterminated. After exchanging pleasantries, Archduke Fernandro personally led Yang Feng to a luxurious palace outside of Fernandro Imperial Palace to rest. The mechanized infantry division that Yang Feng brought, with its main force being level 5 humanoid primary battle robots, quickly built all kinds of fortifications within Narona City, starting to fortify Narona City. There were countless experts and legions within the underworld's allied forces. The Snake Demon Legion was just one of them. If they didn't prepare for battle, then Narona City wouldn't be so easy to defend. At night, Narona City's Imperial Palace, in a luxurious hall inlaid with countless magic lamps and the floor covered with marble, gathered the aristocrats of Narona City. Yang Feng, dressed in a black formal attire, stepped into the palace, attracting the gazes of practically everyone within the palace. Steel City's mechanized infantry division had defeated the Snake Demon Legion with 2 level 3 warlocks with an absolute advantage, making everyone within Fernandro Principality aware of Steel City's deep foundation and formidable strength. In Turandot subcontinent, the strong were respected. Moreover, during the invasion of the underworld's allied forces, an expert would receive the respect and attachment of countless people. Steel City had 10 mechanized infantry divisions, yet it had only dispatched 3 mechanized infantry divisions to defeat the Snake Demon Legion. From this, one could easily imagine how deep the reserves of the City of Steel was. Yang Feng was the only blood relative of Steel City's master Yang Yi. The power he possessed was enough to annihilate many small warlock families and make countless people attach themselves to him. "Hello, Yang Feng. I am Elena. May I know your name?" Dressed in a pitch-black, low-cut evening gown, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin, her slender legs faintly visible, and exquisite makeup, the beautiful Helena, appearing mature and charming, walked up to Yang Feng and said with a sweet smile. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It's nice to meet you." Helena was one of the most beautiful women in the banquet. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse the good intentions of getting to know such a beauty. "Hello, big brother Yang Feng, I am nice. Thank you very much for saving us today." A 13 or 14-year-old little girl with dazzling blonde hair, a petite figure, ample twin peaks, beautiful and pure, yet somewhat sexy, and snow-white skin arrived in front of Yang Feng. Her big, limpid eyes were filled with adoration as she said with a sweet smile. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It's what I should do." Fernandro Principality's aristocratic young men and women successively moved towards him, courteously greeting him and surrounding him in the center like stars surrounding the moon. Standing on either side of Yang Feng, Elena and Nissa calmly engaged in an open and veiled struggle with the aristocratic young ladies who surrounded them. "His Majesty the Archduke has arrived." Along with a resonant voice, Archduke Fernandro stepped into the reception hall under everyone's attentive gazes. Beside him stood a beautiful young lady Jessica, dressed in a pure white evening gown, with light makeup, snow-white skin, picturesque eyebrows, and a sexy figure. Under the illumination of the magic lamps, her entire body seemed to blossom with a layer of faint fluorescence. As soon as Archduke Fernandro entered the reception hall, gazes focused on him. At the same time, a lot of gazes also focused on Jessica beside him. Jessica and Helena were Narona City's 2 most beautiful pearls. Jessica, who was younger and more talented, was even known as Fernandro Principality's #1 beauty. In Fernandro Principality, there were countless aristocratic young men who were secretly in love with Jessica. In this banquet hall, there were more than 100 aristocratic young men who were secretly in love with her. "I'm very glad that everyone can do me the honor of attending this banquet. Here, I have something to announce to everyone." Archduke Fernandro smiled merrily as he looked around and said, "My most beloved daughter, our Fernandro Principality's most beautiful pearl Jessica, will be engaged to the savior of Narona City's 1,500,000 people, the Steel Lord's only blood relative, Yang Feng." The banquet hall at once resounded with earth-shattering applause. Archduke Fernandro said with a smile, "Yang Feng, come here." Yang Feng also smiled as he walked up to the dais and stood beside Jessica. Jessica looked at Yang Feng, a touch of blush welled up on her cheeks. She was somewhat at a loss when she thought that the youngster before her was going to become her husband. Archduke Fernandro had a kind expression on his face as he grabbed Jessica's little hand and placed it on Yang Feng's hand. "Yang Feng, henceforth, I'll hand Jessica over to you. You have to treat her well." "Wait." At this moment, a loud shout came from below. A handsome young man with short blue hair and a trace of gloominess shrouded between his eyebrows walked over under the protection of 4 men. Archduke Fernandro's eyes flashed with a touch of dread and displeasure as he said in a deep voice, "Weaver, what's the matter?" Weaver said with a cold smile, "Your Majesty Archduke, Jessica is my fiancée. Why did you betroth her to that good-for-nothing Yang Feng?" The entire banquet hall was in an uproar. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, his gaze fell on Archduke Fernandro and Jessica, and it became extremely cold. He was no longer that ordinary person who could be casually played with. If Fernandro family dared to play with him, then he would make the entire Fernandro family pay a painful price. Jessica was greatly alarmed and promptly asked, "Father, why didn't I know about this?" Chapter 128. Archduke Fernandro's eyebrows creased slightly and he said somewhat fearfully, "Weaver, I never said that I wanted to betroth Jessica to you. Isn't this a misunderstanding?" Weaver gave an arrogant smile, swept young Feng with a contemptuous glance and threatened in a cold voice, "My uncle is Scarlet Hans Blitz. It's your Fernandro family's honor that I fancy Jessica. Since I like her, then she's my fiancée. Young Feng, you good for nothing, now scram. If you dare to fight with me over a woman, then I'll let you die without a burial ground. Even your city of steel will be destroyed." After hearing Weaver's words, everyone's complexions changed greatly. The aristocrats who originally wanted to speak up for justice turned silent at once. Scarlet Hans Blitz was a peerless expert in Warlock College Antalya, second only to the few great warlocks. Warlock College Antalya's several great warlocks were basically practicing closed-door cultivation and researching all kinds of knowledge, with Blitz presiding over the daily affairs. It could be said that before the great warlocks appeared, Blitz was the uncrowned king of Warlock College Antalya. His status was comparable to that of Black Dragon Empire's Emperor Solomon. As far as the Southern States Alliance's many states were concerned, Blitz's orders couldn't be violated. The warlock families that disobeyed Blitz's orders were already massacred by him. His fierce reputation as Scarlet Hans was obtained after massacring 6 or 7 warlock families. Archduke Fernandro's complexion at once turned green and red, his face distorted due to anger, yet he couldn't speak. Fernandro family's biggest backer was Warlock College Antalya. Blitz's nephew, they didn't dare to offend him. In fact, within the Southern States Alliance, there weren't many people that dared to offend Blitz's nephew. Jessica was also angered to the point that her pretty face alternated between green and white. She secretly clenched her silver teeth, yet she didn't know what to do. As a level 2 apprentice warlock of Warlock College Antalya, she was very clear about how powerful and terrifying Scarlet Hans Blitz was. Fernandro family wasn't as powerful as the few families he had massacred. The entire banquet venue sunk into a peculiar silence. Weaver gave a proud smile and said, "Young Feng, I'm very fond of the mechanized infantry division in your hands. Hand over control of them and you can get the hell out of here." Young Feng, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly revealed a smile. "I think that under these circumstances, Bloody Hans Blitz Darren will definitely look at the bigger picture." With that, young Feng flipped his hand, a hand cannon appeared in his hand, and he aimed at Weaver's head. "Stop!" Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Weaver's head instantly exploded. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground, and the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Even in death, he could not believe that someone actually dared to kill him. A figure flashed, and Laemix appeared with a gloomy face. Looking at Weaver's corpse, his eyes flashed with endless horror and despair. Scarlet Hand Blitz's anger could completely destroy the whole Fernandro Principality. "Young Master, damn it, you actually dared to kill the young master. I'll fight you to the death." The complexions of the 4 guards next to Weaver suddenly became extremely pale, and bursts of life force comparable to that of a level 3 apprentice warlock erupted from their bodies. They silently recited incantations and prepared to cast spells. Young Feng gave a faint smile and ordered, "Laemix, get rid of them. In other words, your Fernandro family wants to be enemies with our Steel City. What Bloody Hans Blitz can do, our Steel City can also do." Laemix quivered, and at once erupted with the terrifying life force of a level 2 warlock. With a point of his hand, 4 grey radiances at once hit the 4 guards. In a split second, the 4 guards withered, their life force completely disappeared, and turned into 4 mummies. Laemix had a bitter expression on his face, and gave a long sigh. "Young Feng, you were too impulsive." Although Weaver was arrogant and despotic, but he was a blood relative of Bloody Hans Blitz. Now that he was killed by Young Feng in public, Blitz would never let Young Feng off. Even Fernandro Principality would be implicated. Young Feng said with a slight smile, "Laemix, I need your help. Kill all of Weaver's guards, and then return their corpses to Blitz. I think that in the face of humanity's life and death, he should put the overall situation above all else and bear with it. My subordinates are rather bellicose. If you don't do as I say, then my subordinates might be very dissatisfied. If a riot breaks out, then I won't be able to stop them from acting on their own. Laemix felt a slight chill in his heart, and gave a bitter smile. He knew that he was now faced with a dilemma. Yang Feng was forcing him to make a choice, either choose to join Steel City, or choose to remain loyal to Warlock College Antalya. If Fernandro family continued to remain loyal to Warlock College Antalya, then the mechanized infantry division stationed in Narona City might immediately turn around and massacre all of Fernandro family in Narona City. Laemix hesitated for a moment, and then clenched his teeth and said, Yang Feng, there's a great warlock over there. Great warlocks were the pinnacle and most powerful existences in Turandot subcontinent. A great warlock alone could destroy a small principality like Fernandro Principality. A force with a great warlock rank expert overseeing it and one without a great warlock rank expert overseeing it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, Our Steel City also has a secret weapon that can contend against great warlocks. Laemix was secretly alarmed, and his eyes flashed with a touch of determination. He clenched his teeth and said, All right, I'll do as you say. Blitz's threat was in the future, while Yang Feng's threat was in front of him. The mechanized infantry divisions from Steel City weren't existences that Fernandro family could contend against. Laemix could only make such a choice. Before long, an army led by a level 1 warlock killed their way into the hotel where Weaver and his entourage were staying, and killed all of Weaver's guards. A few days later, Weaver's corpse was sent to St. Corlin City. After seeing Weaver's corpse, the entire St. Corlin City was shrouded in a tremendous anger. St. Corlin City's Elder Conference Hall, that huge space that could accommodate thousands of people, was already filled with people. Following the outbreak of the Holy War between the allied forces of the Underworld's races and the humans, those warlocks who were traveling outside in search of opportunities and all kinds of ancient relics had already returned to Warlock College Antalya. Scarlet Hans Blitz sat on the seat of honor, and beside him sat several tens of formidable level 3 warlocks with faint traces of terrifying fluctuations of power. Chapter 129. Blitz's expression was gloomy as he said unhurriedly, Today, I called everyone here to announce a piece of news. My nephew, the kind, courageous and humble Weaver was publicly killed in Fernandro Principality. The one who killed him was Steel City's City Lord's only nephew, Yang Feng. In the meeting hall, there were gloating, ridiculing, watching a good show, angry and other complicated gazes that fell on Blitz. Everyone present was very clear about what kind of person Weaver was. Weaver was Blitz's younger brother's only son. His parents died early. Blitz treated him as his own son and loved him even more than his own son. However, Blitz was busy dealing with Warlock College Antalya's various affairs and still had to practice cultivation. Therefore, he didn't manage Weaver too much. This gave him the temperament of a hedonistic overlord. God knows how many women were abandoned after being toyed with by him. If Weaver wasn't Blitz's nephew, then he would have been killed long ago. He was extremely daring, even many of the warlocks in the Council of Elders were harassed by him. Many of the warlocks in the Council of Elders secretly applauded his death, but none of them expressed it. Marvin, one of Blitz's confidants, had an indignant expression as he shouted, Truly too daring. That Yang Feng actually relied on Steel City's power to kill people in public. This heinous crime should be put on the most severe trial. I suggest that we dispatch the Black Department to capture the Steel Lord and Yang Feng, and put them on trial in public. That's right. Such a sinner should be put on trial. Let them come to Warlock College Antalya to apologize. In the Council of Elders, nearly 1/3 of the elders echoed one after another. Warlock College Antalya's great warlocks were basically busy practicing cultivation. As the butler, Blitz had also roped in a lot of confidants these past few years. The level 3 warlocks capable of contending against Blitz had bored and indifferent expressions as they watched all of this, their minds wandering, not knowing what they were thinking. As long as it didn't involve their core interests, then they basically didn't care about Blitz's actions. The majority of level 3 warlocks pursued to upgrade their knowledge and strength. Once they were able to promote to great warlocks, then their status and power would receive a huge upgrade. At that time, a level 3 warlock like Blitz would be nothing. Apart from Blood Meridian warlocks, the majority of level 3 warlocks only had a lifespan of 400 to 500 years. They were all looking for elixirs that could prolong their lifespans or researching methods to break through and promote to a great warlock. They were basically research maniacs. But Black Dragon Empire's Blood Meridian warlocks had a long lifespan, and their cultivation was also a lot easier than that of Orthodox warlocks. Only then would they take the initiative to participate in the secular world and enjoy the sweetness of power and all the good things in the secular world. It was precisely because of the different lifespans of the warlocks of the two great warlock groups, as well as the different philosophies between the two sides, that two different ways of ruling were formed. A handsome young man, who appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old, with two small strokes of mustache at the corners of his mouth, said with a smile, "I heard that Steel City's Mechanized Infantry Division had just defeated the Snake Demon Legion commanded by Magic Snake Princess Oleria. Blitz, is this information true?" Blitz's face twitched as if he had been slapped. He said in a gloomy voice, "Chooks, this information is true." The Council of Elders immediately sunk into silence. Many of the elders' eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. Magic Snake Princess Oleria was a peak expert of Snake Demon Clan. In Warlock College Antalya, apart from the few great warlocks, no one dared to say that they were her match. For such an expert to be defeated by Steel City's Mechanized Infantry Division, then Steel City's strength could very well be imagined. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to casually make an enemy of such a formidable force, especially when it was a holy war between the humans and the allied forces of the underworld's races. Chooks said with a slight smile, "I have no objection to Blitz's proposal. However, my direct subordinate troop, Dark Demonic Leopard, won't be participating in this operation." Another man with a petite stature, resembling a human skeleton, and exuding a negative force field, Art also said coldly in a hoarse voice, "My hands of death also won't be dispatched. Blitz, if you want to dispatch the secret department, then dispatch your dark scarlet hands." Blitz's complexion at once became somewhat unsightly. Warlock College Antalya's secret department was a formidable warlock assassination group. The secret department was divided into three great factions, namely Dark Scarlet Hands, Hands of Death and Dark Demonic Leopard. If these three great factions joined hands, then they had even successfully assassinated two hostile great warlocks in Warlock College Antalya. The reason why Blitz convened the Council of Elders was to form a final decision and have the secret department's three great forces join hands to deal with Steel City. But Chooks and Art weren't interested in using their direct subordinate troops to pay for Blitz's personal grudges. Blitz suddenly revealed a trace of a smile and said faintly, "Steel Lord Yang Yi is said to have obtained 6th Warlock Dynasty's inheritance. Only then was he able to rapidly develop and create a huge mechanical golem legion. If my men were to accidentally kill him, then that would be such a pity." Chooks and Art's complexion suddenly changed when they heard that. Chucks quickly changed his expression and smiled, "Ahem, I think since the Council of Elders has passed the resolution, then my Dark Demonic Leopard should also advance and retreat together with the Dark Scarlet Hands." Art said coldly, "Hands of Death also want to participate." Only then did Blitz reveal a trace of a complacent smile. For Blitz to be able to preside over Warlock College Antalya's daily affairs proved that he was a very intelligent person. Blitz couldn't swallow the secrets of 6th Warlock Dynasty by himself. If he didn't share some of the profits, then once those great warlocks became suspicious, then he would face a calamity. Within Senorus Principality's territory. Boom, boom, boom. Along with earth-shattering explosions, 6 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters directly self-destructed. The terrifying explosions were accompanied by all kinds of components splashing in all directions. The demonic snake Princess Oleria, riddled with scars, flew out from the explosions and fell on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped for breath. Emma arrived beside Oleria and said with a worried expression, "Darren, this won't do. If this goes on, then our legion will be wiped out." Oleria looked at the Snake Demon Legion's elite troops that were left with less than 1,000 members. She felt extremely pained and cursed, "A bunch of fucking mad dogs, they're actually biting so hard." The Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng had been pursuing the remnants of Oleria's Snake Demon Legion, directly killing their way from Fernandro Principality to Senorus Principality.